20 years after the invasion of alien monsters, the last day of Earth arrived. Humans gathered all their strength for this final confrontation, which would decide the fate of the planet and all of humanity. It was clear that the only way to end this war was to destroy the leader of the aliens. Humans decided to do this at any cost, ready to give their lives to save humanity. The forces of all humanity were directed against a single creature. However, he did not even try to hide. On the contrary, he burned everything he saw and continued to destroy people. Among the fighting representatives of humanity were both ordinary people and true heroes. Lee Do-hyuk was not afraid to face the leader of the aliens alone, determined to destroy him at any cost. Fighting alongside him was the Dragon Emperor Kabna, who had already lost part of his arm but still had no intention of giving up. People understood that their forces were now insufficient to stop the alien invasion, so it became clear that humanity had only one option. This last hope for all of humanity was a time-traveling stone that could only be used once. The stone could only transport one person, and the moment came when they had to choose that one person. The choice fell on a warrior named Lee Do-hyuk, a young man with a brave heart and soul. People understood that the young man was the strongest hunter of the century and would be able to defeat the enemy. The future of 8 billion people was now in the hands of Lee Do-hyuk. Do-hyuk took the time-traveling stone in his hands and began to say goodbye to his comrades, hoping to meet them again in the next life. Then he threw the stone up, and a powerful wave pierced the young man. He only had time to think that he would like to meet his friends again and live a carefree life with them. After that, his lifeless body remained in the arms of his friends, and a gaping hole gaped where his heart had been. Despite the horror that was happening around them, people felt relieved. Now everything depended on their comrade, and humanity had hope. They believed that Lee Do-hyuk would be able to change the situation, and now they could calmly move on to the last stage of their lives. All that remained was to fight one last battle against the leader of the aliens, who was still enjoying the situation and was completely alive and unharmed. Everyone understood that they had to fight a long and difficult battle. But it would be their last battle, so they could give it their all without thinking about the consequences. They decided to have fun to the fullest. The alarm clock rang incessantly, but no one reacted or even tried to turn it off. The young man found himself lying on the floor of his old apartment, surrounded by complete chaos. But the young man was happy. He had succeeded, he had returned at the right time, and now the hero had about 7 months before the alien invasion. Do-hyuk looked at his hands, assessed his muscles, and realized that his weak body was completely unprepared for battle. But at the same time, the invasion would no longer be a surprise to him. The young man was greatly motivated by the fact that the lives of the entire planet's population depended on him, and there was not a minute to waste. The young man grabbed his jacket and, getting dressed on the go, went out into the streets of the city. He had to be ready for the first breakthrough of the aliens, and until that day, he had to train his body. 7 months passed, and all this time, Do-hyuk trained hard. Finally, the hour came. The young man knew where the passage would open, and he went there to meet the enemies immediately. Of course, the guy's body was still far from ideal, but what he had should be enough. He held a crowbar in his hands and was ready to immediately engage in battle. The young man stood near the mountain, thinking that a passage would soon open in this rock, and a huge amount of mana would be released. This mana invades the human body and leaves a trace, through which mana can then flow into the body continuously. The main problem was that along with the opening of the passage, the vanguard of alien beings would arrive on Earth. In Korea, these were giant ants and cockroaches. In their past lives, they were real monsters. And to deal with one such monster, the newly minted hunters had to team up in groups of 5 or 6. But with his current experience, Lee Do-hyuk would be able to handle such monsters on his own. The young man knew that the portal was about to open. He took up a defensive-offensive stance and prepared to begin the destruction. So, the portal was about to open any minute now, and the first monsters were about to come out. Well, it was about to happen very soon. The guy thought that there must have been some kind of minor delay and that he would have to wait a little longer. The young man waited and waited and waited, and soon the day ended. Night fell, and he was still standing in front of the portal, not understanding what had happened. Do-hyuk decided that he must have gotten the day wrong, so he left the alien exit point, deciding to return tomorrow. Tomorrow turned into a week. At some point, tourists saw the young man sitting in front of the wall and decided that he was some kind of madman. Another month passed in much the same way. Soon, tourists were coming specifically to take pictures with the famous human statue. 6 months later, journalists filmed a report about the ascetic who meditated in front of a stone wall. Followers came to him, parents of school children made wishes, and this report caught the eye of Lee Do-hyuk's mother and sister. They recognized their son and brother in the ascetic. Time passed, and surprisingly, peace continued to reign on Earth, and the aliens never appeared. The savior of humanity, Lee Do-hyuk, no longer sat by the wall on the mountain, but after a long wait, he came down and now worked on a construction site as a simple laborer. Lone Wolf, Mad Dog, Demon Slayer, Ninja, Genius, God of War, and so on. The young man had earned all these nicknames during his 10 years as a hunter in his previous life. In the end, he was called the Savior and the Messiah, but now he was called a simple laborer, and the young man felt shame and humiliation. He didn't like looking people in the eye. In 6 months, there had been no invasion. Although the young man had prepared himself thoroughly and expected it, no alien beings and no people who had awakened their powers had appeared in this world. He had to admit that the current version of Earth's existence was not the same as before. Of course, everyone had heard about the multiverse and parallel worlds, but Do-hyuk could not have imagined that something like this would happen to him. And of course, one fact could not be denied. If the invasion never happened, it would be truly wonderful news for the people of this world. Of course, one could think that all the years spent by the resistance group fighting had been in vain, but it was simply that everything had happened as it was meant to happen. Lee Do-hyuk could now enjoy peace and live the ordinary life of a simple man. His dreams were interrupted by a message from the bank notifying him that a huge loan payment was due in the near future. More precisely, the young man was already late with the payment, and now he was being told that he not only had to pay off the loan, but also pay a penalty. After reading this news, the young man broke out in a sweat. Do-hyuk got home, frantically thinking of ways out of the situation, but things weren't calm at home either. His younger sister, Lee Ji-an, was furious. She asked what was going on with her brother. It turned out that he wasn't working, but was constantly going out somewhere. A year ago, his older brother had started buying gas masks, protective gear, and all sorts of strange things. And the girl was worried that Do-hyuk had gotten involved in a pyramid scheme. Then a year ago, her older brother left his apartment, saying that the end of the world was coming soon, and began to drag a bunch of things worth tens of millions of won into the basement. Mom was very worried about this. And Lee Do-hyuk, of course, could have said that at that moment he did not know that the end of the world would be safely canceled. After all, it was all part of the resistance group's plan. The warriors decided that when Lee Do-hyuk returned to Earth, he would borrow money wherever he could. They needed to take out loans and collect cash from all their friends in order to prepare for the alien invasion and buy everything they needed. And there was absolutely no need to worry about repaying these sums, because after the invasion, the world would come to an end anyway, and no one would ask for the debts to be repaid. But the end did not come, and the world will probably continue to exist peacefully, which means that the money will still have to be repaid. The sister wanted to know how her brother was going to do this. She knew that the young man had a part-time job somewhere, but Ji-an said she needed help and could pay her brother herself. The girl needed help with streaming. She was a gamer and needed to complete a 2-player game. Do-hyuk said he had never done anything like this before and had no idea what it was like to play computer games. But Ji-an believed in her brother because he had always been good at sports and things like that. She was sure he would learn quickly, and besides, she had no one else to ask. Do-hyuk immediately refused, telling her to forget about this nonsense, because it was impossible to make money on such streams. But Ji-an proudly shoved her phone in her brother's face, saying that her channel was only a couple of months old and she was already earning 15 million won a month. She was willing to pay her brother half. And now the savior of humanity, Lee Do-hyuk, was ready to dive into the game. He put on a helmet and gaming gloves and became his younger sister's slave for a while. Lee Ji-an announced that if the participants were ready, it was time to begin the immersion. This was followed by a complete immersion, and the brother and sister were transported from the real world to the world of a computer game. They looked completely different from their usual selves. The girl turned into an energetic blonde, and Do-hyuk became a real hunkin' Superman. The game was called Death for Two. It was a world where you had to kill enemies and collect resources. The players found themselves on a super difficult level. A super difficult adventure horror game, known as a graveyard for beginners. The players arrived and found themselves in front of a huge abandoned building. It was nighttime, and the game began. The abandoned house looked scary. Ji-an clung to her brother, who exuded confidence. Do-hyuk looked at the house and thought that there was nothing scary about it, that you could sleep soundly all night in a house like this. However, his sister had a completely different opinion and asked him not to walk too fast. The young people went out through the gate, but still did not encounter any villains. They moved cautiously because Ji-an was scared and slowed them down considerably. According to the rules of the game, the young people had received a letter from the missing ex-wife, and now with his current wife, had come to the house where the woman had disappeared. Ji-an immediately sensed that something was wrong, but Do-hyuk decided to skip the training and move on immediately. For this, his younger sister immediately began pulling her brother's hair and ears. Because you can't skip training, the game is already difficult enough. Do-hyuk apologized to his sister, saying that he hadn't thought about it. He just saw the notification and tapped it with his hand. Ji-an scolded herself for trusting a newbie and decided that she should have gone first. Stopping her crying, the girl turned to the game's viewers with a question about what to do here, because she hadn't had time to watch any guides. The viewers began to write that she needed to collect grenades and look for clues. They also said that the boss of this level was very scary and impossible to defeat, and that she should just run away. The viewers also warned that under no circumstances should she choose reality mode. But while Ji-an was chatting, Do-hyuk tried to figure out the game and chose reality mode. This was no longer funny. Ji-an angrily lashed out at her brother, saying that he had caused trouble and she didn't understand why he had done this to her. Do-hyuk justified himself by saying that he didn't mean to do anything bad. He was just trying to open the door, and then something appeared. While the scandal between the brother and sister was raging, the viewers started betting, and the amounts had already reached $1 million. 2 viewers were willing to pay $1 million each for a successful completion of this level, and Do-hyuk understood that despair was a luxury they couldn't afford. The young man focused on winning as much as possible and opened the doors to go straight into battle. As soon as he opened the door, the player saw the body of a slain warrior hanging directly above the entrance, which greatly frightened Ji-on. Do-hyuk calmly approached the hanging body and began searching it for weapons and everything else necessary to complete the level. The guy gave his sister the gun he took from the dead guy's body, but she tried to say that she wasn't actually very good at shooting. Do-hyuk objected, saying that it would be even more difficult for her with a hand axe, and that with an axe, she would have to fight her opponent face to face. After hearing these arguments, Ji-on agreed to be the shooter. At that very moment, a huge monster rushed at the players, and it was unclear who it was. The monster was called the Novice Slayer, nicknamed the Strangler, and Do-hyuk immediately rushed to attack it to stop the beast. Ji-on crouched down on the floor, trying to cover her head and hide. Do-hyuk stopped the Strangler with a single hand movement and delivered a surprisingly accurate blow. The monster let out a blood-curdling scream, and the young man took advantage of this and stabbed the monster in the throat with its own claw. Hearing the sound of battle, more Stranglers rushed in from all sides. The monsters approached, their vile mouths and numerous long, sharp teeth eager to sink into the players' bodies. Do-hyuk began to fight the monsters so actively and quickly that he entered a state of madness, and now his eyes burned with hellish flames. No one could understand what had actually happened. The player looked like a crazed maniac and a savage, but soon all the soul crushers were destroyed. Do-hyuk turned to his sister, saying that he understood. The girl must have been very scared. But then something unreal happened. Ji-on, overcome with fear, lost control of the gun and fired. The mission was a failure because the player Do-hyuk died, and Ji-on rushed to her brother with apologies. At that very moment, screams rang out in an ordinary, typical apartment. A professional horror game streamer named Black Oak couldn't believe his eyes, because even he could only take down a maximum of 2 monsters in real life. And this unknown guy had taken out 4 monsters at once with just 1 axe, and it was urgent to find out who he was. At that moment, the game reloaded, and the brother and sister entered the level again. Ji-on continued to apologize to her older brother, saying that she really didn't mean it. But seeing Do-hyuk's face, it would have been better to remain silent. Finally, Do-hyuk turned to his sister and said that everything was fine and that it was his own fault. The young man poked his younger sister's forehead with his finger and declared that he shouldn't have trusted a cannon to an idiot like her. Ji-on said she would do better next time, but her brother declared that there would be no next time and added that his sister should move faster because he was not going to drag along with her anymore. Ji-on had serious doubts about how her brother would manage without her, but after a short time, only the bodies of the destroyed monsters remained around the players. Ji-on was in shock again, not even having time to yell, and Do-hyuk declared that without his sister's help, he could fight even better than with her. Do-hyuk suggested dividing the roles so as not to interfere with each other while completing the levels. The guy announced that he would be in charge of weapons, hand-to-hand combat, resource gathering, and reconnaissance. He suggested that his sister simply shut up and support him morally. Ji-on immediately started yelling that she wasn't happy with that, because after all, it was her game, and she didn't want to just support him. Do-hyuk wasn't going to waste time on empty talk. He said he was moving on and opened the door to the next level. There, a small surprise awaited him in the form of a mid-level boss nicknamed the Beast, a huge, muscular monster. Seeing such a hulk, Ji-on's nerves gave way, and she struck her own brother with all her might. The mid-boss, nicknamed the Beast, was already running towards the players, ready to tear them to pieces. Do-hyuk flew onto his back with an axe in his hands after his sister struck him. The spectators just laughed as they watched the girl once again nearly destroy her partner. Do-hyuk fell to the floor, while the monster's huge paw stopped near him. The young man realized that he was in an extremely disadvantageous position and needed to strike urgently. Do-hyuk slipped between the boss's legs. Then he jumped onto the beast's back, raised his axe, and thought about the monsters he had fought before. Compared to them, this was complete nonsense. The young man stuck the axe into the monster's head, but it turned out that its skin was too thick. It became clear that such a primitive axe could not kill this monster. Usually, newbies always fled from this mid-level boss. Do-hyuk decided that if he couldn't drive the axe in deeply, he could do it with his foot. The guy started jumping on the axe, driving it deeper into the monster's head, and the mid-boss didn't understand what was happening to the back of his head. A few more blows like this led to the desired result, and soon it turned out that the mid-boss named Beast had been destroyed. The audience couldn't believe their eyes because the middle boss couldn't be killed with just 1 axe. But Do-hyuk didn't understand why they thought so, because it wasn't difficult at all. Usually players stocked up on all kinds of weapons and barely survived to victory. The spectators did not believe that Do-hyuk was a beginner and demanded that the guy show his status window. Do-hyuk immediately agreed to do so, and soon he opened his status history, which showed his total playing time and rating. The total time confirmed that the young man had only been playing for the first day, but he had a status of 134, while the world record was around 147. At the same time, The detailed statistics for all parameters were striking. The young man did not even have a single percentage point. Do-hyuk thought that all the time he had spent preparing for the apocalypse had finally paid off. Ji-yeon did not understand how her brother had managed to get his body to such a high level. Suddenly, the girl began to sob and apologize to her brother. She decided that the cult her brother had joined didn't even feed him, and Ji-yeon promised to treat her older brother better. At that moment, a notification appeared saying that Black Oak had sent 10,000 to the player. Ji-yeon couldn't believe her eyes because Black Oak was a very titled player. Another notification said that Do-hyuk had discovered a secret fork in the game. Usually, the beast destroyed the players, and the story continued according to one scenario. Black Oak was the first player to kill the beast and discover the secret branch, although it took him 7 attempts and every weapon at his disposal. Do-hyuk heard about the 7 attempts and decided that this player probably wasn't very good at the game. Sometimes people just don't know how to play. The audience began to laugh at the fact that Axemaster Do-hyuk called Black Oak a weakling, and the player himself was furious. Black Oak didn't understand how this happened, because the newbie had never played this game before, and probably had never played VR at all, but he was able to take down the beast with a single axe. This time, the famous player just wanted to watch others play, but based on the situation, he decided to do something more interesting. Black Oak paid 10,000 and asked the players to complete his task, saying that he just wanted to make the game a little more fun. The player made the following offer. He was willing to pay $1 million if the player completed the game using only an axe. The stream's viewers were outraged because it is extremely difficult to complete the game with an axe. In addition to the beast, there were all kinds of monsters in the game, not just humanoids, and it was practically impossible to kill them all with a single axe. Black Oak even thought for a moment. Maybe he was wrong and should have suggested that the player use a crowbar or a chainsaw. At that moment, a notification came that the task had been accepted. It turned out that Do-hyuk had accidentally tapped the wrong button. He just wanted to accept the task, and it was immediately clear that it was the young man's first day in the game. His younger sister was furious again because her brother was messing up her plans, but Do-hyuk said that now he would definitely complete this task and immediately rushed into the attack. In the next room, the second mid-level boss awaited him, who usually tore players to pieces at incredible speed. His name was Egran. This monster had a chainsaw instead of a hand, and one touch was enough to bring you to the brink of death. This boss's attack speed was simply incredible. Usually the players in the team would stun him with shots, while the strongest would strike at his weak spot. Only by using this strategy could Egran be defeated, which is why at least 2 players had to participate in the game. Do-hyuk ran to attack the boss, then at the last moment knelt down and cut off a piece of the monster's leg with his axe. Do-hyuk didn't want to think about any strategy, because in his time, when he and his comrades had no weapons, they tore their enemies apart with their hands and teeth. If there was no way to win, people would find a way, no matter what it took, and Do-hyuk was the best among such hunters. The so-called accepted strategy existed in a game that was no more than 5 years old, but Do-hyuk had been fighting in wars for more than 20 years. The young man understood that the enemy attacked very quickly, but he had enough time to avoid a direct hit. In turn, Do-hyuk immediately counterattacked, taking every opportunity to deprive the monster of its ability to move. The young man knocked his opponent off balance by chopping off one of his legs, thus significantly slowing down the monster. All humanoid monsters had one weak spot that needed to be targeted, and now Do-hyuk was going to jump on the enemy from behind and stab an axe into its neck. It was very difficult to do this right away, so the young man secured the axe in the monster's hand to pull himself up. Unfortunately, the axe got stuck in the monster's body, and now the enemy had an excellent opportunity to use his hand with the chainsaw. Ji-yeon, holding a gun in her hand, screamed in agony as she watched the battle unfold. The chainsaw was gradually approaching the young man's head. Do-hyuk managed to pull the axe out of his opponent's hand at the last moment, and the chainsaw cut through the air without hitting the player. All the players knew that when Egran sensed danger, his defense increased many times over. Do-hyuk understood that if the defense became stronger, it would need to be broken through with an even more powerful attack, so the player activated maximum concentration. The young man pinned the chainsaw to the ground with his feet, while the monster covered his head with his free hand. The axe was powerful enough to win instantly, because Do-hyuk cut off his opponent's arm along with the chainsaw. After that, the young man rushed to escape from the enraged and wounded monster and slammed into the wall with all his might. The player was indeed a novice. Of course, this opponent was more difficult, but nothing was impossible. Ji-yeon jumped for joy. She and her brother had won. They had really done it. Her brother had killed the monster with one blow. One of the spectators deposited money into the player's account and asked how he managed to defeat Egran. Do-hyuk replied that it was easier than it might seem from the outside. You had to watch where the monster's supporting leg was going and how its muscles were working, and then hit that leg to slow it down. By observing the muscles of the leading arm, you can determine the timing and direction of the strike. Of course, you had to be fast and agile enough to dodge attacks and choose the right moment to deliver the decisive blow. Enthusiastic comments poured in from all sides. Viewers admired the multi-move, assuming that the guy could probably dodge bullets too. Do-hyuk explained that dodging bullets is even easier because their direction of movement does not change, so you can determine the trajectory by the muzzle, or just put the axe forward. Jian found a new passageway and told her brother that they could go down there and explore new territory. Do-hyuk was forced to stop communicating with the viewers, saying that he would explain further on the way. For killing the middle boss, the brother and sister received a machine gun and another axe. Do-hyuk took the second axe in his hands and began to swing it around, saying that he had once killed a bunch of monsters with such axes. But there was no time to talk, because a whole crowd of advanced zombies was already waiting behind the guy. Jian froze in indecision, realizing that a terrible battle was coming, because there were countless zombies. Do-hyuk didn't wait for the monsters to get closer. He armed himself with an axe and threw it at tremendous speed, spinning it like a boomerang. Several heads flew off their shoulders at once, causing the zombies to freeze and think. While the zombies stood still, the young man wasted no time and began swinging 2 axes, cutting off their heads. It went very smoothly, as if the monsters were made of cheese. Do-hyuk explained that there was nothing complicated about it. First, you had to dodge a possible blow, gather all your strength, and aim for the weakest spot. It was best to aim for the neck because that was the most vulnerable spot for such opponents. Do-hyuk was doing well against the zombies, but there were too many of them, and even the young man had to work hard. The boy swung his axes, chopped up the zombies, and gritting his teeth decided he needed to add even more power. The young man activated the vortex charge, and now he was cutting off the zombies' heads so fast that they didn't even have time to notice the player nearby. Soon the entire hall was littered with pieces of zombies, and the young man, completely out of breath, was panning near the wall. The audience admired the complete cleanup, bowed to the player's skill, and immediately offered him to try playing Valhalla Rising. At that moment, Jian approached and announced that she had found a clue about an outbreak of disease among the monsters. Do-hyuk was still unfamiliar with the structure and rules of the game and had never even heard of clues. His sister said it was like a notebook. It was smeared with blood, but it was still legible. The clues said that all these mutants, such as stranglers and zombies, appeared because of a virus. There was a trailer parked on the street near the house, and the clue said that the serum against the virus was inside it. Jian explained that you just had to get the serum and then spray it through the fire sprinkler system, and the serum would immediately weaken all the mutants. Hyuk didn't really want to go to the car, and he thought that maybe he could manage without the serum, even though viewers claimed that the next boss would be very strong. Jian didn't understand why they needed to look for additional problems, because if her brother failed to chop down all the mutants with an axe, they would lose and be eliminated from the game. Just then, Black Oak threw in more money and gave them the task of defeating the next boss without the serum. The players agreed to do it because it was what the viewer wanted, especially for such good money. Soon, the players saw a hole among the corpses on the floor, probably a passage to the next level. Do-hyuk said that was where they needed to go. He picked up his sister and jumped down with her. Jian didn't even have time to scream properly, closing her eyes and clinging tightly to her brother's back, when they found themselves on the lower level, in a sewer maze. As expected of such a place, it stank terribly, of course. Do-hyuk immediately remembered the days when he practically lived in the sewers, hiding from the aliens. In addition, huge rats were running between the players' legs, and Jian screamed and yelled almost non-stop. The guy knew that sewer rats made excellent soup, and the broth was generally excellent, but then a huge rat approached the players. Do-hyuk rushed towards the giant rat, thinking he was lucky because a whole bunch of meat was coming to him. Do-hyuk was so deep in his memories that he didn't even notice how he started cutting off the hind legs of the rats running past him, considering them the most delicious part. Jian realized that her brother had completely lost his mind if he was going to eat this disgusting rat meat. It is unknown how this feast would have ended if Chaos, the final boss with tentacle arms that regenerated very quickly, had not appeared. Jian didn't understand why there were 2 monsters ahead. She prepared her machine gun and shouted at her brother to run. But Do-hyuk couldn't calm down, saying that he had wanted to eat something unhealthy for a long time. And now they wouldn't even leave him the meat. The monsters were approaching the young man. Finally, sensing the approaching danger, the player turned and said that he would not let anyone take his sacred rat meat and would not let the situation go unpunished. Chaos began to strike, but the young man managed to dodge, figuring out where he could attack the monster. Jian was very upset that they had encountered bugs right from the start. It was too much. Black Oak knew that in reality mode, the difficulty depended on the player's status, and Do-hyuk's status was higher than the maximum. It was precisely because of the player's high status that the opponents became exponentially stronger each time, but the audience still thought it was too much, fighting 2 chaos monsters at once. Do-hyuk was still managing to avoid injury and contact with the tentacles quite successfully, jumping around in the sewers. Choosing the right moment, the guy struck several blows with his axe, and soon pieces of tentacles were flying around him. Of course, Chaos was enraged, but this monster had incredible regeneration abilities, and its wounds healed instantly. In addition, the monster reacted very quickly to attacks, not even giving its opponent a chance to catch its breath. Chaos used a gas attack, and the entire sewer maze began to fill with acrid gas. Jian assessed the situation and told her brother that they were being poisoned and the players had a maximum of 10 minutes left. Everyone thought that going up against Chaos with his insane regeneration at a time when he had used a gas attack was pure madness. So the battle with Chaos was considered extremely difficult. Duhuk paid attention to all these arguments and understood that if the enemy regenerated quickly, then it was necessary to strike him even more. This had to be done until the monster could no longer recover, and soon the young man cut off one of Chaos's heads. The head immediately began to regenerate and reconnect with the body. But in any case, it took some time and allowed the guy to catch his breath a little. Jian asked her brother what she should do since she had already shot Chaos's head off once, but it had grown back. Soon, one of the spectators suggested that Chaos would regenerate an infinite number of times until the player ripped out his heart. Duhuk realized that Chaos's heart was his weak spot. All that remained was to find it and remove it. The player jumped onto the monster's chest and kicked it in the head so hard that it flew back. The monster's chest was left unprotected, and Do-hyuk immediately plunged his axe into it. Blood gushed out. Do-hyuk jumped on the monster's chest, increasing the bleeding and causing it more and more pain. Do-hyuk understood that he had no other options now, because if the monster's weak spot was indeed its heart, then the player had to rip it out of its chest and crush it with his own hands. The wound on the monster's chest was already large enough to stick his hand in. At that moment, the second Chaos rushed to defend his comrade, while Do-hyuk pulled the heart out of the monster's chest. Ji-an stood with her fists raised, ready to fight Chaos. Of course, it would look ridiculous, but still. But then all the spectators' eyes popped out of their heads. One Chaos stuck his hand into the other Chaos's chest. Do-hyuk jumped back at the last moment, and the monster's hand entered his comrade's chest. All the spectators were in complete ecstasy. Realizing that he had been the victim of fratricide, the monster wanted to tear the player to pieces, but at that moment, an axe plunged straight into his brain. Without a brain, it is very difficult to be even a stupid monster, so the beast immediately fell down and died. Even Ji-an could no longer contain her emotions and admired her brother's abilities. The audience was ecstatic, calling the young man a teacher and a god. The task was successfully completed, and Ji-an turned to the audience, asking if they wanted to thank the players after such a legendary battle. The audience was ecstatic. They immediately began sending donations to the players, and the girl thanked them, promising to share with her brother and buy him some delicious meat. Do-hyuk was thrilled. He didn't realize that you could earn so much money doing what you love. The young man asked his sister if they would be playing again today. Do-hyuk said that they had already been playing for about 8 hours, and in his opinion, that was enough for today. The audience was very unhappy that he was leaving so soon, but the young man explained that he could no longer concentrate, perhaps because it was his first time in virtual reality. The viewers realized that their idol was not pretending and said goodbye to him with regret, getting him to promise to play longer next time. Ji-an said goodbye to the viewers, telling them how much she loved them and missed her fans. After that, the players left the game space, disappearing before the viewers' eyes. When the game ended, Black Oak wondered, who was this player who had appeared for the first time? Viewers speculated, had they witnessed the birth of a legend, or was this just some crazy person? The young man's physical abilities in the game were impressive, and it was necessary to see how he would perform in other games. If the guy played something else, the game would immediately become a hit, and maybe even a sensation. Black Oak understood that there was no time to waste on idle chatter. He had to get Do-hyuk on his side. In the evening, the brother and sister's house was noisy. They were discussing the past game, and Ji-an admired her brother and his abilities. The girl showed how fiercely her brother fought with 2 axes, as if he had been using them all his life. She did this while holding frying pans in her hands, and her brother already felt like he was about to get hit on the head with a frying pan instead of a monster. Ji-an announced to her brother that she had a bunch of fans and that she was really awesome. And if her brother was going to be rude now, he would definitely get hit on the head with a frying pan. Ji-an stopped fooling around and seriously tried to find out from her brother how he managed to deal with the monsters, because he looked like a real jerk on steroids. Do-hyuk didn't know how to respond because he had just tried playing for the first time, and it worked out. Maybe it was a natural talent. Ji-an had to admit that her brother had always been in good physical shape, but she also remembered the strange prediction. Once a fortune teller at the circus said that one of the children sitting in the audience was destined to save the world. He pointed to a boy who was a little Do-hyuk. The boy's parents took it seriously. They forbade the child from attending sports clubs, quarreled with the coach, and forced the boy to read books because he would be the future Secretary General. If they had listened to the coach back then, Do-hyuk could have become an Olympic champion or something like that. Later, his parents deeply regretted their decision. However, it didn't matter now. Everything turned out the way it did. Ji-an suggested that her brother start streaming himself. Do-hyuk had never thought about becoming a professional player and making money from it. Ji-an was sure that her brother would succeed. He saw how viewers reacted to him, and if he continued in the same vein, he could just play and become incredibly popular. Do-hyuk no longer argued with his sister. In fact, he hadn't felt emotions like he did today in a long time. Before returning to the past, the guy had spent the last 10 years in constant battle. If he hadn't killed aliens, he would have died long ago. Fighting used to be the main part of Do-hyuk's life. Now back in peaceful life, Do-hyuk just goes to work at a construction site without any desire. Life has become so boring that it could kill him. The battles in virtual reality were very similar to real ones, so Do-hyuk felt a thrill that saved him from his daily routine. Of course, Do-hyuk didn't miss the days when aliens were on Earth and death was literally at his heels, but playing was fun. Besides, the guy had a lot of credits, so money could be a deciding factor in favor of participating in the games. Jian said that if money was important to him, he should stream more. For example, just for today's task plus bonuses from viewers, the guy earned more than 3 million won. Do-hyuk looked as stunned as if he had seen a monster. In one day, the young man had earned a huge amount of money, which would allow him to pay off his loans in the near future. In order to start playing independently, the guy needed a capsule, and to buy it, Do-hyuk had to use his younger sister's credit card. Jian was a kind, generous, and intelligent girl, so she announced that she would buy the capsule for her brother herself. Do-hyuk began singing songs about his sister's beauty, generosity, and kindness. The kids were in a great mood. Suddenly, Jian received a message on her phone, which she read and was very surprised by. Do-hyuk's first thought was that the capsules had run out, and now he would never be able to become a player. But it turned out that the message was written by Black Oak himself, the guy who unlocked the secret fork. He was one of the most popular streamers and wanted to collaborate with Do-hyuk. The girl thought this was great news. Do-hyuk immediately began to categorically refuse, but his sister didn't understand why he didn't want to, because Black Oak was one of the most popular players, which meant that Do-hyuk's viewership would immediately grow. But Do-hyuk refused to listen. He began to cry, accusing his sister of agreeing to buy him the capsule so that she could start working with a stranger. Then came accusations that his sister was going to sell him into slavery and sacrifice his innocence, even though he was just helping her with the game. The next day, a gaming capsule was purchased for Do-hyuk first thing in the morning. The store employees immediately delivered it, installed it, and connected it, fully preparing it for use. Do-hyuk looked beaten and scratched. It was clear that yesterday his sister had lost her temper and beaten him with a frying pan to stop him talking nonsense. Now the guy was seriously determined to stream, and looking at his new capsule, he decided to get right down to business. The capsule was very cool, professional, bought on a 12-month installment plan. Jian said it was very important for streaming. Do-hyuk added some amenities and the capsule cost 20 million won. Despite the fact that the brother and sister were constantly arguing, they loved each other very much. Do-hyuk was going to make a lot of money with the capsule and buy his sister gifts. The young man sat down in the chair, deciding to try the Unreal game mode this time, and started a suitable game. If he chose a game where he could use superpowers, the audience would get what they missed in his first game. Some games cost at least $200, but the young man didn't have any money right now, so he had to choose something cheaper. Soon, the young man saw a game from his childhood. It was a game called The Last Fighter. The developers had made a modern version for full immersion. It was a very nostalgic moment, a regular fighting game, and it only cost $20. Hyuk immediately decided to buy it. After the money was credited, the game began to load, and soon the young man was immersed in the game world. He had to choose a name. Do-hyuk thought he could use his old nickname, I think yes, and soon that name was registered in the game. Next, it was time to check the player's physical status. Do-hyuk practiced his explosive kick. After that, he delivered a series of quick strikes, and then he used the Wolf Fang move. Of course, the guy remembered all these strikes, but they were too soft in this game mode. The young man understood that such strikes did not amount to superpowers, but in any case, it was more than an ordinary person was capable of. Do-hyuk assumed that he probably had reached the maximum a player could achieve. If he tried to strike even faster, it would be impossible to play. Do-hyuk finally felt warmed up and decided it was time to start a real match. He asked the computer to find a room for a rated game. The computer replied that a player named I think yes did not have a high enough rating. Then the guy demanded to find a general game room. While the game was loading, Do-hyuk decided to choose a character. In just a moment, he was already running through the streets of the city, striking his enemies. It was a character called Princess of Swords. In the very first round, the Princess of Swords destroyed her opponent with a single blow. The task was completed, and a notification informed that Haran had won. Money was immediately credited to the player. Dark Swordswoman Haran, also known as Princess of Swords, was a streamer with a year of experience and a good fan base. At one time, the game in the Ultimate Fight category was very popular, and championships were held for it. The Dark Swordswoman was one of the best in Ultimate Fight. The girl blushed with modesty and said that she had long since stopped playing professionally, which is why many had not heard of her. Besides, Iron Fist is now much more popular in Ultifight, and many other players have switched to it. Haran turned to the computer and said that since she was back, she didn't want to waste any time and asked it to find her a ranked game room. The computer found a suitable room, but said that the minimum waiting time was 9 minutes. The girl was very unhappy because 9 minutes was too long. She wanted to know when the next game would be. In another game, the wait was 12 minutes, and with that calculation, the stream would not wait, and all the viewers would leave. At that moment, a player nicknamed Spider-Girl assigned a task in the common room, throwing in a little money. Haran already agreed, because she had to wait a long time anyway. It turned out that the girl had to win 5 times in a row. Haran immediately realized that it would not be so easy. The thing is, Ultifight is no longer popular, only old people play it. Therefore, public matches are unrealistically difficult, because there are a lot of skilled players there. All these players love to mock newbies. It was the perfect place to hunt, and last time they took down Princess of Swords there. Haran began to justify herself, saying that last time she wasn't playing her main character, but the audience didn't accept her excuses. Anyway, it was time to use her second character, the Wanderer Yetter. Haran was very pleased. She decided to play only with her alternate character this time and promised to show her viewers a real battle. The girl turned to the computer and instructed it to create a shared one-on-one room for beginners only. Soon, such a room was created, and Haran went there to destroy the newbies. The setting was very epic. A small stone island surrounded by a river of fire. A volcano had created such a beautiful landscape. The girl's opponent was the Night Warrior Hawken, nicknamed Black Dragon. Judging by his stance, the player had a platinum rank. Haran knew that Hawkins was an easy-to-control character with good stats. Not only was he easy to control, but he also had very good leveled-up skills. He was one of the most popular characters. Hawken prepared for battle by activating the magical power in his hand. Haran noticed the guy's special speed attack, as well as his fire strikes. Hawken struck first, but the girl managed to jump out of the way, and the blow hit the ground. Hawken was good at close combat in martial arts. The main strategy of a mage against such an opponent was to keep their distance and use long-range spells. The girl ran back to a safe distance, armed herself with her staff, and prepared to use magic. She struck with her staff. It was a literal strike. The girl hurled her staff at her opponent. Hawken did not expect the staff to cause pain. He grabbed his broken nose and began waving his arms, thinking that the girl was just throwing the staff. Haran took advantage of her opponent's confusion, quickly jumped up to the player and grabbed his hand. She looked into her opponent's eyes and told him to tremble before her most powerful magic. After that, the beauty pulled him by the arm and threw him over her shoulder, slamming his back into the ground with all her strength. Haran held the magic wand in her hands again, preparing to cast a spell. Smiling slyly, the girl said that in fact, physical strength magic was just preparation. It would take a little time to activate it. And then Yetter the mage delivered the decisive blow, a meteor shower. The girl stood in the center of the arena, her magic wand glowing in her hands, looking like the devil's spawn. Hawken was quite frightened by her appearance. The young man said that it was too much, but the audience noted that it was simply amazing. Haran then smiled sweetly at the player as she said goodbye, telling him that maybe he would have better luck next time. Hawken immediately realized that he was dealing with a professional and was very unhappy about it. In the next moment, the player died and disappeared. The Dark Swordswoman won the first battle. While the arena was being restored, the girl thought about how lucky she was that her opponent was weak. She shouldn't forget that she still had to win 4 more times to complete her task. She wanted to complete this task as soon as possible, so the Dark Swordswoman asked for her next opponent. The computer began to select an opponent, and Haran waited impatiently. Soon, the meta hero Steve appeared on the playing field. Everyone knew that this character was only suitable for beginners. Haran looked in surprise at her new opponent, who was jumping up and down as if warming up before the fight. Then the young man began tapping the floor with his fist, as if checking what it was made of. Haran and the spectators watched him in surprise. He really was a beginner. It was almost a pity to beat him, because the player had seen lava for the first time and was now admiring it. The girl wanted to help the guy, but she had her own task. She never thought that her opponent would turn out to be a complete zero. But the game is the game, so it had to start. The spectators understood that now the Dark Swordswoman would tear this guy apart. It seemed to the spectators that after this first battle, the young man named Steve would quit playing altogether. As soon as the signal sounded to start the fight, the rookie rushed into a direct attack at tremendous speed. This was absolutely typical behavior for a newcomer. Haran easily dodged the blow, saying that even Hawken couldn't get to her in the last fight. Steve crouched down on the floor, then jumped up sharply and grabbed his opponent by the shoulders. The girl clearly did not expect to see her opponent so close. Immediately, blows rained down. It was a real fist fight, with the novice landing blow after blow and thoroughly marking his opponent. The perfect hand-to-hand combat ended in a total defeat for the Dark Swordswoman. The newcomer had just defeated a professional. Everyone loved it, and Steve was pleased with himself too. The second round of the game began, and the girl now stood on the playing field in a different mood. Assumptions rained down from all sides that Haran would lose again, and that maybe she should just give up right away. The girl said that in fact everything was not so bad, because she lost only because she lost her vigilance. Haran was sure that her opponent was not a beginner at all. He was clearly a professional, just playing it cool. After all, none of the spectators would ever believe that the guy was playing for the first time. After that, the swordswoman Haran said that she would now show what a real victory was, and the girl used her main character. Thanks to this character, the girl had become the Princess of Swords in her time. All the spectators were happy to see her in the game. Haran had no intention of losing. She was sure that if she fought properly, she would definitely win. Haran took out one of her sharp swords and announced that she was now angry, so she suggested that all the viewers pray for the newcomer. Taking a defensive stance, Haran said that she was now serious. The spectators looked at the newcomer Steve and realized that he did not have the highest rank. According to his rank, the young man should be somewhere between a master and a diamond player. The highest rank among players is God level, and only 100 players worldwide have it, including the Princess of Swords. The girl understood that her opponent's fighting style was different from what she was used to. This meant that he was a high-class player from another game, and he had only recently started playing this one. The girl was very determined and was going to show her opponent how to fight. As soon as the starting signal sounded, the Princess of Swords rushed into battle. She controlled her character wonderfully. Her sword was supposed to cut her opponent in half, but the guy managed to crouch down and dodge the attack. Haran was sure that this time she would not fail. However, the young man grabbed her wrist in which she held her sword and swung his fist to strike. This was followed by another hand-to-hand fight in which the young man landed numerous blows. It was a complete failure, just like last time. Haran died. The computer announced that a player named Steve had won. The Princess of Swords lay on the ground begging for mercy. A little more time passed, and 5 victories were already behind him. Steve rubbed his knuckles. His last opponent was more difficult. When she took out her sword and activated some skills at the end, it wasn't very easy. Do-hyuk had specifically chosen a game mode that allowed him to use certain abilities, but out of habit, he had skipped the tutorial and now had no idea how to do it. Just in case, the player used his old skills, but nothing worked. Do-hyuk set the game mode to feel like before, so next time he would definitely have to go through the tutorial. At that moment, the Princess of Swords returned to the game, and the young man asked her what class she was. Haran was so furious that she didn't even hear the question her opponent asked her. But Steve couldn't hear anything the girl said in response. Do-hyuk thought that the Princess of Swords had turned off voice chat so as not to be distracted from the battle. It turned out that she hadn't heard a word the guy had said to her. All this time, messages and requests for a rematch were coming in from the Princess of Swords, but Do-hyuk couldn't hear her and didn't understand what the girl wanted from him. So the guy turned around, said it was time for him to go, wished the Princess of Swords good luck, and decided to find out how to activate his abilities. As he was leaving the game, Hyuk turned around and saw that his opponent was trying to say something to him again. The guy decided to read her lips. It turned out that the Princess of Swords wanted to know the player's nickname so she could add him as a friend and get her revenge next time. Do-hyuk replied several times, but soon realized that the girl couldn't hear him at all. Do-hyuk was preoccupied with his own thoughts, so he turned around and left the game, causing a wave of anger in his opponent. Haran swore that she would definitely find this idiot who just turned around and left. The girl was furious. She didn't understand how this newbie dared to ignore her. But then one of the spectators threw money at the swordswoman and explained, if a player has a new account, silent mode is enabled by default, so it's possible that the player simply didn't hear what his opponent was saying because he didn't know how to turn on the sound. The computer confirmed that this was the case, but it didn't change the situation much. Everyone saw how the player ignored Princess of Swords. In the last match, the girl used her signature move called the Dance of Death, but the novice dodged absolutely all of the blows and then reached Haran, who was in the process of activating the Dance of Death. It should be absolutely clear to everyone that no newcomer could defeat the Princess of Swords with a single blow. This guy must have been a pro at some point, which is why he decided to fight Haran, or he is an amateur who has been playing since the dawn of time. Or maybe he is still a pro, just hiding. It was necessary to determine who he was as soon as possible. What if this player was Anatol, the legendary fighter who is considered the greatest player of all time? No, it wasn't him after all. Anatol was always very precise in his tactics. But even the Princess of Swords couldn't figure out Steve's battle strategy. It was impossible to determine because the guy had no strategy at all. But if he had no strategy and simply deflected all blows so easily in real time, then it was unclear who he was. After all, it's impossible to move outside the game like that. Such a fast monster simply cannot exist in reality. And how naive he looked when he saw the girl and asked what her class was. Haran decided that he was just messing with her, because you can figure that out during a fight. But many viewers believed that this player genuinely didn't understand what was supposed to be difficult. He really was a novice. Haran demanded that Steve answer who he really was. Maybe he was a pro, or had been one at some point. But in response, she saw only a blank expression on his face. The girl was so angry that she didn't want to continue the conversation and demanded a rematch. But this fool didn't react to her words at all. Seeing the request for a rematch, he didn't even know what to do with them and simply left the game. Haran tried to keep the poor guy around, saying that he definitely knew who she was, and that's why he came to fight her. The girl said that no one on the Korean server plays like she does, and the young man should just stop fooling around. However, the guy replied that he was done here and just smiled stupidly. After that, the young man left the game, infuriating his opponent. The girl was furious that she couldn't get her revenge, as well as because of the comments from viewers who mocked her and laughed openly, because the unknown young man had just trampled her in the dirt. Haran told everyone not to even try to stop her. She would definitely find this newbie and make him quit the game once and for all. Several more hours passed before Hyuk finally left the game, realizing it was time to take a break. He had played 14 matches and now asked the computer to show him his statistics. The computer confirmed that the player had played 14 matches, with 14 wins and 0 losses. The young man analyzed the games and realized that only his very first opponent had a high enough rank. All of his opponents in the rating game immediately revealed their weaknesses. At the moment, Do-hyuk had a diamond rank. He was very close to getting the highest rank. And then there would be more worthy opponents. But the very first girl was still good, and Do-hyuk decided to add her as a friend. Do-hyuk sent a friend request and immediately received an invitation from Ji-yeon to spend some more time with her in the game Death for Two. Do-hyuk remembered that he had promised his sister the day before that he would play with her again, and immediately accepted the invitation to join. By the time the brother and sister entered the game, 173 viewers were already waiting for them. Everyone was impatient and wanted to see the stream as soon as possible. Ji-yeon greeted all the viewers and said she was happy to see them on her channel. She then pointed to her partner and said that this guy, who looked like a killer, was her beloved brother, the very same axe-wielding killer. Do-hyuk couldn't understand at first why he was an axe murderer, but his sister reminded him that the player had done this last time. That stream went viral on absolutely all platforms. So, Ji-yeon asked the viewers what they thought would happen in today's stream. The viewers immediately assumed that today would be a blast and asked the axe murderer to raise his hand with the axe. Do-hyuk also got into character. He swung the axe and said that today would be another crazy show. The brother and sister approached the place where they had left off last time when they defeated Chaos. His huge carcass was still lying in the middle of the corridor. Ji-yeon was more confident in her brother's abilities today. She addressed the audience, saying that today they would accomplish what they had failed to do last time. With all the greetings over, the players set off on their axe-wielding journey. Ji-yeon turned to her brother, but saw that he was in a state of extreme rage and swung his axe directly at his sister. The girl thought her brother had gone mad, but his axes immediately flew at the zombies, which had already managed to get almost close. Ji-yeon did not hear or notice their approach. A huge crowd of blood-sucking zombies appeared nearby. There were many of them, and it was unclear what they were doing there. Do-hyuk told his sister that he would deal with these mobs first and rushed into a frontal attack. Without slowing down, the young man grabbed the head of one of the monsters with his hand. In the next moment, that head was torn off and thrown away. The axe sliced through the neck of another monster, and the next head flew off to the side. Without slowing down, Hyuk threw the head cut off from the first monster at another zombie and hit it in the face. The blow was so strong that the monster fell, and the young man chopped off its head with his axe as well. There were still a couple of enemies left, so there was no point in slowing down. Do-hyuk managed to dodge the attacks and immediately counterattack. The axes were doing an excellent job today. They pierced the zombies' heads or cut them off. The player dealt with another batch of monsters and asked the audience if he should kill the remaining monsters. The zombies didn't wait for the audience's answers and rushed to attack the guy themselves. Do-hyuk announced that he would continue from where he had just left off and began destroying monsters again. The young man used a whirlwind charge, and his movement speed increased significantly. The viewers appreciated such incredible acceleration. Ilya was covered in the remains and scraps of monsters. The player was catching his breath, leaning against the wall. The spectators were ecstatic. They threw donations and said that they had expected to see a long game, but Sensei was doing a great job. Before Hyuk caught his breath, he turned to the monsters and realized that all the enemies at this stage seemed to have been killed. The player immediately informed the viewers that he had killed the monsters with one blow, simply by hitting their weak spot. It wasn't that difficult. The viewers claimed that it was easy because the player cut off their heads. Usually such zombies are very difficult to fight because of their thick skin. One of the viewers said that it is indeed better to kill such monsters in close combat. They move less, so they can be killed even with an ordinary knife. The young man confirmed that he had chosen the right tactic, but most viewers said that they would not be able to fight head-on like that. For them, the ideal option would be to sneak up from behind and hit them on the head or use a grenade launcher right away. Do-hyuk began checking his statistics, reasoning that zombies can only kill directly. Their movements are easy to predict and dodge. Ji-yeon looked at her brother and realized that normal people don't know how to fight like that. Why was her brother so slow and didn't understand the viewers? Most likely because geniuses don't feel the problems of ordinary people. Although it doesn't really matter. The main thing is that viewers are watching their stream. Ji-yeon turned to her brother and said that it was time to stop talking and move on. The young man was clearly enjoying teaching the viewers martial arts. The player, fully clad in armor and shields, hit his head and face from the blow. Princess of Swords Harun was approaching him furiously at tremendous speed. At the last moment, the player put out his hand, and the girl's sword hit his protective gloves. After that, the player struck the girl. At least he hoped so. Harun flew over her opponent and said that today it would be better for him to die, because it was not her turn to lose. Harun activated Dance of Death and struck her opponent enough times to win. The computer announced that the swordswoman had won. Of course, it wasn't very easy, but at the same time she dodged brilliantly, then circled around her opponent and finished him off. Judging by how the player dodged, he had the rank of God. The girl had to use the Dance of Death. Even high-level players couldn't resist the Dance of Death, except for that newbie who managed to do it. The Princess of Swords couldn't calm down. Her pride was deeply hurt. Who was this pro who managed to beat her? Perhaps he was a professional in some kind of iron fist. In any case, he was definitely one of those who received the highest titles, a unique and inimitable fighter. Haran thought that someone was probably saying the same thing about her. Perhaps other players were impressed by her skills. At that moment, the computer announced that the girl had received a new friend request. She immediately decided to check who had asked to be her friend. She opened the request and gasped. The stream viewers didn't understand what had happened, as many of them would love to be friends with Haran. The Princess of Swords couldn't even say anything. Her face was literally contorted with anger and hatred. And fire literally poured out of the girl. After all this time, this stranger decided to add her as a friend. He just wants to mock her. He must be killed for this. Duhuk began scratching his ear, saying that according to superstition, someone was cursing him at that moment. Jian asked them not to rush and to move on quickly. The players approached the iron door, and the girl announced that the next boss was behind it. Jian said that this time she was very careful. She had read all the guides and now knew that if she pressed a certain plate, Jian found the slab. The door would open, and indeed the door opened, revealing steps. The players decided to move on immediately without wasting time discussing it. The brother and sister climbed the steps and approached a huge iron gate blocking their way. Behind this grate was a huge number of zombies. There was a whole crowd of them. Among this crowd were different types of zombies. There was the last gatekeeper, a killer guarding the final boss. In addition, there were ordinary rank-and-file zombies. They all looked very angry and hungry. Everyone knew that the main killer must be somewhere in the center, and perhaps he didn't even look like a zombie. In the center of the room, in the middle of the crowd of ordinary zombies, sat an old woman in a wheelchair. No one understood what she was doing there. Ji-an suddenly grabbed her brother's hand and said it was Chloe, although it was strange to see the boss in an old woman. But judging by her sister's reaction, it was this old woman in a wheelchair who was the boss. She was probably the first to be infected with the virus and mutate. Hyuk had already encountered this before, because there had been similar cases in the past. Now the other zombies obeyed this old woman. The young man remembered that after the alien invasion, China had split into 6 countries, and a king had appeared in one of those countries. Suddenly, he awakened some kind of zombie ability that allowed him to control infected people. With such abilities, a conflict arose between him and the strongest man in the country. And what happened in the end? The strongest man in the country, Chung Tao, defeated this zombie. It turned out that high-class hunters are immune to viruses and poisons. Duhuk suddenly remembered the old days and immediately declared that the old woman was most likely the boss. The audience immediately agreed with this version, confirming that the old woman was indeed the most dangerous. Jian knew that if Chloe was not rescued within a certain amount of time, she would begin to age, which is how the mutation manifests itself. Jian confirmed that they had reached this stage of the game very quickly, so they still had time. The girl tried to find out from the viewers what had happened to the old woman, but they didn't know. Perhaps there was another bug, or maybe the difficulty level was just unrealistic. One of the viewers made a donation and suggested that this happened because the guys didn't use the anti-zombie serum they were supposed to take on the bus. Usually when a secret fork is revealed, you are given the opportunity to spray the serum to slow down the infection. But Do Hyuk was very confident and therefore did not use the serum the day before. It turned out that Chloe became such an old and mutated zombie because of Do Hyuk. This version was confirmed by all viewers. It turns out that the woman became a monster because of the players who did not fulfill the conditions. And now the players will have to defeat her. It turned out to be a very strange game with some kind of dead-end plot. Jian decided to tell her brother the whole story first, saying that it was because of Chloe that all the problems in this computer world began. The viewers did not object to the girl telling her brother the details. Chloe was a scientist. She was working on creating biological weapons for a military organization. The strain that caused the mutations and all the chaos was created by Chloe. She tried to secretly take samples from the laboratory to sell them to competitors, but the woman was caught red-handed. She ran away and hid in this abandoned house from her pursuers. As a result, Chloe herself became infected with the virus. In short, Chloe was a criminal because she caused the entire apocalypse. She was the source of the problem, because she was the one who brought the virus. Hyuk realized that if the players got rid of Chloe, they would win the game. So she gripped the axe tightly in his hand and told his sister to open the cage. He couldn't wait to get started right away. The audience was also impatient, because now the battle with the final boss was about to begin before their eyes. The bars began to rise. The audience didn't understand what was happening or where the killer who was supposed to kill the players was. Duhuk entered the hall where everyone was eagerly awaiting him. The young man decided to start doing what all the players had been waiting and wanting for so long. The young man announced that the craziest axe show was about to begin. The crowd of zombies rushed at the young man, but this was already his second zombie attack, and he was doing a great job with the axe and cutting off heads. If this is the last line of defense, then defeating the final boss will be a piece of cake. Of course, there were too many zombies, several times more than expected, and even the weakest bite from such monsters could cause damage to health. The audience agreed that Do Hyuk was a good and cool player, but he definitely couldn't kill them all, and getting to Chloe was still impossible. The viewers hoped for a secret deadly move from Do Hyuk. His main trick was the vortex charge. In reality mode, using it several times in a row was a bit risky. After using the vortex charge, the young man usually felt dizzy and had to recover, but now he was cutting off heads with ease. Do-hyuk was already getting tired of this battle, and he thought about how to shorten it, because the main goal of this game was not to kill zombies. He just had to kill one final boss, and he could simply bypass the regular zombies. Having decided this, Do-hyuk rushed headlong toward Chloe, jumping over the ordinary zombies and stepping on them with his feet. The player wanted to get to the final boss as quickly as possible, and now the young man was face to face with the old woman. As soon as he was in front of the final boss, the woman jumped out of her wheelchair and showed herself in all her glory. She let out a blood-curdling scream that literally tore the floor apart. Do-hyuk had already encountered such a sound attack once before. If you lose your vigilance, there is no escape from Chloe's sound attack. Soon the entire floor was littered with mountains of zombies who had died from the scream of their final boss. Do-hyuk was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, one of the zombies' bodies began to move, and someone's hand appeared. Do-hyuk was holding his sister close and scattering the bodies of the zombies under which they were hiding. The audience was thrilled by how the brother and sister used the zombies' bodies. It was a great move. They survived themselves, and now there were no zombies left. All that was left was to defeat the final boss. Do-hyuk said that if he had known about such a sound attack, he would have dealt with Chloe even faster. At that moment, blood began to flow from Chloe's eyes and throat. The audience watched in awe. After that, the blood from the final boss's throat began to mutate and turn into some kind of creature. Now it was a giant bacterium named Dark-Faced Chloe. But that's not all. It was scary to look at this monster. And there were 3 snake-like lizards near her. And it was assumed that this whole monster would have to be destroyed with just 2 axes. Ji-an immediately realized that the game was just messing with her. Usually there is only 1 killer, so why were there 3 now? And this was also the final boss, who is always stronger than the previous ones. A player named Artificial Intelligence threw in some money and said that from the very beginning, he had dreamed of destroying these players. The viewers thought that Artificial Intelligence should be angry at the player who easily overcomes all levels of the game with 2 axes in his hands. Ji-an didn't understand how she was supposed to get through this final boss level. Maybe she could win, and Do-hyuk could handle it. But the killer was really very difficult. She was referring to those 3 scary snake-like lizards. They become invisible when they attack, so it's simply impossible to deal with them right away. One of the viewers suggested that you have to shoot them, and then they will become visible. But in this particular situation, shooting is not an option, because according to the terms of the task, only melee weapons can be used. Do-hyuk asked if his sister could shoot, since it wouldn't count as him shooting. The viewers thought about it and decided that the girl really hadn't done anything at all during the entire game, so she was allowed to shoot at the killer lizards. Ji-an prepared to defend herself and her brother. Do-hyuk snatched the machine gun from her hands and literally broke it, telling her not to even bother with silly thoughts. Do-hyuk believed that the best way to help would be for his sister to do nothing, because last time she had completely knocked him out with a gun. Of course, the girl started crying again, saying that it was her only mistake, but it was because of that mistake that she killed her own brother. Do-hyuk wasn't upset with his sister at all. She really tried hard because they were playing for fun, and she should have fun too. Do-hyuk asked if the girl still had any grenades left from last time. Her brother threw the body of one of the zombies over his shoulder and said that when he gave the signal, his sister should throw the grenades, but everyone doubted that it would do any good. Ji-an insisted that she knew how to throw a grenade and would show everyone how well she could do it. When all the details were settled, the player moved forward to battle the final boss. Ji-an didn't have time to blink before her brother rushed off with the body of the slain zombie on his shoulder. The young man shouted for his sister to get ready. The monstrous snake-like lizards activated their invisibility mode. This was their main trick. It became clear that the battle was beginning. Do-hyuk shouted to his sister to start shooting because he could no longer see his opponents. Ji-an swung her arm, remembered her military training, and threw a grenade at the monsters. The girl was as bad at throwing grenades as she was at shooting, and it seemed that the grenade would hit her brother. The young man crouched down, closing his eyes. But where he had been standing just a moment ago, there was a powerful explosion. The spectators were shocked. She had killed her partner for the 2nd time in a row. Ji-an immediately began to sob. The girl screamed, apologized, and tried to explain that her hand had simply slipped. When the smoke cleared, it turned out that Do-hyuk was still alive. He had covered himself with the body of a zombie he had been carrying on his shoulder all this time. It turned out that the guy had imagined the situation to be something like this, so the zombie's corpse served as a shield. And in the next moment, the young man threw away his shield and rushed to attack the monsters that had become visible after the explosion. All the spectators unanimously believed in the guy's talent and trusted him more and more. Do-hyuk jumped up to one of the lizards and stuck his axe into the eye of the huge monster. Blood spurted in all directions. The player jumped away from the enraged monster, which had become even more dangerous, and immediately leaped toward the next beast. Do-hyuk saw that the snakes were behind him and struck without turning around. But this snake was more difficult because for some reason, the axe could not pierce the monster's skin. and the monsters became invisible again. Their protective barrier had almost been restored, so he had to act as quickly as possible. Do-hyuk tried to strike, but the killer became transparent again. The recovery was much faster than expected. The player understood that the enemy became visible either when he attacked or when he was wounded. The situation was becoming very tense. Do-hyuk understood that he would have to struggle with this opponent because it was very difficult to pierce his armor with an axe. However, the young man was not at all upset. He decided that it was even more fun than he had expected. Do-hyuk, full of strength and optimism, rushed into another attack. Now he had to somehow destroy the two monsters that were becoming transparent before his eyes. But the wounded snake was still alive. Do-hyuk remembered that among the aliens there were those who could change their molecular structure. Compared to them, these snakes were mere weaklings. The young man closed his eyes for a moment to revive in his memory the feelings he had once had when killing aliens. Do-hyuk rushed into the attack, but suddenly felt that invisible snakes had surrounded him on both sides. The guy jerked sharply to the side and struck with his axe. The wounded monster immediately became visible. Do-hyuk was no longer going to drag out this battle. He decided that he needed to take care of the wounded monster first. Do-hyuk had been unable to pierce the snake's scales last time, but he hoped that the game developers had taken something into account. The player stuck his hand axe into the monster's torso, piercing its protective scales. The young man's expectations were justified. If you strike against the growth of the scales, you can reach the monster's unprotected body and inflict a wound. The snake began to scream in agony, and Do-hyuk continued to thrust his axe into its vile body, knowing that this would destroy the monster. Chloe already sensed that her defenders were beginning to lose ground, and realized that it was time for her to intervene in the battle as well. She unfurled her tentacles and began attacking the player with them, trying to distract him from the snakes. Do-hyuk managed to dodge the boss's tentacles, but another monster was waiting for him, opening its huge mouth right next to the young man. However, the young man had enough skill to turn around sharply and strike the killer from behind. Do-hyuk once again plunged his axe into the snake's body, but then something unexpected happened. The axe sank so deep into the monster that the young man was unable to pull it out quickly. The player pulled the stuck axe with all his might, while the huge monster's mouth leaned closer and closer to him, ready to bite the young man. The jaws closed right where Do-hyuk had been standing just a moment before. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes. But suddenly they noticed that the hand axe was back in the player's hand. Reptiles had a weak spot: their mouths, front scales, and bellies. Do-hyuk jumped up and one snake bit another. Do-hyuk jumped to the lower part of the monster and cut the snake's neck from below with his axe. Soon it became clear that there was only one monster left to defeat. The final boss, the giant bacterium Chloe, looked at the player in surprise. She clearly had no intention of engaging in battle. But since all three of her bodyguards had been destroyed, Do-hyuk began his attack on the giant bacterium. The young man jumped high into the air and swung his axe, ready to have some fun with this giant bacterium. One powerful blow was enough to cut the bacterium in half, and now it was time to celebrate victory. Ji-an ran at full speed to her beloved brother and shouted that they had passed the game and won, while the audience threw donations, admiring the player's skill. The girl thanked the viewers for their support and said she was very happy that they enjoyed the game. Do-hyuk looked happy. He had just gotten into it, and it was already over. The young man admitted that the match in The Last Fighter was more interesting. The guy was especially impressed by the battle with the Black Swordswoman. She used a variety of attacks, complete control of the field, and all sorts of tricks. Compared to the Swordswoman, all these monsters, which could be dealt with in a couple of seconds, were nothing. Today's battle was easy. Black Oak sent a very large donation at that moment, for which the young man thanked him, saying that at least for this game he got everything in full. Regular viewers condemned Black Oak's behavior, saying that he was gaining views at someone else's expense. Do-hyuk had not yet finished playing this game, but Black Oak had already uploaded it to his channel and was earning money from the views. Ji-an explained to viewers that her brother had not yet created his account, so the players allowed Black Oak to broadcast the battle on his channel. Black Oak made another large donation to the player's account and said that he would go about his business, but would meet them in the next collaboration. Ji-an immediately told viewers and her brother that he would be streaming with Black Oak in the near future. Do-hyuk explained that this collaboration would only be between the two of them, him and Black Oak, and the broadcast would be on Do-hyuk's personal channel. Viewers wanted to know what nickname the young man would use, but he still hadn't come up with anything suitable and was even planning to use his real name. Ji-an used the nickname Chu, but her brother didn't want to use the same one. He decided it would be better to stick with his own name than to copy his sister's. The girl got mad, saying that she had a great name and didn't understand why he didn't like Ji-an Chu, a perfect name for a player. Do-hyuk didn't want to tell the truth and asked his sister again if she wanted him to give her an honest answer. The young man didn't think his sister would like it if he said, "Hello, this is Do-hyuk Chu speaking." Ji-an agreed that it did sound a bit silly. Do-hyuk said that was why he preferred to just use his own name, Do-hyuk. When everyone calmed down, the girl announced that Do-hyuk's debut would take place the following evening. All the details would be available via a link in Ji-an's profile. After that, the players said goodbye to the viewers and began to leave the game space. The viewers eagerly wondered how they would survive until the next stream. Fortunately, it would take place the very next day. The next morning, viewers were already discussing which game Do Hyuk would participate in. Some wanted to see him in League of Legends, while others preferred to meet him in Dark Souls. All this fuss around Do Hyuk's name suited Black Oak very well. Even before he started playing, he already knew that there would be a lot of excitement. At that moment, the guys were on a video call, and both were discussing the versions put forward by the viewers. Do Hyuk honestly admitted that he did not expect such excitement. He had to accept the fact that his name alone had stirred up the viewers. Do Hyuk had already demonstrated his impressive skills, so the next stream required a game in which he could demonstrate his physical strength. Do Hyuk didn't know what game they were talking about, but his partner replied that it was Valhalla Rising. Rise of Valhalla is set in the 9th century, during the invasion of England by the great army of Viking barbarians. This game features unique combat mechanics and intense battles. Cruelty and nobility are concentrated in one place. Black Oak suggested trying the most difficult level, because that's the one that viewers on the forum vote for the most. Do Hyuk asked his interlocutor if the game had a standard mode and a reality mode. Black Oak was sure that Do Hyuk would really enjoy this game because of how fun it was. It's just that the player's strength lay in physical skills, and in Rebellion, there is a reality mode and a game mode. Most players can't handle the pressure of the audience, so people rarely play in reality mode. In Valhalla Rising, you don't even have to reach the boss to experience difficulties. It will be difficult to deal with even a simple Anglo-Saxon foot soldier. Black Oak said that he had tried to play in reality mode several times but failed. The young man admitted that after several attempts, he finally defeated a regular knight, but the next opponent defeated him. The guy didn't want to spoil who it was. Do Hyuk understood that the game was difficult. If his friend had trouble dealing with the knight, then ordinary players would not be able to do so either. Black Oak admitted that he was embarrassed to talk about it, but he had simply been destroyed. Not long before that, the guy had played a match in Last Fighter. Do Hyuk was getting stronger every time. If he could just beat him in one round, he could give up on Alpha and never compete with Do Hyuk again. Black Oak dreamed of changing his status. You're terrible at this strategy. Forever, I am the one who defeated Do Hyuk. The player really hoped that he would soon be able to boast about this. However, it did not happen soon. He continued to lose in personal battles with Do Hyuk. Black Oak understood that Do Hyuk would be able to complete the game, even though he himself had not completed the Valhalla reality mode. In fact, in the entire history of the game, only a select few had completed Rebellion in reality mode, and even after several attempts, they were unable to repeat their success. But Black Oak was confident that Do Hyuk would handle the game and complete it on his first try. After that, the guys decided to say goodbye because it was time for the stream and they needed to prepare. Do Hyuk wanted to justify the trust placed in him and understood that he would have to put in a lot of effort. The young man sat down in the capsule, activated it, and entered the game. Jian greeted her brother. Today, she was supposed to work for him as his manager. Do Hyuk asked her not to let him down and to do her job to the best of her ability. Jian promised that she would and began to immerse herself in the game. Soon, the loading process into the common room was complete. The audience was already there and happily welcomed their idol. Do Hyuk greeted the viewers. They still didn't know what game he would be playing today. Do Hyuk continued to keep the choice of game a mystery, but agreed to answer the most pressing questions. Of course, everyone wanted to know who he really was, what he had done before, and where he had learned to play so well. He could have told the truth. I saved the world in the past and was the strongest player, and then I traveled through time and trained to save the world, which continued to exist peacefully. But he had to make up a story about a past that was difficult to explain, so Do Hyuk said he would skip that topic. In order to cheer up his upset and disappointed viewers a little, Do Hyuk said that he was going to make gaming his main content. Do Hyuk shared his game library and showed it to his viewers. Do Hyuk asked the viewers what they thought of his favorite games. The young man added that he used to play The Last Fighter on a console, and it brought back fond memories. Most viewers said that The Last Fighter was a very old game, and that it would be better for their idol to try his hand at Iron Fist. It was immediately apparent that Do Hyuk belonged to a different generation. Manager Jian told her brother that The Last Fighter is a very old game, older than dinosaurs. She added that The Last Fighter is so outdated that it is now considered a crappy fighter, and Iron Fist is now the #1 game of its kind. Do Hyuk decided that he would not play The Last Fighter on his streams in the near future. Viewers began asking their idol to play Iron Fist, but the guy admitted that he had already made his choice and would be playing a different game. His manager said that more than 2,000 viewers had already gathered, and it was time to start the game. Do Hyuk agreed that there were indeed a lot of people gathered, so there was no point in keeping them waiting, and it was necessary to get straight to the action. Do Hyuk put his hand on the floor and announced that he was ready to start the game. Today he would be playing Valhalla Rising. The full immersion into Valhalla Rising began. Soon the young man found himself in standby mode on the playing field. The audience was thrilled. The player first talked about sucking fighter and then switched to the most difficult game, the world of the Vikings. Jian, as the manager, told her brother to choose the mode first. Do Hyuk announced that he would start with reality mode. The audience understood that the game would be very cool and that they needed to prepare for an interesting viewing experience. Do-hyuk chose 2 axes. He was pleased that this game also had axes. After that, the guy announced to the viewers that they had a special guest today. Black Oak joined the reality mode and greeted the viewers and his partner. After that, the player addressed the viewers and said that they needed to stop being scavengers. Do-hyuk explained that they had agreed that Black Oak would bring viewers to his game, and in return, they would upload videos to Black Oak's channel. The player raised his finger with satisfaction and told everyone that he was not a scavenger at all, but at least a predator. Ji-an reported that more than 5,000 viewers had already gathered at that moment, an unrealistic number for a beginner. Black Oak was very pleased and proud. He had always known that he needed to make connections and do it quickly. Now the player was just going to be close to the rising star Do-hyuk, but in the future, he would be able to benefit simply from being nearby. Do-hyuk announced that it was time to start the game and gave the command to the computer to begin. Standby mode was turned off and the backstory began, telling of a terrible disaster that had befallen the Sacred Lands, a curse called the Vikings, who had arrived on the country's coast. Ragnar entered into a final battle with the king of the local state, but he fell into a trap and met his death there. However, before his death, the Viking declared that this was not the end, because if his children found out, they would not leave anyone alone. The Viking Ragnar declared that he would watch from hell as all his killers slowly died. The game Valhalla Rising Warrior's Confession has begun. Jorund was the Vikings' teacher. He fell at the hands of the ruthless Anglo-Saxons and was now ready to meet the warrior. One can only become a true warrior by receiving recognition. Jorund turned to the players and asked, "Who is ready to become a warrior of Odin?" Black Oak explained that in game mode, Jorund teaches how to fight and dodge. But in reality mode, Do-hyuk must receive his recognition in order to start the game. This is called warrior recognition. Reality mode is designed for professional players. Do-hyuk watched closely and thought about what to do. Everyone advised the novice to play in normal game mode. The young man took out his axe and announced he was ready. Black Oak said he would be the first and stepped forward, preparing to fight Master Jorund. He addressed the audience, reminding them how he had lost to a knight with a sword and shield. Now he would use 2 axes as a replacement for the sword and shield. The spectators watched the game with interest. They knew that Black Oak was a strong professional player and that he might be able to win. Jorund noted that it had been a long time since he had encountered such a foolish player who would attack him with a weapon in each hand. Viking announced that he would now show the player how to fight with axes properly. Jorund had barely finished his welcome speech when the player rushed into attack. In the next moment, Black Oak was already close to his opponent and demanded that he take back his words. Jorund may not have expected such agility and speed, but he did not show any sign of being confused. Black Oak, of course, understood that it was difficult to wield a weapon in each hand, but this technique had its advantages. One of them was the element of surprise. The player struck with 1 axe, but the Viking put up his vika and deflected the attack beautifully. Jorund didn't even bother to take a defensive stance because the opponent's blow was too weak. The player hoped to catch the Viking off guard with a double combo, but his hopes were dashed, and in the next moment, Jorund grabbed the player and threw him to the ground with all his might. Black Oak was furious, and the spectators thought that this was what happened when you took up 2 axes without training. The Viking laughed at his opponent, saying that he looked pathetic and was no warrior. He'd be better off finding a job in the kitchen. After that, the Viking invited the next player to come out for a test fight. The spectators were in complete raptures at this moment, and Jorund, as always, did not hold back in his expressions. Black Oak asked his friend, "Was it really as bad as the Viking said?" Do-hyuk didn't want to offend his comrade and said that it wasn't so bad. Black Oak was pleased that his skills had been appreciated. Do-hyuk didn't understand how his new friend could have done anything to deserve such admiration. Black Oak was simply devastated. The audience laughed at him. Do-hyuk added that the player had also been beaten up. So why was he so surprised? But Black Oak was already hysterical and didn't want to hear such words from his comrade anymore. Do-hyuk didn't understand what the problem was. Axes only look very cool, but in reality, they are not that difficult to use. If the players had watched the walkthrough carefully, they would have understood better how to use the axes. Black Oak replied that he had watched Do-hyuk for several hours and then tried to repeat the work with the axes until his muscles began to cramp. Do-hyuk was very moved. Tears welled up in his eyes and he felt terribly sorry for his new friend. Do-hyuk burst into tears and advised his friend not to give up and to continue training no matter how badly he had done. At that moment, one of the players threw in a large sum of money and ordered Do-hyuk to show them how to use axes and deal with Jorund. Black Oak actually wanted to kill his friend, but now he needed to earn money. He told Do-hyuk that Jorund used to be the right-hand man of the captain of the Berserkers. This warrior is very strong, and it will be really difficult to deal with him. At that very moment, Jorund was cutting down another player who was trying to get into the main game, calling him pathetic and worthless. Jorund turned to the players again and asked, "Who's next to fight him?" An argument had already started in the chat. Some wanted their new favorite, Do-hyuk, to defeat this Viking as soon as possible, but some players couldn't believe it was possible. Do-hyuk looked at his opponent. The young man thought it would be too easy to defeat this Viking. Do-hyuk raised his axe toward the Viking and said that he had come up with a small condition under which he would agree to fight. Do-hyuk wanted to knock Yorunda out in 10 seconds, and in that case, the game would count the task as completed. The audience loved this condition. They immediately began donating large sums of money, confident that Do-hyuk would prevail, unlike this worthless scavenger. Do-hyuk moved close to his opponent. Yoren noted that he would once again be facing a player with 2 axes. This did not bother the Viking at all. He held a huge axe on his shoulder and invited the player to begin. Now they would see if the young man was worthy of wielding a weapon. Do-hyuk raised his hand with the axe, showing it to all the players. Do-hyuk suddenly swung and threw the axe at his opponent. Yoren easily dodged the flying axe, saying that this weakling had thrown away his weapon at the very beginning of the battle. But at that moment, Do-hyuk jumped close to the Viking and struck him. Yoren managed to cover himself with his axe. The Viking realized that the player was trying to distract him by throwing his axe aside and acknowledged that he was facing a worthy opponent. Do-hyuk, in turn, was also impressed by the Viking, who was able to stop his blow. This Yoren was an amazing warrior. Do-hyuk thought that the Viking had improved a lot by studying battle data. It was reinforcement learning. This meant that there was an NPC stronger than the Viking, but with his experience in real combat, Do-hyuk could defeat absolutely anyone. The player understood that he didn't need all these thoughts right now because he had to fight and defeat Yoren. First, the young man would deal with the Viking. He took a defensive stance and readied his axes. Yoren sensed his opponent's fierce fighting spirit and was ready to attack. It was time to test this player's abilities in practice. The Viking wanted to make sure that his physical fitness and fighting abilities matched his strength. Yoren struck with his axe. The player managed to jump back and raised his arms with 2 axes. The young man understood that the Viking was a little stronger than him, but that didn't mean the Viking would win. He just needed to block all of his opponent's blows. Suddenly, Hyuk lifted his leg at high speed and struck the axe handle, intending to disarm his opponent. After that, the young man decided to slow him down and jumped high into the air. While Yoren was getting up from the ground, the player kicked him in the jaw with his knocked-out weapon. The Viking, of course, did not expect such a turn of events. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he looked closely at his opponent. Do-hyuk prepared to strike again to kill the Viking. Do-hyuk kicked Yoren in the back with both feet, preventing him from getting up and attacking. Yoren now looked at his opponent differently, realizing that he had to participate in the battle after all. The Viking was now unsure of his strength, but the player's axe touched the back of his head. Do-hyuk, without lowering his hand with the axe, announced, "My fight is over." Everyone was simply delighted and amazed. The task had been completed, and the fight had indeed turned out to be unreal. Do-hyuk thanked the audience for their words of admiration and donations. Yoren approached the player and said that the young man had made a very good strike and really looked like a true son of Odin. Black Oak knew that son of Odin was the highest praise for a Viking. Yoren wanted to know the name of this blessed warrior. Do-hyuk replied that his name was Gunnar and that he was the main protagonist of the Rise of Valhalla. Yoren noted that such a beautiful name was very fitting for a glorious Viking. The mission was accomplished because the Viking recognized the player. One fierce warrior was the patron saint of warriors and gave them strength in battle. The next goal was to gain the recognition of the warriors. Do-hyuk did not know that there would be any more missions. Black Oak noted that this had never happened before in the game. This task had just appeared. Do-hyuk was again the first to receive a mission from the great Yoren himself. This meant that the occasion was very rare. The thing is, this was not a main mission, but an additional one. Not all players are capable of receiving it. It was called Son of Odin. If a player receives the recognition of warriors 5 times, they are given the title Son of Odin. In the future, this title will be used to determine how professional a player is in this game. Of course, this wasn't the first time such a mission had been given, but no one had ever received it at the very beginning of the game before. Of course, there were players who defeated Yorunda, but he simply never gave them this mission. Perhaps it was a matter of completion time, because Do-hyuk completed it in just a few seconds. Do-hyuk pondered this information. It turned out that the time to complete the game was limited. The audience continued to tear Black Oak to shreds, saying that some people were initiated as Sons of Odin on their first try, while others had been playing for a long time but had only received the title of Cook. Black Oak tried to justify himself to the viewers, saying that it wasn't his fault. Axes were difficult weapons to use, and if the players tried them, they would find out for themselves. Do-hyuk supported this idea, saying that if you don't have the skills to handle a weapon, it's better not to use it at all. Do-hyuk, of course, didn't mean to say that Black Oak completely lacks skill, but axes are weapons that not every player can handle. Black Oak was morally crushed. Viewers called him empty and weak, saying he was in a real crisis. Black Oak said that he was ready to endure ridicule from a newcomer, but it was very difficult to hear it from his beloved viewers. Black Oak took out his sword and said that he would earn Yoren's recognition by fighting with his main weapon, and then everyone would finally shut up. Do-hyuk wished his comrade luck as a show of support. However, the audience felt that it was a very half-hearted encouragement, and completely insincere at that. In short, everyone felt that now even more attention would be drawn to the battle. Black Oak was already starting to lose motivation, and he still had to fight Yoren. Black Oak was even ready to admit that the newcomer was simply a level above him, while he himself was still doing quite well. Black Oak was already tormented by the spectators' comments, and decided that now he would show everyone and prove that he was no worse than Do-hyuk, and also make them choke on their nasty words. Yorin turned to the player and asked, "Has the milk already dried on his lips, and he's ready to try again? After all, he's just a newbie from the kitchen." Black Oak was going to make his opponent choke on his words and immediately rushed into the attack. Of course, the audience saw roughly the same thing at the very beginning. Now it was interesting to see if Black Oak could handle it using his favorite sword. Yorin, of course, parried the attack and immediately rushed to attack himself. He dealt a powerful blow to the player. Black Oak was forced to jump back. The guy didn't have enough time to cover himself with his shield. Ray was very pleased that he was able to break through the defense. He thought the battle was going great. The next few blows hit their mark, and the game was becoming more and more enjoyable for the Viking. Having lost the battle with Do-hyuk, Yorin also wanted to redeem himself in his own eyes. He raised his axe and announced that it was time for a real battle. The axe blow landed right in the center of the shield, which the player managed to cover himself with. Although Viking wanted to end the fight with one blow, he was not too upset, knowing that he would see the battle through to the end. As soon as the player got to his feet, he was hit with a powerful punch to the face. He was slapped by Yorin, who said that the fight was not over yet. Black Oak was still a pretty good player. Despite all the missed blows, the young man rushed to attack again, but the battle looked very boring and sluggish. Do-hyuk noted that his comrade was much better with a sword and shield. He controlled the space around him better and held his shield confidently. But in the next second, Black Oak was lying on his back in the middle of the courtyard, his sword lying nearby. Yorin approached the defeated player, handed him an axe, and said that the fight was over. The Viking noted that the player with the sword and shield fought better, even though he lost. Despite this, Yorin recognized his skills. Do-hyuk rushed to help his comrade get up after the fight and congratulated him on an excellent sparring match. Black Oak caught his breath and said that he had struggled. Yorin turned to his comrade and asked if they knew how to hunt. Black Oak replied that of course he could, and that he was also a good archer. Yorin wished the players well as they set off after the others to bring back as much prey as possible. It was already late at night, and the players had not yet completed their mission. The boys needed to catch one more animal. This time they got a hare. Do-hyuk did not participate in the hunt at all. He just stood and waited for his friend. Black Oak asked if the young man had ever shot a bow. Do-hyuk replied that he had tried shooting a toy bow a couple of times, but had never shot a real one. He couldn't tell him about the magic bow and the aliens. Black Oak pointed to the nearest tree and asked why the player didn't try shooting at it. Do-hyuk remembered that he had to control his breathing, take aim, and prepare to release the arrow. He needed to control his breathing, take aim, and shoot. The arrow flew. However, the guy couldn't even hit the tree. The arrow bounced off a rock and fell to the ground. The audience was shocked. It turned out that their idol was good, but not at everything. Do-hyuk was sure that if he practiced, he would definitely get the hang of it. Black Oak was absolutely delighted with this situation. After all, not everything worked out. The brilliant newcomer promised to teach Do-hyuk how to shoot a bow. Black Oak immediately began to show off, calling himself a great player, the Robin Hood of Valhalla, and promised that he would take care of the archery. The audience immediately noticed that the guy was puffed up with pride, but Black Oak replied that archery skills were not bad at all. Just then, a deer emerged from the forest thicket onto the clearing. Do-hyuk looked at it with interest. Black Oak also noticed the deer, pushed his friend aside, and said that he would take care of this trophy himself. It takes a lot of time to learn how to shoot a bow. Black Oak trained in Valhalla and other medieval games. The player drew the bowstring, took aim, and shot an arrow at the deer. The arrow hit a nearby tree, and the deer nearly had a heart attack from fright. The deer was not a stupid animal. It immediately ran away from the clearing, while Black Oak tried to shoot it in pursuit. Black Oak said that this time he would definitely not miss, but he was pushed aside by Do-hyuk, who said, "Don't get in the way." The young man stepped forward and threw something at the deer. It was incredible, but Do-hyuk managed to throw the hatchet, calculate the trajectory of the target, and throw it accurately. The audience was thrilled, of course. This guy was great at throwing axes, and now everyone knew how to throw them correctly. Just aim straight at the target. As soon as the guys received notification that the hunting mission was over, an additional mission called Raid immediately appeared. Anglo-Saxon warriors were attacking the Viking camp. A group of Vikings had recently left the camp, leaving no more than a dozen warriors inside. The Anglo-Saxon warriors decided that this was an opportunity they had to take advantage of, so Garrett went to report to the commander. After receiving intelligence reports, the Anglo-Saxon army decided to strike. It was decided to send the Vikings straight to hell. The enemies were advancing on the camp, and the players had to return there before the Anglo-Saxons reached it. In addition, a time limit was set. Do-hyuk realized that the real game was about to begin. One of the spectators said he would bet several thousand for each enemy killed with an axe. Do-hyuk gladly accepted the challenge and thanked the spectator. Black Oak said he knew the way and that they needed to run in the opposite direction. Do-hyuk was wary of this suggestion. He didn't understand which direction they should go in. His partner explained that they needed to return to camp. The longer they took to get there, the more Vikings in the camp would die. Do-hyuk suggested that I go to the camp and intercept the Anglo-Saxons on the way there. Do-hyuk reminded me of the 5,000 the guys would get for each enemy killed. But if the enemies reached the other Vikings, the players would lose their money. Black Oak knew that there were about 20 enemies. After all, the guys couldn't handle them all on their own. But Do Hyuk was adamant and really intended to go after the Anglo-Saxon detachment. The spectators were thrilled. These guys thought completely differently. The Anglo-Saxon leader ordered his warriors to be on guard. A little further, and they would reach the Viking camp. But at that moment, one of the warriors walking in front of the group fell backward with a cry, because an axe had been stuck in his head. The Anglo-Saxons realized they had been ambushed and prepared for battle. They expected to see Vikings, but only a couple of players appeared before them. The Anglo-Saxons immediately calmed down. They didn't want to look like idiots who were afraid of just 2 opponents. But perhaps that was their mistake, because in the next moment, Do Hyuk rushed into the attack. The leader of the Anglo-Saxons shouted to his warriors that they had balls of steel and would not be cowards. And now they too would go out and fight their opponents. Do Hyuk enthusiastically attacked the nearest warrior, saying that since he had gone first, he would die first. Do Hyuk knocked his opponent down with a powerful blow of his axe, even though the man tried to cover himself with his shield. Another enemy approached the player and swung his sword, but the young man was able to dodge and immediately counterattack. The player's axe pierced the Anglo-Saxon's body, causing horror on the faces of his comrades. The leader of the Anglo-Saxons, despite the fact that his warriors could do nothing, offered the players to surrender. Du Hook was surrounded by enemies, but this did not bother or frighten him in the least. Black Oak had already recovered a little and was also going to fight the warriors. This time, the young man wanted to show everyone what he was capable of, and to do so, he planned to kill Carol, the best warrior in the entire group. Du Hyuk, without slowing down, struck with his hammer, and there were already a number of destroyed opponents around him. Du Hyuk happily counted the money he had earned, without worrying or even considering the possibility of defeat. Du Hyuk looked to see where his comrade was, and seeing that Black Oak was fighting one-on-one with an opponent, thought that everything was fine with him. But Black Oak had already begun to lose badly. He shouted that nothing was going well for him and asked the newcomer to help him urgently. Du Hyuk decided not to interfere in this duel. He would rather try to further reduce the total number of Anglo-Saxons. Du Hyuk rushed to attack, and several of his opponent's hands flew to the ground, severed by his sharp axe. The young man swung his axe without stopping, and in a few moments a pile of dead warriors lay at his feet. The sight was enough to drive anyone mad. The Anglo-Saxons, who had not yet been killed now, looked at their enemy with eyes full of horror. Du Hyuk understood that he was facing NPCs. He wanted to know if the NPCs would try to flee the battlefield. Black Oak was not yet dead at this point. His opponent shouted at the NPC to stop retreating and start attacking. But the NPC dropped his sword and said he couldn't do it. After that, the warriors took the remnants of the surviving squad with them and rushed away. Du Hyuk felt disappointed. After all, this meant the loss of his money. The young man said he would not let them go and rushed after them. As he ran, the young man threw his axe at the warriors, and their bodies fell one after another, as if they had been chopped down. At some point, Do Hyuk ran out of axes and found himself defenseless, so he decided to use his bow. Of course, this could have ruined the mission, as the player was supposed to destroy all enemies with axes only. Du Hyuk said he had an idea, took aim, and released the arrow. Of course, everyone remembered how bad the young man was at archery, but Do Hyuk saw that the arrow had stuck in the ground and decided that he was finally starting to get the hang of it. Do Hyuk took aim again and shot the fleeing enemy in the back. The arrow pierced the Anglo-Saxon's leg, and he could no longer run. The enemy fell right into the bushes. Do Hyuk reasoned that if he aimed at the legs, he would never kill his enemies, and it would not count. But at the same time, the wounded warriors became slow and clumsy, and now they could not run away. Du Hyuk could now calmly approach the enemy and finish him off with his axe. One of the warriors even began to beg the player not to kill him. But it was just a game, and nothing personal. The young man was just earning money to pay back his loan. After killing another Anglo-Saxon, Do Hyuk turned to another wounded warrior who was trying to crawl away. The enemy was sitting on the ground, his wounded leg preventing him from running away, and the man was simply waving his arms to keep the player from approaching and finishing him off. Du Hyuk completely destroyed all the remaining warriors, finishing them off with his axe, and said it was very easy. The audience couldn't believe their eyes. Just a couple of minutes ago, the young man couldn't even hit a tree. But Du Hyuk explained that he had fired a couple of shots and figured out how it worked. The audience was thrilled. This player was learning quickly and completing all the tasks. All that remained was to defeat Carol. Black Oak was still alive. He continued to scream hysterically and demand help from his comrade. Otherwise, the enemy would kill him now. The next moment, it really seemed to everyone that Carol was about to win. He struck with his sword, but Black Oak was able to quickly crouch down and avoid the blade. Du Hyuk calmly watched his comrades fight, understanding how to dodge correctly. Du Hyuk tried not to interfere in the fight, but when his comrade was left with only a stump of a sword in his hands, he slipped between the opponents and struck a blow. Carol was very upset that someone had prevented him from killing the Viking, but in the next moment, Do Hyuk took the life of the Anglo-Saxon leader. The raid mission was complete. Black Oak sat on the ground, trying to catch his breath, while Do Hyuk stood nearby, completely calm, asking how his comrade was feeling. Black Oak was very angry. He believed that his partner should have helped him faster. Do-hyuk apologized sarcastically, saying that he didn't think his help would be needed. After all, very few people like it when someone takes their earnings away from under their nose. So Do-hyuk didn't want to interfere with his friend earning points and money from the audience. Do-hyuk was also sure that his partner was in no danger. At worst, Carol could have taken his arm, for example. Black Oak was furious. His friend had shown no regard for his life, as he could have died, and his friend had not even tried to protect him. Black Oak wanted his comrade to simply admit that he didn't want to help. At that moment, a group of Vikings appeared at the edge of the forest. Jorund, the strongest Viking, pushed Black Oak aside and rushed to Do-hyuk. The Viking asked how Gunnar was feeling, if he was injured, and how he was doing in general. On the other side, another group of Vikings ran into the clearing, wanting to know how Jorund and Gunnar were doing. When all the emotions subsided, it became clear that there were no enemies left alive. Gunnar felt great, while Black Oak lay on the ground crying because no one appreciated or loved him. Black Oak decided to leave the game right then and there, and did so in front of everyone present. Jorund advised Gunnar to forget about this weakling, or whatever his name was. The main thing was that his pride was intact. Do-hyuk realized that the training was over, and that the open-world game would soon begin. Do-hyuk didn't know what to do next. One of the spectators donated 500,000 won, promising to give the same amount again if the player defeated Beowulf Stonehand. Do-hyuk had no idea who Beowulf Stonehand was, but he certainly didn't want to miss out on 1,000,000 won. Jorund asked, "Is the player really going to fight Beowulf? One player can't handle such an opponent." Jorund said that it seemed the player had no choice, so he would go with Gunnar. Do-hyuk didn't understand why he needed an ally, but it turned out that according to the rules of the game, he could take an assistant with him. The ally would appear when the player blew the horn and would help in battle. Do-hyuk agreed to accept help on these terms, and everyone thought it was a wise decision. The warriors mounted their horses and rode to the meeting place with the enemy. Do-hyuk began to ask who Beowulf Stonehand was. Jorund said that Beowulf had once been the king's dreng, but after his death he had lost all his dignity. There were rumors that Beowulf was robbing villages somewhere in Sussex. Beowulf had strayed from the true path, but he had once been one of the best Viking warriors. The game believed that Do-hyuk could pave the way for Beowulf's return to Valhalla. Do-hyuk had to find the Viking and earn the respect of the warriors. Finally, the horsemen reached their destination. Before them was Beowulf's camp. The territory was fenced in on all sides by a high fence and guarded by warriors around the perimeter. Jorund handed the player a horn, saying that he had an old score to settle with Beowulf. The Viking decided to wait until the player blew the horn and called him for help. Do-hyuk understood everything, said goodbye to his new friend, and rode off to the camp. The spectators were amazed. Do-hyuk rode toward the camp without hiding, even though it was full of enemies. The guards at the gate also froze in surprise. Do-hyuk understood that he needed to get inside the camp to destroy Beowulf, but perhaps he could just quietly pull Beowulf out and finish him off outside. The guards raised their sharp spears and ordered him not to approach. Do-hyuk had no intention of listening to their orders. Who said that a real Viking always goes straight ahead? The Vikings inside the camp heard some strange noise coming from behind the fence. Soon the fence simply collapsed, and an unfamiliar horseman jumped into the camp. The Vikings rushed out of their houses. It was immediately clear that a battle was coming, and they prepared for the attack. Without wasting time on conversation, Do-hyuk fired several arrows, and some of the Vikings were immediately destroyed. Seeing the chaos in their camp, the warriors called on the others to attack and demanded that the villain be destroyed. One of the Vikings thrust his spear into the body of a horse. It reared up, and Do-hyuk took advantage of this, jumping up and firing a couple more arrows into the backs of his enemies. After that, the opponents lined up in battle formation. The Vikings prepared their shields to hide from the arrows. Do-hyuk immediately realized that he would not need his bow against the shields and decided to discard this useless weapon. Now it was time to use the axes again. The Vikings attacked the uninvited guests, but the player did well, striking with his axes. Do-hyuk chopped down another enemy with his axe, but at that moment another Viking approached him from behind and raised his sharp sword above the young man. Do-hyuk didn't have time to get up, so without thinking twice, he rushed at his opponent and grabbed him with both hands. At that very moment, the archers arrived and shot at Do-hyuk, but luckily for the young man, he was holding one of the Vikings close to him, so all the arrows stuck into the enemy's body. The commanders shouted at the warriors not to stop and to continue attacking, but in response, they only received a body pierced by their own arrows. The Vikings realized that this stranger was simply mocking them. He had to be destroyed, but so far only the Vikings had been destroyed. They could not cope with the player. Finally, a loud cry rang out, and a huge, powerful Viking came out into the courtyard. His size and stature amazed everyone. His subordinates looked at their commander with fear and began to make excuses. "This stranger is to blame. He attacked us." Do-hyuk stuck an axe in the man's head and told him to finally shut up. After that, Do-hyuk stood calmly in front of him. The young man was confident in his physical fitness and abilities and shouted at Beowulf to attack. First, they would fight. Beowulf literally went berserk when he heard these words and saw the arrogance of the unknown warrior, immediately rushing into the attack. The Viking ran towards the player, saying that he was probably tired of living, and now Beowulf would show him who was boss and make him regret everything. The warrior fought on the playing field, a sword in his hands. However, the young man fell on his back, but still did not drop his weapon. Another player was dressed in huge combat gauntlets. He stood in a fighting stance and struck invisible opponents. The notification announced that a player named Anatol had won. The guy exhaled and greeted his viewers, saying that he was happy to see everyone. He hadn't been on stream for a long time. The viewers immediately began to write that they were happy to see their favorite, because he had not appeared for several days since participating in the Iron Fist World Championship. Unfortunately, this time the young man only made it to the semifinals. Anatol was genuinely upset, but after a couple of days of rest, he had already recovered. When the game Last Fighter was at the peak of its popularity, Anatol was inextricably associated with world championships. He won fights very easily, as if it cost him nothing. But he had not yet managed to win the Iron Fist Championships. However, Anatoly was not going to give up. The young man turned to his fans and said that finally, after so long, he was ready to return to where it all began. And now he had gathered a huge audience and was going to show them some kind of mission. Soon the game loaded, and the guy launched the Last Fighter. Anatol immediately noticed that the audience was starting to disperse. Their numbers were literally dwindling before his eyes. He hoped that he would get a worthy opponent and be able to make a comeback. He met his old rival, Hoken. A fighter named Hoken was now standing in the middle of the playing field, ready to start the game. He announced that it was time to choose an opponent and asked the computer to find him a suitable one. Late at night at home, the sister and brother were awake, watching the stream recordings. Even watching such a video was scary. This Beowulf looked like a madman, and the player dodged unrealistically. It was real skill. Jian told her brother that memes had already appeared. Now the guy could play solo without worry, knowing that he would still attract viewers, although he would have to work even harder. Jian was unhappy. She had stayed up late today because of her brother's stream, for which she also worked as a manager. The girl was very tired and went to bed, telling her brother that it was time for him to go to sleep too. Do-hyuk hardly felt tired, but he had a feeling that he still had something to do. The young man decided to try playing Iron Fist, as this game was currently very popular. On the way to the game room, Do-hyuk decided to stick to his plans and play another fighter. If he won the next rank, his level would increase. Do-hyuk remembered that he had added the swordswoman as a friend, but she was always offline. Perhaps she had decided to quit the game. But it didn't matter. The young man was going to play anyway. He sat down in the capsule and began to immerse himself in the game. Then the game loaded and the full immersion began. Soon the young man found himself in the game. He started looking for an opponent, and the computer suggested Nick, the winner of the noodle-eating competition. This player had absolutely no statistics, no wins or losses, and the account had been inactive for a long time. However, the young man decided to accept the challenge and play against an opponent nicknamed Nick to start with. At the same time, Anatoly was also looking at the profile of his opponent by nickname, thinking, yes, he didn't have a single loss. Anatoly decided that this player probably had a very high rating, and maybe they had played together before. The viewers began to speculate, saying that perhaps this was the same troll from the stream. Anatoly didn't understand who they were talking about, so the viewers explained that there had been a stream with a dreamer. The guy turned out to be very good and defeated the girl, crushing her to smithereens. Anatol realized that he was facing a pro hiding behind a mask. It would be interesting to see if this player would troll Anatol. The young man confirmed that he accepted the challenge, and soon his opponent appeared right in front of him. This mysterious pro was right there. He just greeted his opponent, saying that he would be happy to see who he really was. The young man took a defensive stance, greeted the stranger, and invited him to start the fight. But the opponent asked in turn, maybe Anatoly himself wants to start first. It immediately became clear that this stranger was applying psychological pressure. He had just been ignored and decided to make his opponent regret it. In the next moment, Anatol rushed to attack his opponent. Do-hyuk jumped high into the air, and his opponent's fist simply flew through the air. Anatol did not understand how his opponent had managed to stop his blow, and now looked at the approaching fist with a frightened look. Do-hyuk struck Anatol, and when the young man fell, he jumped over him, preparing to deliver several more blows. At the very last moment, Anatol managed to jump up and avoid the blow, and Do-hyuk's fist slammed into the ground, knocking everything around it over. Of course, he hadn't played all day, so he was performing poorly now, but at the same time, he couldn't lose his skills so quickly. It was clear that this newcomer was really powerful. It seemed that Anatol was not in the best shape. Anatol, of course, read the comments about his poor form or lost grip, but he saw that the main problem was not that. The fact was that his opponent was fighting awesomely. Something was clearly wrong, very obviously. If Anatol didn't figure it out, he could really lose this fight. He decided to test his opponent's reaction and rushed into the attack at full speed, lunging forward. It was a feint. He immediately dropped down and tried to execute a low grab. Anatol thought he had succeeded, but in the next moment, the player's leg flew up and delivered a powerful blow to Anatol. Anatol couldn't believe his eyes. It was impossible. His opponent not only anticipated his blows in close combat, but also reacted instantly. Maybe he was just lucky. At that moment, Do-hyuk jumped towards Anatol and struck, but the guy dodged at the last moment. Anatol made a feint and immediately threw a counterpunch, but his opponent managed to grab his fist in midair with his hand. After that, Do Hyuk squeezed Anatol's fist like a vice and delivered a painful blow to his opponent's shoulder with his elbow. Anatol screamed in agony. This was followed by an elbow strike to the jaw, and Anatol could no longer resist. He simply continued to analyze the tragic situation. The player did not understand how his opponent could anticipate his every attack, even when he tried to strike from a blind spot behind his shoulder. These were iron-hard blows that were impossible to withstand. The stranger immediately delivered a rock-hard blow to the mechanics of the game. Before this blow, he had to get into a stance, but the young man did not do so. Of course, he could have skipped the stance, but then the blow would not have been as strong. However, this stranger broke all stereotypes, and it became clear to the audience that Anatoly would really be destroyed. It looked like he would lose in close combat. At that moment, the stranger prepared to deliver a burning blow in an arc. Anatoly could not counter it. The fire completely blocked his path of retreat. He understood that the next blow would be decisive, because there was no way to escape it. It was a very good technique for close combat. But then Anatol saw that his opponent had not struck, which meant that the player had a real chance, and he himself could end the battle. Anatol decided to take advantage of the delay, and if he calculated everything correctly, it would be easier than ever to dodge. The player wanted to strike just as his opponent was finishing his move. The young man hoped to snatch victory at the last moment. Do Hyuk changed the direction of his fiery strike, and his opponent was engulfed in hellish flames. Anatol understood that this was not a normal arc strike, but it didn't matter anymore. The player was clearly losing. To bypass the game mechanics, you need to control every movement of the character in real time. Finally, it became clear what had been bothering Anatoly all along. According to Anatoly, Do Hyuk did not rely on the game's built-in mechanics at all. Soon the game confirmed this, and the victory was awarded to the player named I Think Yes. Anatoly did not understand how this happened. He could not imagine how it was possible to develop skills to such a level that one did not rely on mechanics. Anatoly decided to test one of his guesses and suggested that Do Hyuk play again to verify its accuracy. Do Hyuk immediately agreed without asking any questions and suggested that his opponent start the attack. Anatol, of course, started immediately, but in the end, the result was as follows. After the first game, the guy almost succeeded, but he still lost. Anatol immediately asked for a rematch because it was now a matter of honor, and he couldn't just lose 2 games in a row to a stranger. Both opponents clenched their fists to finally put an end to this dispute. Soon the score reached 5 wins in a row, and Do Hyuk, tired, asked if that was enough for today. Anatol agreed and said that he would probably leave the game. Do Hyuk immediately decided to take advantage of the situation and check his score. By the end of the evening, he had 26 wins and 0 losses. One more victory remained, and then the young man would be promoted to the next rank. After that, his opponents would become more interesting. Do Hyuk was worried that if his viewers found out that their idol was secretly playing alone, they would most likely hate him. Therefore, the player decided it was better not to reveal himself. But when he became number 1, he would be able to stream. Do Hyuk asked the computer if his account and appearance were hidden. The computer confirmed that all of this could be changed manually. In all of his recent games, the character in Last Fighter looked like a standard ball player. Do Hyuk was very pleased with his character's appearance and didn't want to change anything. He thought about how much fun he had playing Last Fighter, which meant that Iron Fist was even cooler, since that game was currently at the peak of its popularity. The young man decided to add Ramon as a friend and asked the computer to send a request. He wondered if he needed to add a message to the request. Do Hyuk wanted to encourage the player to continue training, so he wrote a few words. At that time, Anatol was sitting alone in the forest meditating. He couldn't get over his shameful defeat, so he was doing calming activities. At that moment, the computer notified him of a friend request, and the guy decided to add the player so he could meet him again in the future. Anatol received a message in which the player called him very talented and suggested playing again sometime. Hearing such words from his opponent was a real miracle. After that, Anatol reviewed the game recording and noticed the burning arc shot. The player and his viewers were now certain their opponent did not rely on the built-in mechanics at all, which was why Anatol lost. If every move was really without mechanics, the chat would simply explode when it found out. Anatol thought he had completely figured out the game, but it turned out that it was still full of surprises and he had a lot to learn. The player looked at his fist and thought that maybe that was why he was trying so hard in Iron Fist, as if he felt that this experience would come in handy. After that, Anatol decided it was time to stop analyzing past games and start preparing for the next one. Anatol decided not to post the recording because he didn't want to be the only one to learn the hard way. The player decided that all his opponents should go through this meat grinder called I Think So. If they knew some of the details, they would be able to avoid defeat. Anatol was happy. He would take revenge on all his comrades because the shock he experienced during the battle would be felt by other players as well. Jin was thrilled with Anatol's match against the player named I Think Yes. It was really cool. But Jin was worried about her brother, who would one day decide to return to this ultimate fight in his favorite childhood game. After all, he might meet that player there, and then he would definitely be wiped out. For now, Do Hyuk is busy completing Valhalla. Before going to bed, Jin decided to check her brother's current rank. The main thing was that it hadn't dropped. Do-hyuk has been away from home for a long time. His brother said he would go to the nearest store, but he has not returned yet. It is unclear where he is. Do-hyuk was just entering the store because his sister urgently asked him to buy banana milk. He was no longer going to fulfill her requests. If she really wanted it, she could go herself. At the store entrance, Do-hyuk bumped into a boy who didn't notice the tall guy and crashed into him. The teenager fell to the floor, and a kitchen knife in its packaging fell out of his pocket. Do-hyuk immediately crouched down next to the boy, asked how he was feeling, and offered to help. The boy wore thick-rimmed glasses. It was clear that he had vision problems. In addition, his entire body was covered in bruises and abrasions. Do-hyuk looked at the boy and shouted, "Is that you, Big Ears Jaegol-min?" The boy didn't understand, looked at the stranger, and wondered how he knew his name, let alone his nickname. Do-hyuk looked at the boy and thought that he was his former subordinate from before the regression, a tactician from his team named Big Ears Jaegol-min. At the beginning of the apocalypse, people gathered a team of guys with weak abilities. It was a group of stray dogs led by Do-hyuk. He was the one who developed plans for all operations, the chief strategist, Big Ears Jaegol-min. The boy was very cute, but he had a real computer instead of a brain. All the team members loved him because the gears in his brain were spinning at a crazy speed. Jaegol-min really wanted to be considered an adult. He liked being called cute because everyone immediately started looking down on him. But the girls loved to babysit him and called him our serious Big Ears. The girls even started to quarrel among themselves about who would hug their beloved Big Ears longer and better. Sometimes the girls would get into fights, they would argue, but it was never serious. They quarreled, trying not to let their beloved strategist out of their sight. Meanwhile, the boy stood on the roof of the house, imagining that he had turned into an airplane and would catch the wind with his sullen face. Once again, Jagal was standing on the edge of the house, and the girl asked him to come back, to get down from the roof because it was high and dangerous. The boy did not respond to her requests. His head was busy developing new plans. He turned to the captain and said that if he were as strong, agile, and brave as the captain, he would be the happiest person alive. Because then all the other crew members would stop teasing him and calling him Big Ears. The boy continued to stand on the edge of the roof, wondering what else he would do if he were in the captain's place. He also thought that if the apocalypse hadn't happened, his younger brother would still be alive. If the boy had been as strong as the captain, he could have fought the alien monster without amplifiers. Jaegol-min deeply regretted that he had not been able to protect everyone. Many other thoughts raced through his mind. But in the end, they managed to get him off the roof because the team members already knew that he liked to climb high and then start whining. At that moment, one of the scouts turned to the captain. He had just returned from a mission. The guy reported that he had found the monster's base. Crazy and Ghost in the flesh were already there. Do-hyuk said it was time to move. The captain instructed the girls to take Mina and wake up the old man. The team had to act quickly to return by morning and have breakfast. However, things did not go according to plan. A terrible danger awaited them there. An ambush of alien monsters, an entire army of soldiers, and 2 elite creatures targeted the human resistance forces. In the battle, the team members died one after another. Ghost in the flesh and Gaiak disappeared very quickly. Crazy went berserk, and in a fight with an elite monster, lost her mind, finding herself on the brink. The captain and the old man were seriously wounded and could no longer fight. Jaegol-min, as deputy captain, took command. He ordered 2 warriors to carry the captain and the old man away from the battlefield. The girl tried to object, saying she had to stay and fight, but her opinion was ignored. Bolshushek remained adamant. The boy told her not to argue. She understood perfectly well. Jaegol-min wanted to save the captain at all costs. The boy had magical talents, and everyone understood that only he could delay the monsters for at least a little while. Bolshushek created a barrier to stop the aliens and ordered everyone to stick to the plan and take care of the captain. The girls, crying, picked up the wounded captain and old man and ran from the battlefield, leaving the boy alone with the aliens. One of the team's rules was that in a critical situation, they had to save the captain and try to survive so they could continue the fight later. In any case, the captain must survive, regardless of the circumstances, in order to avenge his fallen comrades and finish what he started. Jaegol-min believed that someday the guys would meet again, smile at each other, and have a drink. Do-hyuk saw his comrade for the last time that day, and now he met Min from another timeline. The guy thought he was looking at one of the local gangsters who always teased him and immediately took a defensive stance. Do-hyuk began to explain that he was not from a gang. He had read the name on the badge, and as for the nickname Big Ears, he had blurted it out when he noticed the stranger's ears. Do-hyuk apologized for his rudeness, but the guy looked too happy. He was genuinely delighted to meet an old friend. Do-hyuk reached for the knife that had fallen out of Jaegol-min's pocket, intending to return his belongings. But the boy grabbed the knife himself and asked him not to worry. After that, the boy said that he hadn't been looking where he was going and had bumped into the man, apologized, and ran away. Do-hyuk was surprised by this reaction, but he understood that he was dealing with a different person from a different time. Jaegol-min's future was completely different. But then Do-hyuk remembered something, forgot about going to the store, and rushed after the boy. A fist stopped Big Ears. In the dark doorway, the boy didn't have time to do anything to defend himself. A gang of local hooligans led by Minsu stood over the boy, and one of them asked how Big Ears dared to challenge them. Minsu called the boy an unfortunate slave, and now this slave was walking around with a weapon. Even the gangsters began to calm their leader down, fearing that he would end up killing the boy. But Minsu had already lost his temper, pushed his comrade away, and told him not to interfere. He would deal with it himself. He grabbed the boy by the hair, pulled his head closer, and told the damn slave to remember carefully what would happen next time. The boy was being held by his hair, and one of his friends approached the stranger and asked him to walk by and not interfere. The stranger did indeed walk past, but on the way he punched the bully in the jaw with all his might. Dahyuk told Jagal Minu that he ran surprisingly fast for someone with such short legs. Another bully rushed to punch the stranger who was interfering with the boy's upbringing. The next second, that bully was lying on his back in the middle of the street with a broken arm. Minsu left Bolshakov alone, jumped up, and said that he was going to beat up the stranger. Duhuk said that he was nobody, or rather a former leader of a special unit, if you will. Jagal Min looked at the stranger and realized that he was the guy from the store he had bumped into at the door. Minsu heard about the special forces and immediately decided that he was one of the fighters from the Samgori gang. Duhyuk replied that he used to belong to the Stray Dogs gang and punched Minsu in the jaw with all his might. Minsu continued to name various local gangsters, but Dohyuk had no idea who he was talking about. He just kept punching him, while Big Ears watched with his mouth open in amazement. The kid watched this guy with admiration, who was fast, strong, and cool, and immediately wanted to be like him. Dohyuk was upset. He wasn't immersed in the game. He was late because of the kid he had to rescue, and he got scolded by Jian. He remembered how long it took him to get rid of that clingy little loser. When all the bullies had been beaten up and ran away, Jiggle Min clung to the guy's pants leg and begged to be taken on as a student. Because of this, Dohyuk couldn't even talk properly on the phone. Later, Dohyuk barely managed to calm his sister down because he had been away from home for so long. Besides, he still hadn't bought her banana milk. But if he managed to meet Bolshakov by chance, perhaps the rest of the team members are also in this world. Dohyuk decided that as soon as he sorted out all his problems, he would immediately start looking for them. He was barely keeping his head above water himself, so he couldn't help anyone else. First, he had to pay off his loans. The player asked the computer to open a chat window to earn some money. Followers immediately began to cheerfully greet their favorite, saying that the great Dohyuk was back in the game and ready to delight them. They noted that they really liked his video from yesterday's game. If he had started earlier, he would already be in first place. Dohyuk learned from viewers that he could have actually been in first place, but there was now a video of the battle between Anatoly and Think Yes. Those guys destroyed everyone. Since yesterday, I Think Yes has become the king of anti-fight. Now even Dohyuk is interested in this video and decided to watch it himself before starting the game. At first, Dohyuk didn't understand who was fighting Anatoly, but soon realized it was him. The young man was not used to the character's appearance in Ultifight. Such a silly image. Viewers had already checked the information about this player. It turned out that he had started playing just 3 days ago. Dohyuk checked the stats and was satisfied. I Think Da had not a single defeat, and on the 3rd day of the game already mastered strikes without mechanics. Dohyuk was going to go to Valhalla, but the viewers didn't understand why he was going there, because their idol was now supposed to play an Ultifight. Dohyuk was sure that the followers had gathered for Valhalla, but they replied that they didn't care what their idol played. Since yesterday, the stakes and payments for missions had increased, and now Dohyuk simply had to play Ultifight to earn money. The young man said that he was in the mood for Ultifight today and was ready to join in for such good money. The fans understood that their idol loved money very much, but it was decided to spend time today streaming Ultifight. Late at night, one of the apartments was very noisy, and it was impossible to sleep. The guy claimed it wasn't him. Officially, footage was posted on the game forum showing that it wasn't him, although he wouldn't have refused. The player did not understand why he should fight anonymously, because he could have set up a stream, attracted viewers, and made money from it. At that moment, the news reported that the identity of a player named I Think Yes had apparently been revealed. The guys who communicated with each other via video chat made sure it wasn't them. The player's name was strange, and professional players believed that he couldn't be as good as people said he was. Of course, one cannot ignore the fact that he had defeated Anatoly, but Anatoly had not participated in games for over a year and may have lost his skills. The guy immediately jumped into the capsule and said that now he would show everyone how quickly he could deal with the player Think Yes. And so it was announced that there would be a match between the players Think Yes and on the other side. Moreover, both chose the same character. Po2's side was pleased. He decided that now he would definitely show the newcomer who was the boss in the game. The young man was fully immersed in the game and ready for battle. The player was very confident and declared that the best representative named Po2's side was there. He immediately turned to Dohyuk, asking if he was really the player Think Yes. Dohyuk was not yet familiar with the top-ranked players, but his followers confirmed that he was facing a fighter slightly weaker than Anatoly. Anatoly had once brought Hoken's ratings to level 1. Thanks to him, Hoken became mainstream, and Anatoly began to be called the father of Foken. On the other side, he won most of his fights with Hoken and was known as the heir. Before Hyuk was a great player, reaching the highest ranks in just 3 days. Finally, the fight was announced, and the guys rushed into the attack. Do Hyuk started aggressively, but his opponent was able to dodge the blow. He acted unconventionally, not as expected. His attacks were unpredictable. The guy acted instinctively, mixing different styles. His opponent was also good. He blocked the blows perfectly, as expected of the greatest heir. The audience noted that Po had been holding his own for about 10 seconds. The guys were actively maneuvering, and it was unclear who would win this battle. But Po Duside felt that his opponent was pushing him back and realized that he had no choice but to use the secret technique he had used against Anatoly. The counterattack arc and the burning wave flared up simultaneously. The audience realized that the burning combo stance would soon be used. Po Duside launched an attack without waiting for the burning stance. It seemed that the player had used a reverse command. Putting his fiery fist forward, he delivered the final blow. It was incredible. The player combined the charge from the burning stance and added rotational force, a crazy physical skill at the intersection of using built-in mechanics. On the other side, he crouched and rubbed his wounded arm. The recoil from the blow was so powerful that this technique could only be used once per fight. In any case, the other side believed that victory was theirs. The player did not see his opponent standing behind him. The other side turned and opened his mouth in surprise. At that moment, Do Hyuk was ready to continue the fight again. It was absolutely incredible because he shouldn't have survived. I think Da replied that thanks to his opponent, he had mastered something useful. Movements with and without mechanics, as well as a counterattack with a burning wave. The other side said that this was impossible. He personally spent months mastering this technique, and his opponent repeated it at first glance. I think Da replied that it really wasn't that difficult. You just had to neutralize the additional attack with a burning wave. And after that, you should use the recoil from the stance as a teleport, but the opponent said that it wouldn't work. The other side pointed to his injuries and said that every time he used fire energy, the recoil went through his body. But think Yes's body is completely intact, without a scratch. The guy must be using some kind of trick. I think Yes didn't see a problem with that. You just need to pull your hand back before the shockwave hits. The other side thought he was talking nonsense. The audience began to ask for permission to use this strategy in their own battles. Come to think of it, players used to play a game where they would put their palms in a crocodile's mouth and quickly pull them back before the monster snapped its jaws shut. I think he demonstrated this movement a few more times and explained that this is how it should be done, then no damage will be done. Do Hyuk said that he had taken something from his opponent's style, but now it was decided to continue the fight. On the other side, he decided to test how cool the player's new invention was. Do Hyuk agreed to use it and immediately rushed into the attack, spinning in a fiery charge. A linear attack like a spear was to be expected. The player was going to dodge before this linear attack caught up with him, but instead of a spear, he received a regular kick. This was followed by a burning stance. If it was not blocked, the opponent would have the opportunity to counterattack. Finally, another fiery path was added, and it became clear that Po wouldn't last long. The player screamed in agony. He couldn't counterattack and thought that some cheap tricks had been played on him. The match was over, and victory was awarded to a player named I Think So. On the other side, he was angry as hell. Even his followers began to switch to this newcomer who had just torn the legend to shreds. On the other side, he experienced a truly perfect defeat. No great player could withstand such a defeat, and he immediately began begging for a rematch. I Think Yes replied that he also really enjoyed these battles, so he gladly agreed to continue. The other side announced the start of the battle and immediately prepared his fiery fist. Very little time passed. 5 battles in a row had already been completed, and the victories remained with the player I Think Yes. Po Duside was unable to win a single one. Followers continued to mock their former idol. They believed that Po Duside had lost perfectly, putting in maximum effort. Judging by his appearance, the player had truly gone mad. Do Hyuk reached out his hand to help his opponent up and noted that his triangular kick and stream of black flames were impressive. Do Hyuk thanked his opponent, saying that he had learned a lot today. Po Tuo could not say the same about his opponent. The player was morally and physically crushed. Do Hyuk thought his opponent could be an excellent hunter. He had created techniques along with a system of play, and they turned out to be quite entertaining. Followers noticed that the player was thinking again, but he was allowed to do so. He had already destroyed the third serious player, Anatolia's swordsman, and now another one. Do Hyuk didn't understand why his followers thought he was being sarcastic. His words about technique and compliments were completely sincere. The young man didn't want to laugh at his opponents. But the audience wanted to see such behavior from their idol, and Do Hyuk asked his opponent what his real name was. After that, the young man pointed his finger at the player and said that Po the other side was really talented. Then he quickly said goodbye, promising that they would play again someday, and left the game. Do Hyuk went to his profile, intending to end the day, but his followers were clamoring for him to continue fighting. They wanted to see the next battle as soon as possible. Do Hyuk noticed that the number of viewers had increased tenfold. This was great news, but it was surprising that, despite the huge number of viewers, the number of missions remained the same. There was probably some kind of bug. Do Hyuk activated money hunting mode. They understood him. Their idol really loved money and all he had to do was reach the highest rank. After that, Do-hyuk immediately agreed to continue the game. He wanted to hunt down a couple of high-ranking players. Do-hyuk continued playing Ultify, winning victory after victory. His opponents couldn't keep up and quickly lost, despite their ranks, titles, and length of play. I think Da continued to win. Only the locations and opponents changed, but the winner remained the same. However, a new problem arose. The further Do-hyuk advanced in the game and developed his abilities, the more difficult it became to arrange a new fight. Most of the masters and gods had already been defeated. After there was no one left willing to fight Do-hyuk, the young man realized that it seemed like the fights were over for today. He had almost turned to leave the game when suddenly a message appeared about a scheduled fight. A stranger greeted him and said he was looking for the foreigner who had defeated Anatoly. This player's name was Wolfgang. He had searched the entire Korean server for the young man. Do-hyuk guessed that he was facing a Japanese player, and this fact further excited the audience. Now he had to literally defend the honor of his country. Wolfgang, whose name was Suki, was a famous player from Japan. He had won 2 world championships and had the best skills in all of Asia, a truly formidable opponent. Such a serious opponent could not be refused. It was a very worthy challenge. Suki was happy to have finally found the player who had defeated Anatoly. He asked again, "I think so. Is this the player who defeated Anatoly?" If so, Tsuki would be the first to defeat the great mysterious master. Do-hyuk listened to this boastful Japanese player, wondering whether it would be better to respond or to ignore his chatter altogether. The audience suggested that the guy choose a different character. Do-hyuk was excited by this idea because he was always the same character. Do-hyuk began to go through the characters. He didn't want to be Steve, who fought against the swordswoman, and he didn't want to be Omazaki either. He chose the character Wolfgang, and now one Wolfgang was fighting another. For Do-hyuk, it was his first game with this character, and he decided to figure it out as he went along. Suki was shocked when he realized that his opponent wanted to beat him with Wolfgang, because the player didn't even know what the cannon form was. Players usually choose Wolfgang because of his pistols, but the bullets are easily deflected by the shield. And the damage from these bullets is so small that even several shots hardly reduce the opponent's HP. That's why Wolfgang is considered a weak character. But players are mistaken. Wolfgang wasn't created just to waste bullets. He was created for masterful use of pistols in close combat with the help of the pushki form. Suki was the first to realize this. Suki won world championships playing as Wolfgang, so if the enemy doesn't want a miserable defeat, he might want to choose another character before it's too late. Do-hyuk listened carefully, thanked his opponent, and said he wanted to at least try. Suki said he would be happy to demonstrate the difference in their levels. The battle began. Do-hyuk immediately drew 2 pistols and opened fire on his opponent. Suki also fired, but simply deflected the bullets flying at him, saying that Do-hyuk was a terrible shot. The damage Do-hyuk could inflict was too minor. It didn't even bother Suki. It was already clear that the things in his hands could hardly be called pistols. Suki dodged perfectly as he approached the enemy and said that he could dodge bullets even with his eyes closed. Now he would show how to play as Wolfgang. The players collided almost nose to nose. There was no shooting between them. Suki got really close, pulled out his guns, and said that this was the first thing to start with. To inflict damage, you need to close the distance immediately. Then the shots will be effective. Suki started shooting, and to his surprise, all the bullets were blocked. Hyuk even managed to catch a few bullets with his teeth, even though the shots were fired from very close range. Suki noted that his opponent really did have quick reflexes. The guy was doing well, but now the real fight was about to begin. Suki announced the second lesson, the form of the gun. Shots had to be fired from close range. To the surprise of the Japanese player, Do-hyuk skillfully dodged almost frontal shots. Suki became enraged and began shooting nonstop. Do-hyuk moved masterfully, retreating to a safe distance and dodging the bullets without missing a single one. He hid behind the car, sat down to catch his breath, and asked his opponent if he wanted to take a break. But the spectators said there was no time for a break. Something truly unusual and amazing was about to happen. Suki fired a long series of shots. It was a pushing attack, and something serious was supposed to follow. This was Wolfgang's main attack, for which the railgun had been created. Do-hyuk would probably have suffered from this attack if he hadn't thrown the car he was hiding behind at the last moment. Suki was preoccupied with this car. It knocked him off course, and the player was unhappy, but something even more surprising happened. Do-hyuk seized the moment, approached his opponent from behind, fired several shots at point-blank range, and said he had learned something new. After that, the player fired the final shot and the computer announced, "I think Da won this battle." It was incredible. Viewers at home jumped up because they hadn't seen such a spectacular stream in a long time. Da impressed everyone. He had zero experience with Wolfgang, but he managed to cancel the capture and repel Pushka's form. The girl realized that the player wasn't just reacting instantly. He was anticipating his opponent's moves and managing to block them. It was the sword princess Haran, who had long considered her opponent a loser, but now saw him as a genius. She wanted to watch his streams over and over again. The next day, the gaming community was talking only about Do-hyuk, who was not an ordinary person, but some kind of super genius. The audience wanted the young man to play non-stop, But after defeating most of his opponents, including the celestial being Po the other side, a break was needed. Do-hyuk had reached a point where even battling professionals was no longer enjoyable. The audience was no longer growing, and the fun had peaked. In the scene with the flying car, the further development of the battle became predictable. A dead roller coaster. A truly dead roller coaster. Do-hyuk decided that in that case, he could try another game. Since he could be here in Iron Fist, everything would be different. The young man remembered how Black Oak told him that the Iron Fist tournament would start soon, and there would be special windows for low-ranked streamers like him. First, he needed to check the participation threshold, broadcast time, and required rank. Before Hyuk logged on, he immediately saw information about one of the players in the news. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. It was indeed Kabna standing before him. In their past life, they had been together until the very end. And now Do-hyuk had met the great Kabna, the Emperor of Dragons. He was one of the 9 heroes of the last resistance fighters. And the young man remembered their meeting even before the regression in the apocalypse. Kabna looked at the thin and weak young man, not understanding how this skinny guy could defeat the strongest fighter of the resistance. Looking at him, he felt anxious about the future of humanity. Kabna said he wanted to see for himself that the boy knew how to fight. It was clear from his appearance that Kabna was simply obsessed with fighting. The psychotic demon Chentao intervened, saying that he wanted to fight this skinny fighter himself and start by ripping his leg off. Do-hyuk replied to the psychopath that before that happened, he would rip his balls off. The Holy Virgin Lisa intervened in the conversation. She said that the psychopath had trained in the martial arts of eunuchs, which was probably why he continued to cause trouble, earning him his nickname. Chen Tao said that his nickname was more related to the fact that Lisa always laughed when talking about him. The gentle blonde said with a touching look that there was no need to get upset. The priestess would cure the psycho, but she soon added that martial arts would not cure him. Chen Tao advised him to pretend to be normal, to act as if nothing had happened. Just accept the fact and move on with your life. It was announced that a training test fight would begin shortly. The psychopath took offense at Marcus and rushed after his comrade, who thought it was fun to tease the psychopathic demon. The pretty girl explained that Marcus the swordsman had recently been called the prodigy of humanity, but now he was acting like a fool. It was the corridor of heroes, where all 9 mental images had gathered. The girl welcomed the young man to the heart of the 9 heroes' resistance. Do-hyuk didn't know what to feel first, pride, confusion, or genuine interest. The young man said that, in his opinion, the atmosphere here did not match the grandiose name. But the girl explained that it was because everyone was just a little tense. Do-hyuk didn't understand how they could be tense, because this was a resistance movement that was going to save the world, and they were led by great heroes of the hunter rank. These heroes were at the forefront of the resistance hunters, and saving the world was their destiny. But we must not forget that they are still human beings first and foremost, which means they have the right not to be perfect all the time. The responsibility for the future of humanity is a heavy burden. To forget about it for a while, heroes sometimes relax. Perhaps this can be called their own battle. If Do-hyuk passes the test, he too will become part of the resistance. And when the guy becomes part of the resistance, he will understand how heavy this title is. The heaviness is born inside every hero from fear. Do-hyuk struck his chest and addressed the other heroes, saying that as the god of war and lord of murder, he would take all the pain upon himself, so the heroes no longer needed to whine. Kabna could no longer wait to start the fight and suggested doing so as soon as possible, noting that he really liked the new guy's strength of spirit. All that remained was to prove that his strength matched his confidence. Do-hyuk saw his opponent's special technique for the first time. Turning into a dragon, it was a truly terrifying sight. The young man thought that this was the second time he had encountered something supernatural, because the first time was also unusual. The viewers showered him with donations, one after another, not understanding what was happening, while their favorite player seemed to be frozen in place. Everyone suspected something was wrong, but it turned out that Do-hyuk had been thinking so deeply that he had fallen off his chair. Now he seemed to have come to his senses. Do-hyuk apologized to his followers, saying that memories had flooded back to him. He stood on his head simply to disconnect from bad thoughts. Viewers admired how quickly their idol had learned to collect donations. Do-hyuk apologized, saying he was just lost in thought. In any case, he had to check if this was the Kabna he remembered from his past life. Do-hyuk asked his followers where this guy played. The viewers said that this crazy guy's name was Kabna. He won all the tournaments in Iron Fist, and in the last semifinal, he played great with Anatoly. Do-hyuk was convinced that this was indeed his former comrade. He was a truly gifted hunter. Of course, in a game like Iron Fist, he had to be good. Of course, the 2 Kabnas live in different universes, so they are not the same person. But some things remain the same. It was this Kabna who once convinced him to take out a bunch of loans. These loans were needed to prepare for the apocalypse. That's why in this life, Do-hyuk is up to his ears in debt. Anger literally tore the guy apart. Do-hyuk believed that all his current problems were because of the past Kabna. Do-hyuk had very negative feelings towards him and decided that the current Kabna would pay in full for the sins of his version from another reality. At that moment, one of the followers asked when the next game in Valhalla would be. It turned out that there was already a battle going on in the forum between Valhalla and Ultifight fans. Do-hyuk understood that in Ultifight, you can quickly reach the highest rank, but as soon as that happens, the audience's interest drops. Therefore, it is better to choose Iron Fist, which is connected to the user base, and attract viewers there. However, you can't just abandon Valhalla. It is gradually becoming more popular, and the viewers and income from it are no joke. Hyuk agonized over the choice between Iron Fist and Valhalla. He thought and thought, calculated, recalculated the options, thought again, and reconsidered his decision. Finally, the decision was made. The young man slammed his fist on the table with all his might. He stood up and loudly declared that if he had to choose only one game, it would be. The young man knew how to keep the suspense going, so he didn't reveal everything at once and said he would tell his followers later when he returned to the game. The disappointment and groans of the audience were boundless. The unexpected broadcast from Valhalla began a little earlier than usual. Do-hyuk was riding a horse, greeting the audience. The player said hello and announced that today he planned to play Valhalla first, and then Ultifight, where he hoped to take first place in the second part. Followers received this news with enthusiasm, ready to spend all their time at the computer. Do-hyuk was very pleased. The more viewers, the more money he would earn. If he had chosen only one game, he would have missed out on a lot. He announced that he had done some preparation today, and after the battle with Beowulf, took on several additional quests. First, he suggested considering a quest called The Rightful Heir to the Throne. After a sudden attack by the Vikings, the king had to abdicate. Someone in line for the throne tried to take the throne, bypassing the rightful heir to prevent the country from falling, and the real heir had to reclaim the throne. The goal was to prevent the heir from dying. In essence, it was a story battle. The heir had to be protected from assassins. The mission was very difficult. It would have been much easier to kill the heir and take the throne himself, but Do-hyuk did not understand how one could kill someone who was asking for help. The young man rode to Leofric's castle, ready to complete the quest, but the audience advised him not to rush. Leofric would immediately send assassins there. Do-hyuk explained that this was his plan, to destroy the place where the assassins came from, like destroying a missile base before the missiles were launched. The viewers watched with pleasure, showering him with donations and admiring their idol. Do-hyuk approached the guards, who shouted at him not to come closer. Entry was prohibited. The guards sounded the alarm and raised their spears, trying to stop the rider. Without slowing down, Do-hyuk smashed the guards' heads with his hatchets and rushed inside the fortress. The soldiers saw the enemy so close for the first time and immediately realized that he had to be stopped. Do-hyuk stormed into the castle like a madman. His horse trampled his opponents while the rider himself chopped off their heads with his axe. He was about to use the barbarian whirlwind, but remembered that many spectators wanted to see the ultimate fight. Do-hyuk switched to Joaquin's abilities and went into hand-to-hand combat. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes. It looked like a red flame stand. Several villains flew high into the air. It was unclear how exactly the pillar of flame appeared in Valhalla. The warriors covered themselves with shields, no longer hoping to attack. Their goal was simply to survive. But soon everything was engulfed in a red hurricane of flame. No one present could withstand the combo of the fiery pillar and the hurricane strike. The spectators did not understand what they were watching. Do-hyuk advanced through the fortress, leaving behind mountains of corpses. Followers watched as he walked across the castle's carpets, throwing donations with interest. They were interested not only in seeing what had already happened, but also in predicting what would happen next. Do-hyuk paused in front of another door and addressed the viewers, saying that they knew how to help him move forward. To do this, they just needed to throw in a little money. The viewers were not thrilled with such brazen extortion, but it was already impossible to stop the flow. Soon the guy was showered with donations, which looked very cute. Do-hyuk said that he had just used the basic red fire stance and hurricane strike from Ultimate Fight. The young man opened the doors, knocked over the braziers around him, and created a fiery effect similar to a red flame stance. Behind the doors was a group of very strong and powerful warriors. After everything was on fire, Do-hyuk used a variety of combat techniques and defeated the enemies. The warriors rushed to attack, determined not to let the player reach Earl. Do-hyuk continued to fight while commenting on his actions for the audience. He used the Iron Mountain Strike and made a powerful swing, adding strike, after which the warriors fell like dominoes. It was an incredibly cool attack at breakneck speed, executed perfectly. The local lord did not understand how the barbarian dared to come here and why he did not retreat. Do-hyuk told the audience that he would end the battle with Wolfgang's pistol. Of course, the audience was surprised. There could be no pistols in Valhalla, but he was talking about a pistol called Axe. Wielding his favorite weapon, the young man finished off the last warriors and completely cleared the area. After that, it was announced that the battle was over, and the player watched what was happening. He was convinced that the newcomer named Do-hyuk was indeed a real monster. He was a combination of red flames and a hurricane strike from Ultifight. It was incredibly cool, and it was almost impossible to oppose him. Anatol was amazed that techniques from Ultifight could be used in Valhalla. The player immediately regretted his statement from the day before, and then he announced that he would stop Do-hyuk and shoot him that evening. The audience's reaction was wonderful. They wanted their favorite to come back and stay in first place. However, the player was no longer so confident. His motivation faced a huge problem, but Anatol could no longer back down. The player did not know what to do or how to get out of the situation, realizing that it would be very difficult for him. Du-hyuk, without changing clothes or pausing, immediately jumped from Valhalla to Ultifight. The young man noted that the audience's reaction to this game was getting better and better each time. He asked the computer for information about his status, wanting to know how far he was from first place. It turned out that Do-hyuk was in 5th place, with a player named Po Tsuo in 2nd and Anatol still holding 1st place. Do-hyuk was satisfied with this information. He understood that he could easily accomplish the task since he had already studied his main opponents. The player turned to the computer to arrange a battle because he needed to advance to 1st place. Swordswoman Haran immediately appeared on the playing field. She was currently in 4th place. The girl said that she had been working hard lately and was now ready for a rematch, offering her opponent to attack first. Seeing such determination and confidence, Do-hyuk even sensed his opponent's weakness. For a moment, it seemed to him that she was afraid. Haran said that she had put a lot of effort into studying Hoken inside and out, so this time her opponent would have to try very hard. Do-hyuk replied that he hadn't been sitting idly by either. After seeing the Sword Princess character, he was not going to choose Hoken this time. The audience was puzzled and immediately began to speculate about which character their favorite would use. Suddenly, everything was bathed in a purple light. The audience wondered, and Haran was unpleasantly surprised, but everyone understood that it was not Wolfgang. Haran couldn't believe her eyes, and it was immediately clear that she was not thrilled with her opponent's choice. It turned out to be a character named Caesar, a dancer with swords. You could say he was the male version of Haran. The Princess of Swords was outraged and considered it absurd that her opponent dared to choose a swordsman. She decided to show the upstart that a sword was an extremely difficult weapon to wield and immediately activated the color of her blade. Caesar received a notification of his 5th consecutive victory and decided that he had had enough of the swordswoman for today, scheduling his next fight. The computer confirmed the end of the battle with Haran and began searching for other opponents. A player named Po Tsuo appeared on the field. Hearing who he was going to fight, he immediately shouted that he didn't want to play and would come back later. Caesar greeted his opponent, noting that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Potu Stronu realized he had no choice, but Do-hyuk had already prepared something for such an unexpected situation. Potu Sid announced that he would fight with his strongest character, Zodiac. Caesar scratched his forehead when the computer confirmed his 5th consecutive victory over Zodiac. The young man noted that his opponent had become stronger. Do-hyuk checked the statistics and saw that he was already in 2nd place. The player asked the computer to select a new opponent. Ideally, it would be Anatol. And then Anatol appeared on the field, playing as Lancer. Anatol was unhappy with the coincidence, but seeing the fans' confidence in his defeat, he declared that he had been preparing all this time and should not be written off. Do-hyuk happily greeted his opponent, saying that he had been waiting for the fight for a long time and was glad that they would meet again in battle. Anatol simply said without a smile that he had also been waiting for the fight, but it was clear that the young man was not yet mentally ready. Anatol felt chills and tremors when he saw Do-hyuk, but hoped that he would be able to put up some kind of resistance. Do-hyuk complimented his opponent's armor. Anatol replied that he had customized this skin himself. The young man had received it for winning the World Championship. He couldn't even remember how many skins he had. Anatol remembered that he had about 10. Lancer had 3 skins, 1 for each victory. At the same time, the player doubted his abilities, wondering if he could win, and it already seemed like nonsense. But he decided not to pay attention to the chances of winning, because there was always something more important in battle. The most important thing was the fans who had come in huge numbers to see their idol. The player understood that he had to do everything for them. Before the fight began, Do-hyuk said that he would defeat Anatol and take 1st place in Ultifight. As soon as the start was announced, Anatol immediately rushed into the attack, realizing that the path to the top would not be easy. Anatol declared that he would not let his opponent get there. Do-hyuk was able to dodge the attack and parry it in time, saying that his opponent was no match for him at this level. The next moment, he used a spinning drill, rotating his spear. This allowed him to significantly increase the distance, and Do-hyuk was forced to jump back. After that, a flower bomb, consisting of a huge number of spears, was sent in his direction. Followers were worried about their idol, but Do-hyuk maneuvered between the spears without getting hit. He reassured the audience, saying that this attack was exactly the same as the swordswoman's. No matter how violent the waves are, they cannot quickly destroy a solid rock. The player was going to demonstrate the art of the heavy sword, which the illusory blade could not withstand. This technique allowed him to destroy countless armies of monsters with a single blow. Anatol was genuinely frightened. He thought it was impossible, that it was pure madness. The blow was so powerful that it violated all the laws of physics. The audience understood that Caesar did not have such a technique at all. It seemed that Do-hyuk had just invented it. Do-hyuk explained that he had decided to combine Wolfgang's technique, but instead of pistols, he used a sword. The fight wasn't over yet, and the audience eagerly awaited the continuation. Anatol no longer wanted to read the fans' comments. They clearly weren't helping. The player announced that he was going to counterattack. Do Hyuk supported this, asking followers to stop teasing Anatol, because usually when people are overwhelmed by such a flood, they are not even capable of thinking about a counterattack. He noted that Anatol had reacted at least a little, and that was because he was a talented player. Viewers began to write that Anatol was only capable of jerking, but Do Hyuk defended his opponent, saying that he was not laughing, but actually praising him. Soon the computer announced that the damage field had been completely restored, and Do Hyuk suggested that Anatol play again. Anatol could not refuse, especially since the audience was pressuring him, expecting him to justify his merits. The playing field was literally ablaze with explosions, temporarily turning into a boxing ring with Anatol as the punching bag. Another match ended. Anatol lay on the ground, receiving messages from the audience that he had done a great job and lost everything he could. The young man was exhausted not only physically, but also mentally, not understanding why the game was going so badly and nothing was working out. At that moment, new statistics came in. The player I Think So was now in first place, and Anatol was in 8th. At that time, news spread throughout the gaming community. Do Hyuk had officially announced that he was going to complete Iron Fist and was going to reach first place in the world. Everyone was preoccupied with this news, and followers began placing bets on how far Do Hyuk would be able to advance. Anatol tried to analyze the situation. If he had been asked the day before, he would have said that Do Hyuk would certainly start well, but everyone has their limits. Do Hyuk proved his talent in Ultimate Fight, but in Iron Fist there are tons of monsters like him. For example, a legendary player from South Africa named Kaba won the Iron Fist World Championships twice in his first year after his debut. However, now no one could think so unequivocally. Everyone understood that Do Hyuk would be able to conquer not only Iron Fist, but also other popular games. The question arose, could one person reach the top in several games at once? Everyone wanted to know how far Do Hyuk could go on his own. Do Hyuk decided to arrange a surprise stream for his fans and logged into the game space. Viewers began to guess which game he would start with. He said that he might take on Valhalla second today or take a short break from it. In addition, he reached first place in Ultifight today, and it was time to choose a new game. This new game was the fighting game Iron Fist, and Do Hyuk decided to try it out. The player turned to the computer, saying that he needed to decide on a nickname. He was going to leave it as, I Think So, but there were already many players registered with that nickname on the network. He had to accept this fact. Famous people have to make sacrifices. The young man suggested to the computer that he play with this nickname, combining it with Iron Fist. After the download was complete, Do Hyuk found himself in the new Iron Fist game space. He chose a character named Kujo. The audience was delighted. They believed that their hero would start a new chapter in the game's history. First, he had to choose a mode, Story, which was not available in Ultifight, online or offline. The audience actively discussed the secret story quest, an Easter egg that even Anatol and Poe the other side couldn't uncover. Do Hyuk decided to leave the story for later and start with online mode, as in the ranked battles of Ultifight. The computer began to select an opponent for the online battle. In all the houses, viewers sat at their computers watching Iron Fist. There was no limit to their admiration. Do Hyuk had already won 10 victories in a row. The player entered the chat and didn't understand why all the forum participants were so excited. Even the top Ultifight players were flocking to Iron Fist just because a newbie had won several battles in a row. Among them was Akuma, a professional player. On the other side, a member of his team confirmed that the noise was indeed crazy. Akuma didn't understand why success in Ultifight allowed the newbie to pass Iron Fist. The game mechanics and microcontrol system are completely different there. People react as if a good cyclist will automatically be great at driving a tank. The other guy told his friend that he had thought the same thing at first, but this player was truly unreal. He decided not to say anything else. His friend would find out for himself when he met Do Hyuk. In the meantime, he needed to train hard. Potsua went to play full Daev, saying he would wait for Akuma there. Akuma wondered, could the newbie really be on par with Vasily, Anatoly, or Po2 side? It really seemed impossible. Akuma made up his mind. He decided to make it clear to the newcomer that Ultifight and Iron Fist were different games. In Iron Fist, the total destruction of opponents continued. The 18th defeated opponent in a row was already lying on the floor. Viewers wrote that it all looked too easy, and Do Hyuk began to worry that his followers would lose interest in watching him. He asked the computer to select a new opponent, hoping that this time he would get a strong player. A new opponent appeared before him, the Demon King Akuma. He had never lost a single match, and his level was equivalent to that of a heavenly god. The audience was thrilled. Now there would be a real serious fight, a worthy test for their idol. The heavenly god was slightly below the level of the fallen god of the highest level in Iron Fist, although sometimes the fallen god called himself that. Despite all the ranks, levels, and number of victories, the audience had not heard of the nickname Akuma. It was a new account of a professional player hiding his identity. Akuma was also Amoka's nickname, which he changed back and forth. If Do Hyuk wins with this character, he will level him up again. Akuma was going to be the winner who would tear apart the player that even Poe the other side couldn't handle. Set on a quick victory, Akuma took a fighting stance and suggested starting the fight. Followers wrote that to play Iron Fist, you need to master the Lightning God technique. It is used only by professionals. It has many advantages, but is quite difficult. Duhuk read the comments and noticed that followers were suggesting he play as the Demon King. The young man really liked the idea. After that, Do-hyuk decided to change characters to counter Akuma's moves. Soon, the Demon King appeared before the player and viewers, and Do-hyuk began to master the new lightning technique. Akuma couldn't believe his eyes. He was literally shaking with rage, thinking that his opponent was mocking him. Do-hyuk assured his opponent that he was not laughing at all. He just wanted to learn a lot and considered Akuma his teacher. The fight began. Akuma rushed into the attack, declaring that his opponent did not dare to laugh at him. Do-hyuk was completely relaxed, not expecting an attack from behind, and almost died laughing. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, noting that his opponent was falling for the provocation, which meant he was losing his vigilance. Do-hyuk spun around and struck. Akuma dodged and jumped aside, flashing like lightning. Do-hyuk noted that his opponent was very fast and quickly thought through his next moves. He began to activate the Lightning God technique, a lightning-fast movement, like the step of lightning itself. Akuma directed a lightning strike at his opponent. The spectators were horrified, realizing what was happening. Do-hyuk received the lightning strike, but at the last moment managed to put up his defense. He jumped aside, realizing that he was not yet used to the new mechanics and had made a mistake, but that it would not happen again. The young man announced that he would now fight big. Everything around him was engulfed in lightning and flashes. Akuma analyzed his opponent and realized that he relied on brute force. He decided that his reconnaissance was complete and it was time to act. Akuma declared that from that moment on, Do-hyuk would not touch a hair on his head and use the Demon King's high-speed technique to create many ghost clones. But Do-hyuk was not confused and immediately identified the real opponent among the crowd. He grabbed Akuma by the shoulder and said that he understood his plan right away. First, Do-hyuk noted that he had to repay a small debt to his opponent. The young man activated a lightning fist explosion, a strike only available to a fallen god. All the clones were scattered in different directions, and in the end, only Akuma remained on the playing field. Do-hyuk announced that he wanted to celebrate his arrival in Iron Fist and would now try the Iron Mountain Strike. This strike was even faster than lightning, allowing the player to take off like a rocket. The opponent did not have time to do anything, not even blink, and was already lying motionless on the playing field. At that time, a tournament of the same name was being held at the Japanese Iron Fist Arena. The tournament was coming to an end and the winner was about to be announced. To the delight of the fans, the winner was a player named Suki. He received the cup and stood on the stage next to the host. The host said that Suki had shown a level of play that was head and shoulders above the other participants, and the audience was interested in the secret of his success. Suki thought for a few minutes and then said that the secret to his success was a Korean player named Do-hyuk. The battle with him in Ultu fight was a real shock therapy. Do-hyuk repelled all of Suki's attacks. After that, Suki repeatedly reviewed the recording of the game, analyzing the techniques, and ultimately won the cup. Suki did not expect that Master Do-hyuk had actually trained him and taught him how to play. Having figured out the techniques, Suki chose the ninja Hataori, who fought with 2 swords at once. With this character, he easily defeated his opponents and won the tournament. However, Tsuki understood that he could not reveal the secret on stage. Given the tense relations between the countries, he could be called a traitor. So he said that the main secret to success was the support of the audience and the help of the team. And of course, personal physical qualities and a constant willingness to learn new things. The host announced that creative streamers would be participating in EVO next time. There would be something like a special challenge for them. They say that the strongest player of the new generation, Shinjiro, will appear there. The girl wanted to know if Tsuki had heard about this. Tsuki was horrified by this news. Would streamers really be allowed to participate in EVO for Shinjiro's debut? The player thought it was complete idiocy, because in that case, there was a very high probability that Do-hyuk would appear there. And his debut could plunge the entire gaming world into chaos. It would be like summoning a demon lord to Earth. The host couldn't understand what was going on with the winner. Do-hyuk hadn't even entered the game yet, and there was already a huge crowd of fans waiting for him, admiring his victories in Iron Fist and wanting to know what he thought about the news. He had heard about the tournament for streamers. Anatol had told him about it, but Do-hyuk asked him to keep it a secret. The young man began to play dumb, saying that perhaps it was some kind of competition in Iron Fist where creative streamers could also participate. But his followers didn't believe him and said that he was an excellent player and fighter, but absolutely unable to lie. The only thing he couldn't do was pretend. Fans wanted to know if Do-hyuk wins the streamer tournament, will he participate in EVO? The young man replied that he would, of course. He would do it because he wanted to defeat Kabna. The audience couldn't wait to see this great battle. But first, Do-hyuk had to take first place in Iron Fist. He immediately went into the game, determined to defeat everyone in order to reach the top rank as quickly as possible. At the same time, in Johannesburg, Kabna was busy with his affairs in his apartment. A girl was looking for him, not understanding why he was taking so long. The man finally breathed a sigh of relief and moved his little finger. It turned out that his ear was itchy, and while he was scratching it, he almost broke his finger. Kabna was called the monster from monsters because he had repeatedly won the Iron Fist World Championship. The girl said that if your ear itches, it means that someone is thinking about you and talking about you. In some countries, there is a superstition that if a person's ear itches, someone is talking about them. Kabna said that this is complete nonsense and that he no longer believes in superstitions. The girl noted that it was funny to hear this from a man who said he had to save the world because his grandmother had predicted it. Kabna did not argue. In his tribe, his grandmother was a shaman and a healer, and also an albino, like his parents. Because of this, trouble soon befell their family. The parents were caught by hunters, but the grandmother managed to escape with her little grandson. After that, Kabna did not want to tell the girl about his misfortunes. One day, his grandmother made a prophecy. She told her grandson that he would see the end. All the misfortunes that the family had gone through were sent by fate to make him a hero who would save people. Kabna remembered the death of his parents and immediately believed his grandmother's words, beginning to train tirelessly. One day, he realized that his body and mind were ready for the trials. But soon his grandmother said that the prophecy would not come true. On the one hand, this was good news, but his grandmother's last words sounded strange. Beware of the one who cuts through lightning? Kabna still did not understand what this meant. Even on her deathbed, his grandmother said strange things. All his life, the boy suffered because of these words. They regularly popped into his mind. He didn't tell anyone about his thoughts, returned to reality, and told the girl that he needed to discuss something important. The girl listened very attentively and warily. Kabna announced that there would be a final tournament for his team at Iron Fist. He started playing in Iron Fist because he heard that there were many strong players there, like himself. But now he was bored because it was difficult to find someone who could withstand his attacks. Kabna wanted to experience the same feeling he had felt on the day he fought a strong opponent and trembled with excitement. He was sure that the person who talked about the many strong players in Iron Fist was lying, so he decided to quit the game. After the tournament, Kabna planned to completely change the set of games and announce it in advance. Meanwhile, Do-hyuk won another victory in Iron Fist and noted that sometimes he came across some pretty good opponents. For example, he defeated the national champion with a single blow, using his opponent's signature weapon, a club. At this point, Do-hyuk had reached the level of the Divine Throne in just 2 days, after which the Kingdom of the Fist Gods began. He was pleased that his progress was rapid, which meant that first place was just around the corner. Do-hyuk asked the computer to select his next opponent to gain experience. The computer did it quickly, and a new punching bag appeared on the field. It was a true god-level player named Masamune. The young man introduced himself as Shinjiro, the crown prince of Japanese fighting games, and followed in the footsteps of the main champion, Tsuki. Tsuki personally warned the guy and other members of the Japanese team. He was sure that Do-hyuk could surpass Anatoly, so it was better to stay away from him. After that, Shinjiro watched the stream out of curiosity and realized that Tsuki's warning was not just empty talk. As soon as Do-hyuk started playing, he too began crushing strong players left and right. However, Shinjiro wasn't afraid because he was confident that he was also very strong. Today's battle was reconnaissance for him. To make sure of this before the streamer tournament began, he needed to test Do-hyuk for himself. Shinjiro declared that the one who survives in the end is the strongest, and now he wanted to prove it to everyone. Do-hyuk looked at his opponent with interest and was happy to meet a strong opponent, so he asked the young man to hold out as long as possible. After all, if the fight ended too quickly, Do-hyuk would receive too few donations, and at this stage, that was the only thing he was interested in. Shinjiro was able to parry the player's first attack with his sword. After that, the guy immediately launched a counterattack, which disarmed his opponent. Do-hyuk looked almost dead, and the audience immediately began to worry about their idol. I hope he doesn't die right in front of them. Do-hyuk reassured his followers, replying that he was fine, and approached his opponent from behind. Shinjiro realized that he had cut the clone with his sword last time. Do-hyuk confirmed this and was able to knock the sword out of his opponent's hand with a punch, performing a spinning throw. Shinjiro was forced to admit that his opponent was very skilled in the art of Mutadori and was able to take his sword away. The player wanted to know who had taught Do-hyuk. Do-hyuk always shared his knowledge very sincerely with players and opponents. He was immediately ready to answer this question. He had been taught this technique by a holy swordswoman named Tiba-rin, one of the 9 heroes. All of Do-hyuk's sword skills were based on her secret techniques. When the young man asked why she was called the holy swordswoman and not the goddess of swords, even though she had such abilities, the girl replied that the name God of Swords was already taken. The strikes and semicircular throws that Shinjiro used were very similar to the techniques of the holy swordswoman. Shinjiro told his opponent that his strikes reflected his family's school, so the young man wanted to know who exactly had taught him. Do-hyuk, of course, did not want to tell the truth. He said he would answer his opponent if he could block his strike. Do-hyuk took up a stance that left Shinjiro in no doubt. The young man saw that hidden techniques possessed by his family were being used against him. Shinjiro was so confused that he couldn't defend himself. He knew that a secret technique called moonlight was being used against him, but who had taught it to the Korean player remained a mystery. Do-hyuk won again. The audience did not understand what unknown technique he had used, but everyone was thrilled. Shinjiro was very upset. He didn't understand who this player was. Do-hyuk realized that his opponent had recognized the moonlight technique, which meant that his guess was correct. Shinjiro continued to try to figure out who Do-hyuk was. Do-hyuk replied that it didn't matter at all and asked if the player had an older sister. Shinjiro was furious. He wasn't going to discuss his family, and his followers started laughing at him and making fun of him, because usually when there's a cute boy, he often has a very pretty little sister. Do-hyuk realized that his question sounded very ambiguous, as if he was asking the player to bring his older sister here. Do-hyuk immediately started saying that this was not what he meant. The guys laughed about the older sister for a while, but no one gave anyone any useful information. At that very moment in Japan, in one of the houses, you could hear that training was taking place, and someone was panting heavily, honing their skills. A girl in traditional Japanese clothing with swords was training. She was practicing a new technique and was very focused. She had to take half a step to the right, then gather the color in the blade. Moonlight envelops the whole world and therefore can cut it with a single blow. The girl struck, and indeed, all the dummies she was practicing with were cut in two. But suddenly, the girl thought she needed to relax the muscle on the roller. She examined the dummies. 2 of the 3 had broken into 3 and 4 pieces, but the last one had not been cut perfectly. In their family, they said that the first head of the clan could split stones and cut down forests with just a sword. It was unclear how he did it, but then someone's shadow appeared near the training hall. The girl's younger brother, Tiba Shinjiro, a descendant of a famous swordmaster and holy swordsman, ran into the hall. His sister was very strict. She pointed her sword at her brother and said that she had asked not to be disturbed during training. Rin wielded her sword even better than her older brother, who was considered the strongest in the entire Tiba family. Shinjiro calmly pushed the blade away from his sword and asked if his sister was teaching anyone their secret moonlight technique. Rin said that this was an offensive statement, and if her brother wanted to fight right now, he'd better put on his armor. Shinjiro realized that his sister was very strong. He immediately began to deny it, saying that he didn't mean it that way. The young man understood that his sister couldn't know Do-hyuk. Everything was already unclear. Why did this player's movements feel like the Tiba family style? And why did Do-hyuk seem to know his sister personally? Shinjiro decided to check it out and asked Rin to come outside with him. She had to see something. Do-hyuk continued to fight another opponent in the Iron Fist game. Everyone understood from watching his movements that the Lightning God technique had come to an end because it was completely ineffective against the technique Do-hyuk was displaying. The computer announced that the player's rank had been raised to True God. It was extremely rare for a promotion to occur right in the middle of a game. Do-hyuk addressed his followers and said that he would be ending for the day, apologizing to his viewers. His followers immediately decided that it was about donations and that their idol was about to start begging for money. However, the young man replied that he was not like that and that he really had things to do. However, several large donations immediately changed the player's mood, so he announced that it was time to start the second part of the stream. Do-hyuk now had the True God level, which meant that in a few days he would reach the threshold for participating in an international tournament. Do-hyuk wanted to know if he only needed to wield a sword there, or if other games would be acceptable. After receiving an answer, the young man decided it was time to start the game he had originally planned for the second part of the stream. The computer immediately complied with the request, and the young man found himself in a world where legends of fearsome Vikings came to life. It was Valhalla Rising. Hyuk hadn't played the game for several days and had even missed it. He brought a blade with him on this mission. It wasn't a specialized blade, but an ordinary kitchen knife that the guy had taken from a restaurant last time. The viewers immediately decided that Do-hyuk was going to cook food in this game. But the young man did not have time to answer them because a group of enemies approached the player. They were on horseback and armed with long, powerful spears. There were many knights, and they were very strong. In addition to the horsemen, shield bearers also arrived, who raised their protective shields and began to push Do-hyuk back. The cavalry, without waiting for a special invitation, immediately rushed into the attack, ready to defend the honor of their lord. Against these long, powerful metal spears, in the coffin stood a man with a kitchen knife in his hands. Of course, the cavalry pounced like a pack of hungry wolves. But Do-hyuk did not lose his composure and began to dive under the players, striking them with his knife. In addition, the knife cut through the hands along with the spears, and the opponent's legs fell from their horses, losing parts of their bodies. It didn't take long for the ranks of the cavalry to thin out, all thanks to one kitchen knife and one excellent player. The foot soldiers were already getting tired, watching their powerful cavalry suffer defeat. Hyuk had already destroyed a large number of enemies, but then he decided to use his signature move. Everyone wanted to see his technique. The shield bearers did not wait for a special invitation and went on the attack, covering themselves with their shields. Do-hyuk used moonlight and cut the foot soldiers moving towards him in half, along with their shields. Do-hyuk defeated an entire infantry unit with a single blow. It was a wonderful defense, and the spectators screamed with delight. A notification announced that the quest called The Rightful Heir to the Throne had been completed. Do-hyuk did not understand why everything happened so quickly, because in the end, he was supposed to put some other Viking on the throne. But it turned out that they had given up trying to win after the knights continued to die on the ground. Ominous rumors about a formidable new Viking spread throughout the kingdom. The Tiba family in Japan also watched this game. Shinjiro was sure that they had witnessed their family technique, moonlight. His sister said that it wasn't exactly their technique, it was slightly different. The basis of the real Moonlight is high speed, but this player's knife relied on power, and he used the path to the top. Of course, if you combine the path to the top with fast Moonlight, you can achieve what the girl had been striving for so long. She became very interested in the game and asked her brother to teach her the ins and outs of it. Shinjiro was very surprised to hear this request because when he asked his sister to play together, she always refused him with the words, "I need to practice." Her brother wanted to know what had changed. The girl replied that she had finally found her path, and it was the path for her sword. The next day, the brother and sister were walking down the street. The brother was not sure that his sister was showing him the right way. Jian was sure she was going the right way, even though they had been wandering around with a map for an hour and couldn't find the right place. Do-hyuk remembered that the day before, his sister had told him about a female YouTuber who was very young and beautiful. But Jian said that her brother had got it all wrong because she had been talking about a guy. Finally, the brother and sister arrived at the place they had been looking for all this time. The fact was that they had an appointment there. The girl looked into the cafe to see if the guy she was supposed to meet was there. Jian greeted Min, saying that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. In response, the guy waved back at them. To his surprise, Do-hyuk realized that his sister had brought him to meet Jigal Min, the big-eared guy. The big-eared boy also recognized his savior and asked what he was doing there. Do-hyuk turned to his sister and said, "Did Jian really want to introduce me to this big-eared kid?" The big-eared boy immediately began to speak. He did not understand why his big brother had left so easily back then, since the boy had not even thanked him for saving him. Since then, Jigal had thought about his savior every day. He really wanted to express his gratitude. Jigal Min looked at his savior and idol with admiration and said that he had been looking for him for a very long time and that Do-hyuk's strength was unreal. Big Ears hugged his savior tightly and said that this was exactly what he needed. Jian was frightened, alarmed, and surprised. It couldn't be that these two were dating, but maybe they just loved each other. Hearing this version, Do-hyuk pushed the guy aside, but Little Min continued to shout about how much he adored his savior. That same night, there was another surprise stream from Master Do-hyuk in the game Iron Fist. The player addressed his fans and said that he had to confess something to them before someone else told them. Do-hyuk informed his followers that many people wanted to watch videos of his early games, so he started a YouTube channel. From now on, all his walkthroughs can be found there. Viewers began to say that some had already watched the videos on this channel. Everything was indeed posted in high quality, and it was immediately apparent that the player had a good editor. The day before, there was an unpleasant scene when, in front of passers-by, Jigal Min begged the player to become his teacher. Later, they finally sorted out the misunderstanding and agreed that Big Ears would work as a video editor, and in return, Do-hyuk promised to teach the guy. After the YouTube channel advertisement was completed, Do-hyuk said that he was preparing for a streamer tournament, so today he would be working hard to improve his rank. At that very moment, Shinjiro was fighting in the Japanese sector of the game Iron Fist. He took a powerful blow, had to retreat, and admitted that it was very fast. It didn't seem like his sister was really playing for the first time, because in the game, it didn't matter at all how well the girl wielded a sword in real life. But now the player understood that she managed to block his attack and immediately attack. She did all this without mechanics. Rin had never heard of mechanics before and didn't understand what her brother meant. Shinjiro had never beaten his sister in real life, so he wanted to tell her about this feature after at least one victory in the game. The young man began to explain that in Iron Fist there was such a thing as mechanics, and if a player used it, the game would adjust their movements. Rin asked if her brother had used mechanics when he attacked her. The girl received an affirmative answer, snorted at the mechanics, and delivered several very quick sword strikes that were impossible to block. Shinjiro tried to explain something to his sister, saying that even with mechanics, it wasn't that simple. But then the young man realized that his sister was not listening to his instructions at all. Shinjiro was shocked when he realized that the technique he had personally mastered over many months had been mastered by his sister on her first try. Tsuki had once told him about genius players, and now it seemed that Shinjiro was looking at one such genius player. He didn't know how to explain it, so looking at his sister, he called it damn talent. Time flew by very quickly and imperceptibly, and finally the day of the Iron Fist tournament for streamers arrived. The preliminary fights were over, and only the final stage remained. Do-hyuk was exempt from the preliminary battles because he was selected as a guest, having achieved the rank of Heavenly Battle in a short time without a single defeat. Do-hyuk felt embarrassed by such kind words, but he was more interested in which pairs would be drawn. The host announced that before the pairs of players were announced, she wanted to introduce everyone to the Emperor of Japanese fighting games, Suki. The audience enthusiastically welcomed their favorite, who announced that he would not be playing today, but would be participating in the tournament in a new role as a commentator. The girl asked Suki who he thought would win the game. Of course, everyone had heard about the star, and most likely about Lee Do-hyuk, who had been performing very well lately. Suki replied that in his opinion, Shinjiro would most likely win. He couldn't say out loud that he thought Do-hyuk would be the winner. Suki began to wriggle out of the question, saying that he didn't want to name anyone at all so as not to put pressure on that person, so he preferred to remain silent. After that, the host began dividing all the declared players into pairs. The first pair was to be Japan's representative, Shinjiro. His opponent was the sword princess Haran. In the second battle, the player who received the title of guest, Lee Do-hyuk, was to meet. His partner was a warrior named Zhao Long. Do-hyuk watched the draw, realizing that an interesting battle was in store between the swordswoman and Shinjiro. The computer invited the player to enter the game to participate in the battle. Do-hyuk immediately and happily joined the fight. Do-hyuk joined the tournament, and the computer announced that the player was on the Chinese map Watchtower. Soon his opponent also joined the game. Zhao Long had the rank of Heavenly God. He immediately announced that he had always wanted to fight the little sword king, Shinjiro, but instead he got some streamer from some obscure little country. Zhao Long picked up the cup of tea he was holding and said that before his tea got cold, the player would win and come back to finish it. The player took a defensive stance, activated his abilities, and invited his opponent to attack. Do-hyuk instantly defeated his opponent, and before Zhao Long could recover, he went to finish his tea, which turned out to be surprisingly hot. The followers were delighted. Their favorite had indeed kept his promise, and the tea had not had time to cool down. Do-hyuk waited for the next match. He was curious to see how things were going with the swordswoman. The sword princess had won. The girl had done a great job with Shinjiro. Korean fans were ecstatic. They called the Princess of Swords the first student of Master Do-hyuk, a title that did not suit the beauty at all. In any case, the girl believed that the final tournament should be between her and Do-hyuk. By defeating him, she would prove to the whole world that she was a real force to be reckoned with. Soon, the arena was restored, and it was time to meet the next opponent. This time, the Princess of Swords' next opponent was Masamune, who had only 16 victories. This meant that the girl was new, but also very cute. She immediately gained fans. Heron tried to stifle a snide laugh, not understanding how anyone else could be called cute when the most beautiful girl in the world of computer games was present. The Princess of Swords was referring to herself. Heron continued to actively correspond with her admirers, explaining to them that she was the most beautiful, athletic, strong, and intelligent person here. Masamune let her opponent enjoy the conversation, and Heron began to look not so pretty. Finally, the Princess of Swords ended the conversation. She apologized to her rival, saying that the audience demanded her attention and she simply couldn't refuse them. At last, the signal came for the players to get ready. Masamune continued to wait very calmly for the game to begin. As soon as the signal to start the battle was given, the Princess of Swords rushed into the attack. Masamune parried several attacks in a row, confusing the Princess of Swords because it was impossible to fight such an inexperienced opponent for long. Haran, in turn, also parried the attack, saying that she was not the only one who could deflect blows. The fight between the girls was very beautiful. They attacked and dodged perfectly. The Princess of Swords admitted that her opponent was really good. Haran was about to end the fight, but Masamune had no intention of dragging it out. She used only one moonbeam and cut off all questions and expectations from the audience. The Japanese swordswoman won, but the girl noted that even with the use of mechanics, she now had a weak, low threshold. The girl could force herself to reach the second moon, and even the third, but she understood that she was very far from Do-hyuk's moonlight. Do-hyuk soon defeated Stormy Night. It was a difficult opponent, but the young man gradually advanced to the final of the tournament. It became known that Do-hyuk had defeated Zhao Long, and the tea had not even cooled yet. This was followed by a victory over Rock, a player from Tibet who loved rock climbing and admired Rocky Mountains. In the semifinals, Do-hyuk defeated Stormy Night from Jeju Island. He was also a very strong player, and Do-hyuk became the first participant in the final. Soon, his opponent in the final would be decided, because the semi-final battle was coming to an end. And so, the excitement reached its peak. Everyone was wondering who would make it to the final, as well as who would become the winner of the tournament and win a ticket to the EVO tournament. Finally, the most crucial moment arrived, and the second finalist, eagerly awaited by all the spectators and Do-hyuk, was determined. And that winner was a player from Japan, Masamune, who was a completely unknown newcomer, and who, in turn, defeated Shinjiro. Do-hyuk looked at his opponent and immediately recognized the girl. Masamune greeted the player, saying that she had been looking forward to meeting him. Her name was Tiba Rin, and Do-hyuk had recently played with her brother Shinjiro. The young man looked at the girl and thought that he had guessed correctly. She was indeed Tiba Rin. She was one of the 9 heroes of the future, beautiful, strong, brave, and courageous. She was a monster slayer, a holy swordswoman, Tiba Rin. Once, during a break between battles, the young people had a conversation. Tiba Rin asked the guy what he would do when the world returned to normal. Do-hyuk was roasting meat on a fire at the time. The guy said he didn't like crowded places, so he would most likely go to the mountains or the sea and take up fishing. Rin replied that she didn't really like fish, or rather, she couldn't stand the smell of it, so the guy shouldn't forget that. Do-hyuk didn't understand what the girl meant and handed her a piece of meat roasted on the fire. The monster meat was well cooked. Do-hyuk was quite a good cook at home. The young man was completely brainless and did not understand what the beauty was getting at. He thought the girl was speaking in riddles. Tiba Rin said that if the battle ended in defeat the next day, and Do-hyuk used the regression stone, He would teach her the fighting technique that they had perfected with the previous Tiba-Rin. The girl also added something about children. She said she had one daughter and one son. Do-hyuk didn't understand much of what Rin was saying at the time, but he clearly remembered her feelings. Tiba-Rin was upset that her sword skills were not improving and asked him to show her the way for her sword. It seems that the day has finally come. Do-hyuk asked the girl if she had given him the mission with the sword. Tiba-Rin confirmed this information, but asked to see the player's technique again. Do-hyuk immediately agreed to show her, saying that he had specially prepared his technique for the new character. After that, the player took a stance and invited the girl to have some fun together. Do-hyuk gave his opponent the first strike, saying that she could start when she was ready. Soon, the start of the fight was announced. Rin immediately rushed into the attack as soon as she heard Long's signal. Do-hyuk, of course, parried her attack, saying that she needed to be faster. In a one-on-one fight, a strike must be delivered instantly. After that, their blades met several times, but the attacks were parried without any problems. Masamune struck again and felt no resistance. The girl realized she had cut through the clone. At that moment, Do-hyuk was already standing behind his opponent. He appeared there as if out of nowhere, but the guy couldn't deliver a killing blow because the girl jumped back very quickly at the last moment. Masamune realized that she had barely escaped, but she had managed to do so. Do-hyuk also noted that the girl was able to break through the defense and parry the fast strike, but in the end she relaxed and therefore lost. Of course, one might think that this was her limit, but in that case she would not have been able to see the essence of Do-hyuk's technique. Masamune really wanted to see her opponent's technique, but at the same time, she didn't want to reveal the power of her own sword. The girl was so confident, and now she was on the verge of disgrace. The swordswoman knelt down and was about to commit seppuku, but the young man stopped her, saying that she didn't need to be so hard on herself. The young man did not understand why she always took her mistakes so much to heart, because people have the right to make mistakes. The girl did not understand how the player knew her, and especially how he knew about her doubts regarding her sword skills. Do-hyuk realized that he had said too much and began to make excuses, saying that he had seen this many times before, so he instinctively assumed it. Tiba-Rin looked at the player, and a thought popped into her head. Could it really be him? The guy she liked, and he wanted to spend his whole life with her. Otherwise, why would he have studied all her habits? Of course, the girl would love to date a guy who was stronger than her, but everything was happening very quickly. They had just met, and he was already grabbing her hand. No, it was too hasty. Hyuk didn't even try to say anything, but the girl had already agreed, promising that there would be only one son and one daughter, no more. The young man didn't understand what she was talking about, because it was the same as last time. But in fact, they were now in their final battle. Tiba-Rin apologized to her opponent, saying that she had behaved in a manner unworthy of a swordsman during the fight. The girl looked at her opponent with a loving gaze. She was delighted that even at such moments he continued to think about the battle. He was worthy of approval. Do-hyuk realized that, as they say, he had been married off without his consent. Rin said that it was a swordsman's duty to face his opponent with the heart of a true swordsman, and now the girl would show the height of her skill. Do-hyuk gladly agreed, and in the next moment he was ready to repel her attack. The girl used the first moon strike, followed by a second, third, and even a fourth moon. Everything around them shook and was covered in smoke. The opponents sat facing each other, coughing up dust, and the building was almost destroyed. Tiba-Rin looked at her opponent, realizing that everything would be exactly as she had expected. Do-hyuk, of course, withstood all these attacks and now looked at his opponent. The audience and followers were happy that their idol was alive, safe, and unharmed. Do-hyuk turned to the girl, saying that now he had seen all her skills, and her last attack showed how hard she had trained before. Tiba-Rin understood that now it was her opponent's turn to attack. Nothing good was to be expected. Do-hyuk held his sword forward and said he would show the technique he had created on the day of the meteor shower. It's like throwing the moon. This technique combines the essence of heavy and soft sword techniques, the young man explained. The girl watched with great interest and memorized everything her opponent showed her. Do-hyuk continued to explain the principle behind such a strike and told her exactly what he called this technique. It was falling moon, which had a devastating effect, illuminating everything around it and smashing the playing field to smithereens. The hosts who were conducting the tournament were so shocked that even they thought it was too much. The girl wanted to ask Suki, an expert and connoisseur, how realistic it was to perform such a technique. Suki believed that theoretically, if the player did not use the auto-adjustment provided by the game, it was possible. However, it was still unclear what it was. The co-host continued to ponder. After all, Kabna had demonstrated similar power in his moves at the last tournament. Suki recalled that this was indeed the case. Kabna had caused a huge explosion, which fans called the Tunguska Flash. This meant that player Do-hyuk could at least match the best Iron Fist player, Kabna. Suki hoped that he would see Kabna and Do-hyuk face off in the EVO tournament. And just then, the announcement of the end of the final battle came. The match between Do-hyuk and Tiba-Rin was coming to an end, and no one doubted who the winner would be. It was Do-hyuk who had won 3 victories in a row, which meant that the young man was the winner of the streamer tournament. Do-hyuk raised his sword, greeting the audience and fans as if hinting, "Guys, get your wallets out and start transferring money to my account." Finally, this important and solemn day was over, and the next day everyone was busy preparing for the new tournament again. In the gym, near the heavy barbells, it was very sweaty, and the guy was training hard. Do-hyuk lifted heavy barbells trying to relax his body, which felt tense after the tournament the day before. The guy knew that if his body was sore after playing like that, he needed to stretch even more, putting himself through physical exercises. Perhaps this was the effect of full immersion, directly affecting the neural connections in the brain, but it seemed that the effectiveness of the training had improved. Initially, the guy had prepared a stockpile of dumbbells in case of an apocalypse and was going to get rid of them. But now it became clear that it was better to keep them for a while longer for regular training. In addition, this gym can be useful as a training ground for big ears. The rent has been paid for a long time. Do-hyuk sent Little Min for a run a long time ago, and he still hasn't returned. Could the guy have collapsed somewhere because he was assigned by his coach to run with a 5-kilogram lead bag? The young man took his phone out of his pocket, but just then he received a message. It was a notification about the transfer of prize money for the championship the guy had won. Do-hyuk calculated that in just 3 weeks of playing, he had managed to earn more than 30 million won. The guy decided to check how much he still needed to repay on his loan. It turned out that the loan amount was approximately 30 million won, which meant that it was time to pay off this damn debt that annoyed the guy so much. At that moment, a noise distracted him. Probably Jiggle Min returning from his run, but he still had to go see where he had been running and pick up the lead bags from him. However, before reaching the door, the guy heard a voice asking his mother not to worry. Jiggle Min was sitting under the door of the gym and talking to his mother on the phone. The guy said that he had found a good part-time job, so his mother didn't need to worry about hospital bills, but just take care of herself. The boy told his mother that she needed to get well soon and not worry about anything, and that he would work and call her back in the evening. After finishing the conversation with his mother, Jiggle began to cry and couldn't hold back. After that, he started slapping his hands and feet and forbade himself to cry because his younger brother had already moved on to high school. Until his mother recovered and got well, the boy couldn't give up. Do-hyuk overheard this conversation while standing outside the gym door. Do-hyuk remembered that in his past life, Big Ears always saw one positive thing at the end of the world: the absence of calls from debt collectors. The young man thought it was wonderful. Do-hyuk looked at his phone balance again and thought about the money for the loan. The young man understood that he had no choice. This weirdo from his past life had once sacrificed his life for the sake of other players. Do-hyuk thought that money comes and goes, and he could still earn more, while his debt could wait. Jiggle Min entered the gym and saw his teacher standing by the door, crying bitter tears. There was a long pause between the guys, and then Big Ears asked why his teacher was crying while waiting for him. Probably Do-hyuk missed him very much and cried because of that. It's very sweet that the teacher is so shy, thought the boy. Do-hyuk didn't want to answer these questions and immediately immersed himself in the game lobby. All of his followers congratulated their idol on his victory. They were delighted with his game and hoped that he was not going to give in to the beautiful Rin. Do-hyuk assured everyone that the girl was indeed very beautiful, but he wasn't giving in. She was also very talented. One of the users immediately deposited a large sum of money into the player's account and asked what he planned to play today. Do-hyuk replied that he would try a new game, a delightful game called Absolutely Unexpected. It was an amazing new release, a game called Monster Friends in the open world genre with healing wilderness. Do-hyuk suggested that everyone just take a look at this marvel. He thought it was the best game of his life and really wanted to play it because it was the game of a lifetime. Do-hyuk covered his face in embarrassment, but promotional streams probably always look like this. The young man hoped he would be able to handle this role easily, but he had never been good at pretending and didn't like it. What could he do? He had to make a living, and if someone didn't like something, players could throw money at him. After all, it's not so bad that their idol loves money, and if he has enough of it, he won't have to advertise all kinds of nonsense, and he will delight his fans with cool fights. Anyway, he had to start playing with monsters. So what if it was monsters? Next, the computer announced that it was connecting to a large-scale open-world game set in the wild called Monster Friends. The audience had no idea how this super player and fighter would play Monster Friends. Hyuk realized that he was already there and needed to figure out what to do. None of his fans could give him any advice because it was a new game, so he decided to just look around and get his bearings. Do-hyuk checked his inventory and found something like a phone. It was a kind of encyclopedia where all the monsters caught by the player were recorded. The goal of the game was to catch different types of monsters and fill the entire encyclopedia. It was also possible to fill in the entries, or simply gather resources non-stop. One of the spectators had seen Black Oak trying to fill the encyclopedia completely the day before. Hyuk was very surprised to hear that Black Oak also played this game. The young man decided to contact him later and play together. In addition, there was a stone axe and a stone pickaxe in the inventory. The axe was a basic tool for cutting wood. It turned out that you had to build a house first because it was a game with healing wilderness. At that moment, Puss in Boots approached the player. He was his first monster companion. Do-hyuk immediately hit the cat on the head with a hammer. The cat meowed but did not die. Do-hyuk thought the problem was with the hammer, which was made of stone, so he couldn't kill the cat on the first try. Do-hyuk hammered Puss in Boots relentlessly with a stone axe, hoping that he would eventually die. The audience was shocked. They informed him that this monster was a partner, not an enemy, and that the young man should protect it instead. Do Hyuk turned out to be a crazy killer who turned a peaceful game into something resembling Monster Hunter. The viewers suggested that there were special snatchers in the inventory for catching monsters. It turns out that they had to be caught, not killed. Soon, a piece of meat appeared in the clearing, probably to be used to lure some monster. But Do Hyuk decided that he had received a ready-made piece of meat in exchange for the Puss in Boots he had killed. The further he went, the less understandable it became. But in any case, he had to play this game to the end. Soon, a huge giant monster appeared on the horizon. It was the Forest Guardian, a turtle dragon. Compared to it, Do Hyuk was like an ant. Do Hyuk was very pleased. Now he would kill turtle monsters with a stone axe. It was truly a healing game. Monster friends were supposed to help him relieve stress. That's pretty much how the week went. Sitting at the airport, the editor said that he had uploaded the video about monster friends, and it had gone viral. The shorts, in which the player rushes at a turtle dragon with a stone axe and a single sneeze, are taking off and have already racked up 1 million views. Jigalmin checked the statistics and said that at this rate, 10 million views were just around the corner. They would be able to earn money again because Do Hyuk had transferred all the previous earnings to Big Ear's debt account. Jigalmin thanked his employer for the large fee he had allocated, and the kid was also grateful that his teacher had taken him on a trip abroad. Do Hyuk didn't want to tell the guy the truth that he was going to be putting a lot of pressure on his editor, who would be filming and editing the video the entire trip and wouldn't even be able to leave the hotel. Instead, Do Hyuk suggested turning on the camera and starting the stream right away. The guy started streaming, and at first viewers didn't understand where it was coming from, where their favorites were, and what the occasion was. Do Hyuk clenched his fist, showed it to his fans, and said that today was the day. Today, the young man was going to win the EVO tournament in one go. The EVO arena in the US hosted the world's largest fighting tournament. The fighters entered the arena one by one, greeting the audience. The first to enter was a player from Japan named Suki. He was followed by the representative of the American gaming group, Iron Fist champion Nick Jackson. Then the Indian player Atak entered the arena and greeted his fans. And finally, a Russian monster named Gulov entered. He wanted vodka and gold and spoke out against drunk driving. At the end, the world's #1 Iron Fist fighter was invited to come out, a true hero of Africa. The eternal emperor of fighting, handsome, inimitable, and invincible, Emperor Kabna. The host turned to Kabna and asked him to stay for a minute to answer a question. All the spectators and fans knew that their idol had announced his retirement from Iron Fist after today's tournament. Everyone was curious to know how Kabna was feeling right now, before his last game. Kabna pointed his finger at his opponents and said that the mere fact of having to fight this rabble was so depressing that he was ready to die of despair. All the players felt offended. No matter how strong Kabna was, he should not insult and humiliate his opponents. The host introduced a player named Tianlong, a martial arts master and the #1 player on the Chinese server. Kabna recognized him and remembered that this player had been his punching bag at the very beginning of his journey in Iron Fist. Tianlong struggled in the Russian's hands for a while, but soon his patience ran out and he knocked out his colleague. Everyone was eager to find out when the game would start, but it turned out that one player was still missing. Fortunately, he had just arrived at the venue. The host said that he had to introduce the last player, who unfortunately was a little late. It was Lee Do Hyuk, who had recently become #1 on the Asian server of Iron Fist and was sometimes called the Cabana of Asia. Do Hyuk apologized to everyone present and greeted the audience and other players, explaining that the taxi driver had taken a wrong turn. Kabna was clearly impatient and announced that if all the players had arrived, it was time to start the game. He addressed the latecomer, saying that he would pay dearly for his tardiness, and that no matter where he crawled off to, Kabna would catch up with him anyway. Do Hyuk immediately recognized the haughty tone and realized that this was the same Kabna he knew. The player said aloud that he would wait upstairs for his famous rival. Do Hyuk pointed at the legend and said that Kabna would have to climb upstairs to meet him there. Do Hyuk really liked this fighting spirit. He said he would definitely remember this and hoped that the newcomer's skills would allow him to back up his words. In short, the atmosphere was very combative. Everyone wanted to start the game as soon as possible and test each other's strength. After that, the draw began. The representative of India was immediately placed in the first pair. He was to fight Do Hyuk. His opponent was a player named Jade, known for his mental instability. Akuma was going to fight him. The guy immediately realized that, unfortunately, he was in the same subgroup as Do Hyuk. After that, the draw was held for the other groups. The players approached each other and got acquainted, as they had never met in person before. Anatol was the first to shake Do Hyuk's hand. On the other side, they began to mock Okomo, who ended up in the same subgroup as Do Hyuk, and now it was clear to everyone that he had no chance. Do Hyuk promised his opponents that he would try not to win cleanly, but the guys thought that was even more humiliating. In the group of the strongest players, Yanglong was to fight Kabna. After the draw was completed, the matches began, and Lee Do Hyuk was immediately invited to the battlefield. Gatak faced off against Korea's rising star. He continued to psych himself up until the last minute, hoping it would help him in the fight. Do Hyuk learned from his viewers that Daniel's character was modeled after Gatak, so it was no surprise that his real appearance and personality were exactly the same. In addition, it turned out that Gatak was a yoga master with a huge number of students around the world and was actually very old. Do-hyuk understood the situation and felt respect, sensing his opponent's noble aura. Soon, the start of the fight was announced, and the players prepared for battle. Do-hyuk continued to observe his opponent and thought that if he could learn yoga from Gatak, he too would earn a lot of money. The young man apologized and wanted to ask his opponent something. But at that moment, a powerful blow to the nose interrupted his flow of words. Do-hyuk, despite the blood flowing from his nose, turned to his opponent again and asked him to wait a moment. The young man just wanted to talk. But Gatak punched him in the stomach with all his might, and the young man doubled over, coughing from the blow to his breath. Do-hyuk had no intention of hurting anyone. He just wanted to ask a question about yoga. Gatak paused for a moment, but without listening to the question, immediately replied, 300 million. First, Do-hyuk didn't remember asking a question, and second, he didn't understand what it was about. Gatak explained it to him literally on his fingers. 300 million for training, another 300 million for an instructor. Do-hyuk was literally speechless at such figures. Of course, he also liked to collect donations from his viewers, but these were completely different amounts. Gatak was the real money king of India. Do-hyuk decided that if he had that kind of crazy money, he definitely wouldn't be doing yoga, and immediately went on the attack. But he failed to land a blow. His opponent dodged as if he were not a human being, but an octopus. Then the young man unleashed a series of blows on his opponent, wanting to see if the yogi could dodge them all. It turned out that Gataku was up to the task. He dodged wonderfully, demonstrating his skill. At one point, his flexible arm wrapped around Do-hyuk's arm, and the followers immediately thought that things were looking bad. Indeed, the opponent used a combination of yoga and jiu-jitsu. Once a player was tied up in this way, he could not escape until the end of the fight. Do-hyuk could already feel the noose tightening around his neck and knew that at this rate he would soon suffocate. However, the guy was not going to lose because of this, even though his limbs were tightly bound. In this situation, Do-hyuk decided to use his teeth and sank them into the arm wrapped around his neck. The bite was painful, and Gatak was forced to let go of his opponent, saying that biting in battle was dishonorable. Do-hyuk changed his mind and admitted that he had lost his mind for a moment because of money. Envy had overcome him. Gatak replied that he would show no mercy to his opponent because he had the fiery club of reformation for fools. Do-hyuk smiled and invited the rich bully to come closer and get acquainted with his fist. The Indian player replied that Do-hyuk was possessed by a demon and that he had a special remedy for demons who did not understand their mistakes. It was the fiery fist of the guardian Vajra, and now the opponent had turned into a huge monster. It was Gatak's special, most powerful move, with which he intended to end the battle. Do-hyuk understood that with such an enlarged body, it would be impossible to dodge as before, and this would prove to be his opponent's fatal mistake. The young man unleashed a series of blows on Gatak, his fists punching through different parts of his opponent's body, crushing him. Do-hyuk watched with pleasure as the player took the blows, but the elasticity of this yogi was incredible. None of the blows broke through his defense. It was Gatak's turn to attack, and he decided to test how his opponent would withstand his final move, the divine ascension of Buddha. Do-hyuk understood that any attack was useless if it did not touch his body. The followers believed that his speed would allow him to dodge, but Gatak assured them that their opponent was foolish and that it was better to abandon their vain hopes and bow down before Buddha. Soon, the earth literally shook. Gatak activated the mechanics and technique of the game. Do-hyuk felt that he could not move. The hold technique restrained him until the activation of Buddha's divine growth. No one understood how it was even possible to dodge such power. Do-hyuk was pinned down by gravity, but he knew he had to prevent future movements and dodge outside the field. Gatak noted that he was pleased to see his opponent kneel before Buddha. Now the player had the opportunity to achieve nirvana. Do-hyuk raised his head and shouted at his opponent that he was talking complete nonsense, because he didn't even have hair on his head. Gatak immediately began to worry. Indeed, there was no hair on his head, but a questioner without 300 million for training should not open his mouth. Do-hyuk replied that the player had called all spectators who did not have 300 million beggars and paupers. Gatak countered that the viewers had nothing to do with it. He was referring to Do-hyuk without 300 million, and besides, he was the first to call Gatak bald. Do-hyuk, barely holding back tears, said that he had simply mentioned hair and noted that it was thinning a little, and now his opponent was attacking tens of millions of people with baldness. Gatak was boiling with rage. He couldn't understand how a person who couldn't hear anything at all could exist, and decided that he had to be destroyed. The divine ascension of Buddha began. Do-hyuk lay in the center of the gravitational field, not moving for a moment. Then the young man raised his hand and declared that he would not lose to a man who condemned anyone with less than $300 million in assets, and asked people with hair problems to make a donation. Instantly, donations poured in from all over the world, while viewers and fans did not understand what was happening. Do-hyuk sat in the center of the gravitational field, and millions of dollars poured into his account. Of course, everyone knew that their idol loved money, and it was clear that he was not going to give up. Fans guessed that Do-hyuk had staged this performance for the sake of donations. The global donations turned out to be staggering. The young man got back on his feet, ready to rush at his opponent. Gatak declared that he was not interested in any of this. His opponent's attacks had no effect on him, and the final technique had not yet been used. Now Do-hyuk had to withstand the fist of the thousand-armed Buddha. The young man froze in anticipation of his approaching opponent. He understood that he had to destroy the Indian player's body with striking techniques. Just as one would cut a soft towel with a blade, he had to do it with a sword, with a blade. Do-hyuk was confident that he could do it with his bare hands. Now the story was turning into a real martial arts battle. The commentators reported that Lee Do-hyuk had defeated the powerful player from India and emerged victorious. His skills were worthy of the title Kabna of Asia. By the way, since they remembered, it was decided to watch the match with Kabna himself. The battle between Tianlong and Kabna went without surprises. Everything happened as the audience expected. It was quickly announced that Kabna was the winner. The guy was clearly bored. It was all over almost immediately. In the next fight, his opponent was the Japanese player Suki, the best representative of the Japanese server. Suki, of course, did not want to face such an opponent in the same subgroup, but he greeted him aloud, saying that he was glad to meet the great Kabna. Kabna replied rudely. Greeting someone who was going to lose anyway annoyed him, so it was better to start the fight right away. Suki told himself that his opponent was just like him. He had honed his skills to a high level by fighting against the master Do-hyuk, and now he was determined not to lose. Just recently, Tsuki had been humiliated by being called only Do-hyuk's fourth student, and now the player wanted Kabna to remember his name. Soon the start of the battle was announced, and Tsuki decided to proceed gradually and very cautiously. Kabna waited for an attack, giving his opponent the right to make the first move. But Tsuki was in no hurry to attack, and Kabna was forced to crush him with a single move. Kabna used his signature move, Diablo's Thunderstorm. Tsuki gradually got into the fight, placing high hopes on the sword that was a gift from Do-hyuk. The young man was confident that he would be able to cut through the lightning bolts that attacked him. Kabna watched in surprise as his opponent cut through the lightning bolts and remembered his grandmother's prediction. His grandmother had once warned her grandson to beware of a man capable of cutting through lightning bolts. Kabna looked at Tsuki in surprise, thinking that this was the man his grandmother had spoken of. It was strange to see the prophesied figure at the tournament. If his grandmother's warning was true, and her predictions always came true, then this opponent must be the strongest. Kabna now watched Tsuki's every move with great interest. Tsuki was tired of the mental strain and began to make excuses, claiming that his name was misspelled on the scoreboard. The young man almost cried. Followers also tried to support the player from Japan, believing that it didn't matter how his name was written. The main thing was to win the match. Kabna took a fighting stance and challenged his opponent to a real battle, again mispronouncing his name. This annoyed Tsuki, which was probably Kabna's plan, to make his opponent nervous and prevent him from attacking strategically. Tsuki rushed into the attack, but Kabna easily deflected it. The counterattack followed immediately, and the enemy doubled over, clearly feeling unwell. Tsuki used a ninja evasion technique, leaving a decoy trail behind him. In an instant, he was behind Kabna. The maneuver was unexpected. But just as Tsuki thought he had won, Kabna appeared behind him. A super-fast movement in the style of the God of Lightning. Kabna struck his opponent, asking, "Can you really block this?" Then came Diablo's final move with the activation of the railgun. It looked damn painful. Another crazy battle ended with a single blow and victory for the champion Kabna. Tsuki was unable to make a name for himself in this fight. Meanwhile, the matches in the first subgroup ended, and the final winner was determined. The host announced that it was the strongest player in Asia, Lee Do-hyuk. In the remaining matches, Do-hyuk's first opponent was to be a traditional heavyweight. The Russian monster Gulov, recognized by Kabna himself, was to face the young Korean genius. Everyone wondered who would win. There was a large relay station in the waiting room. Kabna, looking at the screen, was sure that the outcome of the match was clear in advance, even without watching it. Gulov was a skilled fighter, recognized by all the great players who had repeatedly proven his physical abilities. Kabna considered the Russian player to be the strongest among his followers. His attack and defense were at the highest level. In any case, the final match was against Gulov or Anatoly. Kabna understood that nothing in this life could surprise him anymore. But then shouts rang out from the screen. Another event had taken place. The huge Russian bear had been defeated. The player from Korea, Lee Do-hyuk, defeated the heavyweight Gulov. It looked as if the Russian had no chance at all. The audience wondered why Kabna had barely managed to beat this player before. Kabna was stunned. The heavyweight Gulov had somehow lost, and the first semifinal was about to begin. Kabna read the Korean player's name again and repeated it several times, realizing that Lee Do-hyuk must be really good to beat Gulov. At that moment, the computer addressed the player, informing him that it was time to prepare for the semifinal. Kabna was so distracted that he didn't notice how time had flown by. Kabna immediately rushed to the playing field, now curious to see who his opponent would be. Lee Do-hyuk participated in the first semifinal. The young man greeted the audience and sent his regards to his sister. His opponent was a player named Bind. It was their first meeting in sparring. The audience immediately began to write that the opponent would be eliminated, just like all the previous ones. How could he challenge their teacher, they wondered. But Do-hyuk asked them not to be too harsh, Sometimes people show courage that exceeds their capabilities. In such a situation, you need to make them feel the consequences. If you give it to them for real, their brains immediately fall into place. Byung-do watched Do-hyuk's fight and was amazed by the force of the wind that broke through the floor. This was no longer talent. It was monstrous power, stronger than any monster. Do-hyuk looked like a walking natural disaster. But despite this, Bayan was not going to worry. He entered the battle calm and confident. The young man was not afraid of losing. Besides, he never refused a challenge, so he entered the battlefield with a smile on his face. The player's attitude was very serious. He came here to prove himself. And if he was lucky, he might even surpass himself and get to his opponent, Do-hyuk. Lee Do-hyuk handled the task with ease. He promised Bayan that they would meet again, and next time he would find out everything he wanted to say. Thus, the winner of the first semifinal match was Korean player Lee Do-hyuk. In the final, he used a new shot. This shot, exclusive to Byun, was called the Korean sewing, a technique for planting rice. It was upsetting for everyone to hear, especially the loser. The audience continued to mock him, and the host also behaved inappropriately. At the same time, Kabna quickly dealt with his opponent. This time, he fought Anatoly. Looking at his defeated opponent, Kabna thanked him for an excellent match, noting that only Anatoly could make his heart beat faster. Kabna publicly acknowledged that Anatoly was his strongest opponent. Anatoly thanked him for his words, but understood that Kabna was deeply mistaken. After all, he had not yet met a real monster. He added that one day Kabna would experience the same thing that his defeated opponents had gone through. After these words, the player disappeared. Kabna was surprised and realized that Anatol was referring to the newcomer. The time had come for the final game of the tournament. The finalists had been determined, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the start of the battle. Lee Do-hyuk, the rising star of Asia, continued to collect donations, considering it the best bonus he could get. No one would condemn the guy for his love of money. After all, he earned it through his own hard work. But then the second finalist appeared in the arena. Kabna, of course, did not feel the excitement that overwhelmed his opponent. For him, this was far from his first final. The host announced the start of the game. The finalists dispersed to their capsules, and Kabna wondered for a moment, could the newcomer be the guy from the prophecy? When both players took their positions, the host asked the reigning champion to choose his character. Kabna decided to play as Diablo, a top character in the lightning god style. Lee Do-hyuk chose a fighter for the first time since his duel with Rin. Kabna had already heard from his fans that the Korean player was obsessed with money. Now the guy had a nickname, Global Money Fan. Do-hyuk demanded that his opponent shut up. He also needed to figure out who made him that way. Even if the whole world calls him a money fanatic, Kabna has no right to do so. In his past life, it was Kabna who insisted that Do-hyuk take out as many loans as possible to prepare for the apocalypse. Kabna, of course, did not understand why his opponent was so angry. Do-hyuk could not tell him that he was now forced to work off his debts. Kabna got tired of listening to the insults directed at him and decided that his opponent was a real madman who needed to be destroyed in the game as soon as possible. Do-hyuk did not calm down and continued to provoke him, calling Kabna a triton and threatening to take revenge for all his pain. At that moment, the gong sounded, signaling the start of the fight. Kabna rushed into the attack, saying that his opponent was one of those who cried at the sight of a coffin. Do-hyuk easily dodged, noting that the current Kabna was falling for childish provocations, just like the Kabna from his past life. The young man instantly counterattacked. Kabna managed to dodge, but his fist flew straight into his opponent's head, sending Do-hyuk flying to the side. He noted that his opponent's reaction was exactly the same as before. Kabna was already injured. Blood was flowing from his broken nose. He realized that Do-hyuk had planned everything to catch him off guard. Do-hyuk, ignoring the comments, prepared to strike again. Kabna was tired of listening to insults and thought that his opponent had once bet on his matches and lost. He decided to first shut up his opponent by using the power of lightning to attack. The sword in Do-hyuk's hands was tense, as if absorbing the energy of lightning. In a rage, he cut through the lightning with his sword, declaring that he no longer believed Kabna's lies. Do-hyuk regretted borrowing everything. It was a stupid thing to do. Kabna, dodging the attacks, realized that this Korean madman was indeed cutting through the lightning bolts. Perhaps this was the very person his grandmother had spoken of in her prophecy. Kabna was torn by doubts. He didn't want to believe that Do-hyuk, who was obsessed with money, was that very person. Do-hyuk demanded that his opponent not call him that, because this was not about money at all. Now Do-hyuk no longer understood what nonsense his opponent was talking about when he mentioned prophecies and his main rival. At one point, the game literally stopped. The tournament organizers asked the guys to put their quarrel aside and focus on the final. Do-hyuk apologized, explaining that he had lost his temper because of the bastard who had swindled him out of his money. In the end, the rivals went back to their corners, but now they looked at each other with even greater surprise. Kabna announced that he had been tense his whole life because of the prophecy and made a high-speed movement characteristic of the god of lightning. Then the player released a lightning bolt, intending to finish off his opponent once and for all. He did not stop at one bolt and released a whole series of lightning bolts. In response, Do-hyuk delivered his strike called Moonlight, and the lightning bolt collided with it. It was like madness. Two final moves met in one fight. In addition to lightning, Kabna also used electric shock. Diablo's close-range technique. He wanted his opponent, being an arrogant fool, to disappear into a handful of ashes. Do Hyuk reflected all attacks and techniques, remaining confident, confirming that he was the man from his grandmother's prophecy. Kavna realized that he had met his destiny and was going to show his opponent everything he was capable of. This technique was used for the first time. None of the spectators or participants even knew its name. It seemed to be a second-phase transformation. Almost all of his life force was concentrated into one deadly blow. Kavna entered a demigod state, and it was clear that it was practically impossible to oppose him in this form. The game technique restored Kavna's health, but his current condition was less than 2%. The player bet everything on one strike. Do Hyuk understood that even a slight touch of this attack would mean defeat in the end of the game. Everything depended on Do Hyuk's final attack, whether he could land the last blow. If that didn't happen, Kavna would strike and defeat him. The situation was incredibly tense. Kavna was already ready. He said he would prove to everyone why he was called the Emperor and show the newcomer from the prophecy who cut through lightning. Do Hyuk was still holding on using moonlight, but he didn't understand what prophecy his opponent was talking about. The young man's heart was pounding wildly. The fate of the entire match was being decided. The playing field resembled a post-apocalyptic city. Both players had almost completely destroyed it. Do Hyuk saw his opponent, but he didn't relax. The message about the end of the fight had not appeared. This meant that Kavna had used his lightning-fast movement technique and was behind him again. Do Hyuk dodged the blow, watching the huge hole that appeared behind him. Kavna hid successfully, rising high into the air, and now Do Hyuk looked like a small dot to him. No one understood what the player was doing in the air. It was the first time anyone had seen Kavna in such a state. The player used a technique that left beginners speechless. Diablo's Control Flower. Do Hyuk continued to cut through lightning bolts with his sword, thinking the name Control Flower was ridiculous. He looked at his former comrade, realizing that even before the apocalypse, Kavna, although not one of the 9 heroes, was already incredibly powerful. Filled with energy and lightning, Kavna turned to his opponent, acknowledging his skill. He admitted that Do Hyuk was a true fighter, but in this match there could only be one winner. Do Hyuk stood at the epicenter of the blow, preparing to withstand the attack and strike back. He raised his sword and said that the conversation would continue after Kavna won. Kavna unleashed all his power, but immediately received a counterattack from his opponent. He gave his all for the final lightning strike. The player bet everything on this blow. Hyuk remained unharmed and asked his opponent what he was going to do. Kavna realized that things were bad. Having gone all out on the attack, he was left vulnerable, and the falling moon strike was accurate and effective. It was incredible madness. The players showed unreal technique, and the falling moon strike was truly fantastic. No one could believe that Emperor Kavna would be so helpless. However, it was time for the second round. The computer noted that Do Hyuk had won the duel. Kavna lay on the ground with a sword in his chest. No one doubted that a historic event would take place today. Kavna would lose. The third and final round ended with a real, perfect, irrevocable victory for Do Hyuk. As soon as the host uttered these words, Kavna's capsule opened and the player jumped out. Do Hyuk also left the capsule, absolutely happy. Now he was the emperor of the new generation of fighting games and the EVO champion. The host wanted to interview him, but Kavna rudely pushed the man away and headed towards his opponent. Everyone watched with bated breath as the former and current champions met. Kavna asked Do Hyuk without words how he had managed to defeat him. The young man raised his finger and said he did it with strength. Kavna flew into a rage, thinking the player was making fun of him. Do Hyuk replied that it was no joke and that there was no need to make things up. He believed that everything happened according to the laws of the world in which monsters lived. When one monster devours others, someone like him must always appear, and Do Hyuk pointed to himself. Kavna listened in amazement to these words about how those who devour monsters become monsters themselves. The young man remembered that he had indeed been called a monster in countless battles. The player had proven himself to be a true monster in these duels, and was confident that no one could surpass him. Kavna now believed that his grandmother's prophecy was a warning against his pride. He was so deep in thought that Do Hyuk had to wave his hand right in front of his nose. But then Kavna began to laugh loudly, repeating the phrase about a monster that devours monsters. He said he had always suspected that Do Hyuk was a monster too, and now he had made Kavna nervous. But next time, Kavna would be the one to win the championship. The young man turned and walked away, leaving the playing field. Before everyone dispersed, there was a ceremonial part of the tournament, the award ceremony. Do Hyuk became the champion and received the cup, and all the finalists sincerely congratulated the winner. Suki reflected. He knew that challenging the Demon Lord was a mistake, which meant that this cup could also be his. He explained that this would happen next time because Kavna had announced his return to his career. Now the player was not going to give up and immediately began training, preparing for the next championship. Kavna was going to regain his title, but that was too confident. Shinjiro was also going to win this cup next year. Soon discussions began among the losers about who could defeat their spiritual teacher, Do Hyuk. Anatole added that a female swordsman was missing. Then the perfect brotherhood of disciples would truly be formed. Suki asked if Do-hyuk was going to debut as an Iron Fist professional. But Do-hyuk replied that he would not do so and was leaving Iron Fist right now. The boys' hair stood on end. They couldn't believe their ears. How could he say such a thing? It seemed as if tears were about to spill from the eyes of these strong and courageous players. Jian congratulated her brother on his victory, but immediately asked where her gift was since he had just returned from the United States. Do-hyuk hadn't said anything, but it turned out that he had indeed managed to get a gift for his sister. The girl was very pleased. It's always nice to receive such an expensive handbag. Jian asked if it was true that her brother was going to quit Iron Fist and why he had made that decision. The answer was simple and banal. There was no more money there. Jian pointed out that many teams in this game offer high salaries. Do-hyuk replied that if he stayed with the team, he would have to live on his salary and would not be able to earn money from other games or advertising. He would have to ask the team's permission every time. After winning the tournament and growing in popularity, advertising offers would come flooding in. Therefore, it was better to remain a freelancer. There was no point in arguing with such arguments. Everything was logical and precisely calculated. Do-hyuk said that he would stick with Iron Fist for now. The guy had another advertising stream planned, so he would choose the next game later. Maybe it would be a chapter from Valhalla or Monster Friends, which he had already played. At that moment, the intercom rang. Someone had come to visit them. Outside stood an unfamiliar girl who was trying to meet Lee Do-hyuk. The girl wasn't sure if she had come to the right address. She was looking for Do-hyuk's house. Do-hyuk couldn't believe his eyes. Standing in front of him was Miss Tiba Rin. The girl was led in, shown into the room, and offered some water. After that, Do-hyuk started a conversation, asking her how she found out his address. Rin admitted that she had met Suki, found out his address from him, and came in person. Do-hyuk was upset. Suki had promised not to tell anyone, and now he was giving out his contact information left and right. Seeing her host's reaction, Rin suggested that something was bothering him, but Do-hyuk replied that the girl probably had her own reason for coming, and he wanted to know what had brought Tiba Rin to him. Tiba Rin fell to her knees. Do-hyuk jumped up, shocked by this action, and asked her to stand up. The girl did not listen to him. She said that the technique he had shown at the tournament, Moonlight, and the secret technique Falling Moon, was magnificent. Rin bowed before the player and asked him to teach her, even though she knew she still had a lot to learn. The girl understood that teaching her this technique was too risky, but she wanted to try anyway. Soon, the beauty began to cry hysterically. She was upset that she had dared to come to her idol. Do-hyuk and Jian tried to calm her down. Do-hyuk was forced to hide and take away the sword so that the beauty would not harm herself. But then things took a turn for the worse. Rin looked at her idol with a loving gaze. The girl started saying something about a son and daughter, then abruptly turned around and rushed out of the house. Jian decided that her brother had already managed to have children. The young man tried to justify himself to his sister, saying that he had nothing to do with it and did not understand what she was talking about. It took about half a day before all the circumstances were finally clarified, and it was late in the evening. Jian was finally able to leave her brother alone when it became clear that he was not to blame and had not given her any nephews. She turned to the guest and asked where the girl was going to live while she was learning fencing, since she probably hadn't found a place to live yet. Tiba Rin was completely straightforward and said that she had not yet saved up enough money for housing and asked permission to live in Master Do-hyuk's house. Jian was again very surprised. How did this girl come to them without any money at all? Do-hyuk understood perfectly well why this had happened. Rin had never saved a penny in her entire life because she spent everything on training and knew only the sword. The young man knew that in his past life, Rin had been very close to him, so now he had to help her and repay her for stealing her family's sword technique. Jian started talking about how her brother and sister lived in the same house as their parents, and that it would be inconvenient. But Do-hyuk interrupted and said that he was just about to move out of the house and use the prize money to find a place for himself. He could also rent a place for Ms. Rin. Both girls couldn't believe their ears. It was very strange that Do-hyuk wanted to rent a place for Rin. The young man was surprised and did not understand why they were so surprised by this fact. Jian immediately decided that her brother must be head over heels in love, since he was offering such a thing. And so the young people started talking about love again, one son, one daughter, and all that stuff. Finally, Do-hyuk was able to leave the girls and escape to immerse himself in the game. The young man greeted his followers and thanked them for their support in the tournament. He decided to postpone the search for housing for Rin. The audience wanted to hear from their idol whether he was really going to leave Iron Fist. Do-hyuk confirmed that Iron Fist had run its course and that the young men were planning to start a new game today. Everyone was eager to find out what this game was, the best in the Battle Royale genre. Overground was currently the most popular game. It featured characters from all genres, and everyone wanted to know who Do-hyuk would choose for himself. Do-hyuk chose the character Hakan from Ultifight and was now going to take first place in the game Overground. Not all viewers liked this choice, but Do-hyuk began to connect to the game. Soon, the computer announced that the full connection and immersion into the game had taken place. The young man found himself on board an airplane. Followers were not satisfied. They wanted to know why the guy chose Hakan. Overground was an open-world game, so the ability to teleport was necessary to quickly cover distances, which meant that there would be many mages and cyborgs in the game. There were almost no fighting heroes without long-distance travel skills. Hyuk was surprised to see a knight nearby. The knight explained that his character was called Soul, and he had a horse for long-distance travel. When choosing a knight, basic equipment was issued: a sword and a shield. Mages immediately received staffs and other magical items. Characters with firearms received basic pistols, and tanks received shields and other protective equipment. But fighters don't have basic equipment or long-distance movement skills, so they're rarely picked. The audience wanted to know how their idol was going to play if he chose a character who was obviously weak. But soon one of the viewers figured it out. Hakan was chosen because Ultifight paid for it. Soon the players received a warning: get ready to jump, as they would soon have to leave the plane. There was no more time to discuss the characters, and Do-hyuk jumped down with the rest of the game participants. He knew it wouldn't be easy, as he would only be able to use the basic abilities of his Ultifight character. But soon the followers calmed down, remembering how professionally their idol got out of any situation, even without the built-in game techniques. They just needed to throw him some donations. Do-hyuk said that until the viewers donated a decent amount, he would not open his parachute. The situation was serious, and the life of their idol depended on the activity of the fans. Do-hyuk did not give up. He did not open the parachute, but tore his jacket and used the flying squirrel strategy. Fans begged him to stop joking around and open the parachute as soon as possible, but the player remained adamant. Nearby, webtoon artist Hyuk was descending on his parachute, having finally met his deadline and able to play calmly, but it was too noisy around him. Do-hyuk felt that there was no time left to open the parachute. He grabbed the first thing he could find: the artist's pants. The man began to scream desperately for the madman to let him go, because everything was being shown live, and he was left without pants. If they saw this, the whole world would be ruined. The man continued to scream that he had come so far, and now some strange guy was going to ruin everything. Do-hyuk apologized and let go of the pants, which flew away separately. Do-hyuk was falling from the sky without a parachute, so he was grabbing onto anything he could get his hands and feet on. At one point, as he was falling, Do-hyuk approached a player who immediately pulled out a gun and started shooting, trying to scare him away. But the shooting only shot through his parachute, and now Do-hyuk was descending with the ball player as if on a surfboard. The landing was not soft at all. The players fell onto the roof of the building. Inside the room were enemies that had to be dealt with, but the unexpected appearance caused panic among everyone. The computer reported that Hakan had killed a player named Bahram. There was no time to discuss the landing. The game had begun. Seeing that Bahram had been killed, everyone else opened fire to destroy their friend's killer. Do-hyuk immediately rushed into hand-to-hand combat and, using whatever means at hand, began knocking his opponents off their feet, despite their firearms. At one point, it seemed that Do-hyuk would not make it out alive, because he was surrounded by a group of armed opponents. But the young man acted very quickly. His reaction, speed, and accuracy of attacks amazed everyone. He destroyed the squad immediately after entering the base. Do-hyuk was completely satisfied with himself, but his followers wondered why he wasn't destroying his opponents, but simply knocking them out, because he needed to rack up points quickly. It turned out that the young man had made a mistake. He forgot that he had chosen a mission to complete the game, not to kill. But it turned out that the guy wasn't so stupid. He beat each enemy half to death in order to get the kill mission, and now he had double the points. The audience hoped that their idol would pick up some kind of weapon, especially since it was lying at his feet. But Do-hyuk said that his main weapons were his 2 legs and 2 arms. Do-hyuk would have chatted with his followers a little longer, but explosions rang out nearby. It was time to join the game. He was worried that his opponents would die without him, and he wouldn't be able to earn money from them. Running out into the courtyard, the player saw a character with a pistol shooting at a knight. The knight couldn't dodge the gunfire. He called for help and said he couldn't move. Do-hyuk, of course, couldn't let anyone bully the weak. He jumped up and kicked the shooter, saying that you can't make fun of tin cans. The knight reminded the player that they already knew each other and had spent a lot of time talking to each other on the plane. Do-hyuk did indeed remember communicating with the knight and asked how he was feeling. The knight extended his hand and thanked the young man for saving him. Do-hyuk accepted the friendly handshake and immediately struck the knight, saying that it was his time to die. Of course, this was too much for the audience, but Hakan added another killed player to his score. Do-hyuk was already leaving the arena when suddenly a huge muscle man with a machine gun in his hands approached him from behind, declaring that the knight was their friend. The stranger raised his hands, firing bursts from his machine gun, and shouted hatefully at Do-hyuk that he was about to die. The machine gun fired non-stop, and the entire courtyard was covered with shell casings. Do-hyuk dodged the bullets and approached the machine gunner, even though he was firing with both hands. At tremendous speed, Do-hyuk crashed into his opponent and literally tore his body in half. It was an Iron Mountain strike. It immediately became clear that the characters in Overground possessed incredible strength. Danger appeared instantly. An arrow with a steel tip was approaching Do-hyuk's head. The guy easily caught the flying arrow and followed its path with his eyes to see where it had been shot from. In the distance, on the roof of a building, stood an archer, stunned that his arrow had been caught by hand. Do-hyuk didn't waste any time thinking and immediately rushed towards the archer, despite the distance between them. The archer knew he had to act quickly and fired several more arrows, trying to kill the player before he got close. Do-hyuk literally hovered in the air and managed to catch the arrows in mid-flight. He jumped onto the roof, pushed the archer away, took his bow, and shot his opponent, all in less than a couple of seconds. The enemy was killed, the spectators were shocked and delighted, and Do-hyuk was pleased with himself and confident of victory. He picked up a quiver of arrows lying on the roof, deciding that this weapon might come in handy. Standing high on the roof, Do-hyuk could see his opponents firing automatic weapons at the players. He decided that he could safely use his bow against such cowards and took aim at the nearest enemy. The arrow pierced the player's head, despite his powerful machine gun. His partner was terrified. The shooter thought that some kind of sniper was working against them and began to peek out from behind his cover, trying to determine where the archer was hiding. However, the shooter did not manage to find the archer because the arrow reached him too. The next arrow pierced the machine gunner's head, and Do-hyuk added to his financial status with another kill. Now some players teamed up to destroy the archer, who was interfering with their game. Fire magic and a grenade launcher were used. The players were sure they had finished off their opponent. But of course, they did not know that Do-hyuk had flown high into the sky from the ruins of the house. Players should never discuss whether they have finished off Ho-kyung or not. He is as tenacious as a dog. A new grenade launcher charge and a wave of fire were aimed at the archer. The playing field was ablaze with fire, and Do-hyuk rushed towards his opponents, ready to have some fun. This time, he used the red flame attack. A very unexpected meeting took place in the city. Anatol looked at the man who had come to visit him and did not understand how he had ended up here. Kobna himself was sitting in front of him. He was supposed to arrive next week. Kobna said that he had changed his affiliation to the Korean team in order to meet Do-hyuk and had decided to come early. He hadn't seen Do-hyuk anywhere in the gaming community and now wanted to know which team he was playing for. Kobna also shared the latest news that Do-hyuk had left Iron Fist. This news shocked and upset Kobna. He wanted to understand why this had happened. According to Anatoly, Do-hyuk announced his retirement, saying that he had nothing left to do in Iron Fist and was now probably playing other games. Kobna was very upset. He wanted to know what games Do-hyuk was playing now. Anatoly asked if he knew anything about a game called Overground. Inside the game, the mission continued. This time, Hakan killed the Phoenix Chicken. At that moment, the statistics appeared, and after studying them, Do-hyuk told his followers that he had finally begun to understand the game. Do-hyuk realized that his character was completely useless. His defense, stamina, long-range attacks, and reconnaissance abilities were at the lowest level. His followers reminded him that they had warned their idol, but he had chosen such a weak character himself, so it was too late to complain now. Do-hyuk looked at the dead chicken and realized that while all the players were still at a low level, he could handle them. But as he progressed, high-level opponents would appear. In the next stage of the game, experienced players would attack all the squads, and Do-hyuk realized that he couldn't stay alone. The young man decided that it was time to work as a team and announced that he needed players. Do-hyuk liked this idea, and all the viewers became curious about who he would invite to join him. This became another intrigue. Suddenly, the young man switched to the game Monsters and Friends, and the viewers were surprised, saying that they hadn't seen him here in a long time, but they didn't understand why he chose this particular game. Do-hyuk explained that all the members of his team were in this game. At that moment, one of his first friends noticed the young man. It was Black Oak. It turned out that while preparing for the Evo tournament, Do-hyuk didn't have time for monsters, so he asked Black Oak to look after the village he had built earlier. Do-hyuk looked around and asked where the swordswoman and Jian had gone. Black Oak replied that the swordswoman had gone to the forest to gather materials for building a house, and the player's sister had gone to a neighboring village on a mission. At that moment, Jian appeared, greeted her brother, and announced a new mission. Do-hyuk looked at his sister, not understanding why she was so excited. The girl explained that the mother of the neighboring village chief had fallen seriously ill, and whoever brought the fire element materials to cure the woman would receive permission to expand the village. It was a mission with an antidote, and Black Oak had already figured out all the details, happily explaining the rules. The mother of the head of the neighboring village said that it was her son's birthday soon, and she had gone into the forest to pick strawberries for the cake, but she had been bitten by a shadow viper. To remove the poison from the woman's body, a medicine made from fire element materials was needed. Do-hyuk remembered that in his past life, he had already fought a shadow snake. The only antidote to its venom was made from materials of the fire element. The young man thought for a moment and remembered a very convenient method he had used last time. Perhaps it would work now as well. Do-hyuk announced to his friends that he would handle this mission himself and suggested they meet in the evening at the village chief's house. In addition, his sister asked him to catch something for dinner. The forest shook with groans and moans. Do-hyuk was holding a wild milphie by the tail. It turned out that this creature had amazing taste. In addition, wild milphies could be tamed for riding. This particular milphie was fashionable. It wore clothes, perhaps a new monster skin. In any case, the company would have a milphie barbecue for dinner tonight, and the young man added it to his inventory. Do-hyuk looked around, remembering that he had seen what he was looking for somewhere here. Soon he was delighted. The goal of his trip had been found. Before him was Bruce the fire chicken, holding a worm in its beak. Do-hyuk wanted to catch the chicken, but it spat out the worm and flew away at breakneck speed, though it was unclear how this happened. After all, it was just an ordinary chicken. To get rid of her pursuer, the fire chicken Bruce activated her fire chicken attack. Do-hyuk, without slowing down, deflected the attack with his axe and continued the chase. Choosing the right moment, the young man threw the axe, which accurately severed Bruce the chicken's head. Do-hyuk was satisfied. He held the fire chicken's head, considering his mission accomplished. However, the audience immediately started shouting for him to drop the head and run away. The young man threw away the burning head, which flew further on its own. The player did not expect such agility from a severed head. It turned out that in order to catch the chicken, it had to be killed. It was a chicken that had to be destroyed in order to survive. Fiery Chicken Bruce was reborn as a dragon. If it was not killed, the player would die. Do-hyuk, holding axes in his hands, stared in horror at the chicken that had turned into the immortal phoenix. More precisely, the chicken became even bigger and hotter, and Do-hyuk rushed into the attack. He ran up to the chicken dragon and knocked it down with his shoulder, thinking that the chicken would now die from the axe. However, the monster had a passive healing ability. It could survive in fire and restore its health. Until the power of fire weakened, it was impossible to defeat the dragon. Do-hyuk didn't want to hear about the chicken's invincibility, even when it activated Bruce's phoenix breath. The young man understood that none of his attacks had worked yet, but that was only because he had not yet used his deadly attack. Do-hyuk raised his axe high above his head and declared that he would now prove himself right to the chicken. The player jumped towards the huge chicken dragon and attacked its most vulnerable spot. Phoenix Bruce could no longer crow. Do-hyuk prepared for his next attack, knowing that if it wasn't enough, he would have to strike even harder. However, the guy didn't have to attack harder. The phoenix dragon grew wings and flew high into the sky. Do-hyuk watched the flying chicken with his eyes. Now it was difficult to attack, but then the enemy's main attack finally began. Phoenix Bruce activated an endless aerial flamethrower attack, and the player was surrounded by fire on all sides. Everyone knew that the stronger the flames burned, the more powerful Phoenix became, as if he were fueled by his own fiery power. The dragon's power was growing too rapidly. It was instantly absorbing the energy of the fire. Do-hyuk understood. The only way to defeat the monster was to take away its fiery power. All that remained was to figure out how to do it. The guy pretended he had a way to extinguish the phoenix's flames. He announced that he would fight the monster with the help of another summoned creature, which he had been training all this time. The young man took out a drop of water and said, "Time for the water dragon." A short, funny blue dragon appeared before him. The audience had never seen such a monster before. Do-hyuk explained that in this world, there were freshwater salamanders that were raised in clean water to purify it. Once, he accidentally gave the salamander soju instead of water, and from that moment on, it turned into a water dragon, learning to control the element of ice. Now Do-hyuk summoned the water dragon and ordered it to stop the fire. The dragon immediately set to work. He approached the fire dragon and asked him something incomprehensible with kind eyes. The fire dragon did not understand what it was talking about and thought that the water dragon was talking nonsense. The water dragon replied, "Good idea," and suggested that the fire dragon fall in love with him. While the dragon was babbling about medicine, school bells, and other nonsense, the fire gradually died down, and everything around it cooled down. Do-hyuk looked at his ward and thought that the water dragon was behaving like a drunk old man who was ruining the atmosphere with his jokes. Everything around him had frozen. The dragon continued to rant, not understanding why everything around him had frozen, because he had just been going to work. Do-hyuk himself did not expect such an effect and skill from the water dragon. The use of the ice god's delirium brought everything around to zero temperature, and the fire dragon was frozen and cut to pieces. The water dragon was seriously pissed off. He was ready to rip his shirt off and demanded more water. None of the spectators had ever seen such a technique from the ice god. Bruce the chicken was defeated, and Do-hyuk rolled up the water dragon. Now they could return to the village, but Do-hyuk decided to gather materials first. He wanted to take some fire elements to make an antidote in the future. That same evening, the village near the chief's house was restless. The girls were nervous, not understanding why he had not yet arrived, because time was running out. Jiyeon finally turned around and saw her brother approaching from the forest. The girl wondered why he was so late, but Do-hyuk apologized. He was just making an antidote. Jiyeon looked at her brother in surprise, not believing that he was capable of making an antidote. She had hoped for at least a fire element. Do-hyuk flew into a rage. He didn't like that his sister still looked down on him. In any case, the boy had gained experience and learned a lot. Screams and moans of a sick woman came from the village chief's house, and the brother and sister decided to stop arguing and go inside as soon as possible. They were met on the porch by the village chief, Kim, who looked at the ominous dish with suspicion. Do-hyuk held the plate of prepared food and said that it would instantly cure Kim's mother. Fried noodles with Bruce chicken. Mr. Kim asked if this terrible dish was really an antidote. Do-hyuk was absolutely sure. Appearance didn't matter. As soon as his mother tried a bite, she would immediately feel better. The man's face remained stern. He furrowed his brow and ordered everyone to leave. The village chief was outraged. How could such a dish be called medicine? In his opinion, a charlatan had come to him to make fun of him. The man was furious. The dish looked dangerous. It couldn't be given to his mother. Do-hyuk tried to say something, but no one listened to him. At that moment, the door opened slightly and an old woman appeared. The woman could barely move, weakened, and came out because of the loud noise. Village Chief Kim told his mother that she was ill and that she should go back to bed. But the woman was already unable to move. Do-hyuk noticed her purple lips and purple spots on her face. This meant that the poison had penetrated her bone marrow, and if the situation did not change, the woman would not survive the night. Tears welled up in Mr. Kim's eyes. He asked if the boy would take responsibility for the medicine. Do-hyuk confirmed that he would. After that, the man took a plate of food. Carefully picking up some food with a fork, Kim tried to feed his mother. Less than a minute later, the woman jumped up. Her face was covered in sweat. She was trying to pull out her tongue, saying that the dish was very spicy. Mr. Kim, enraged, lunged at Do-hyuk, intending to kill him, but the young man asked the man to look at his mother. The woman began to sweat out the poison, and her body was covered with purple-black spots. The spicy fried noodles with chicken were cooked, using the power of Bruce's heavenly phoenix flame. In addition, the essence of narcissistic sun pepper from the Suncheon region was used. The medicine was made from a 10,000-year-old fire flower from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Gathering all the power of fire, earth, sky, and sea, Do-hyuk prepared fried noodles with chicken. This antidote was the best in the world. But as a side effect, the power of fire in the body can increase significantly, which can lead to spontaneous combustion, and now it was necessary to urgently extinguish the grandmother. Ji-an attacked her brother with her fists, saying that he wasn't thinking about what he was doing, because now they were facing war with the neighboring village. But right before their eyes, the woman began to fade away. The fire around her subsided, and she looked at everyone present with almost complete calm. The power of the fire, burning all the poison in her body, also burned all the waste that had accumulated in her body over many years. The residual forces restored her inner life energy. Now the woman looked completely different. Her appearance depended on the amount of noodles she ate. The medicine could restore up to 20 years of life, and now the village chief Kim looked like a father to his mother. Village Chief Kim was struck by his mother's appearance. He no longer knew whether to rejoice at her recovery or be saddened. In the evening, sitting in the yard, the brother and sister discussed the latest news. Ji-an was delighted with the appearance of the village chief's mother and said that she even envied the woman. Meanwhile, the milfy that Do-hyuk had caught during the day was roasting on the fire. This dish tastes best when roasted whole on a spit. Do-hyuk was sure that it was one of the 5 most delicious delicacies in the world. Ji-an enjoyed the prepared dinner and remembered that her brother was going to tell her something about the team battle. Do-hyuk replied that he was currently recruiting a team and wanted to invite Ji-an and Black Oak to join. Ji-an was surprised to hear this news and did not have time to respond when Black Oak appeared at that moment and apologized for being late. Next to the young man was the swordswoman Haran, who said she would have come earlier if she hadn't met Black Oak. Ji-an asked the new arrivals what had happened and why they were late. Haran explained that her companion had lost his pet in the forest. It was a konkuni, and they had been searching for it together all this time. Black Oak was very upset. The boy said that it was his pet, which he had raised. The animal wore a jacket with the same number as Black Oak's. A terrible thought flashed through Ji-an's mind, and she literally choked on a piece of food. Before Hyuk could do anything, everyone suddenly saw a pile of clothes and a t-shirt with the number 17 lying near the fire where the meat was roasting. No one said a word, but it was completely meaningless. Finally, Do-hyuk stood up and asked his sister to tell Black Oak that the meeting would take place at the location. Ji-an didn't understand what her brother meant, but she didn't have time to find out because Do-hyuk simply logged off. Do-hyuk became the character Hoken again, and his viewers laughed at what a delicious dinner their idol had just had because he got a well-fed and well-bred MILF who also knew how to wear suits. But the guy couldn't hide. Black Oak made his way into the game and started crying, asking why Do-hyuk ate his beloved pet and how he could be so shameless, especially since the guy ran away without even apologizing. The audience immediately decided that Do-hyuk had brought his friends with him to use them as human shields again. Ji-an couldn't believe that her brother had become so cruel. Black Oak continued to cry and said that he should be excluded because he couldn't be compared to Ji-an. Everyone was ready to argue, but Do-hyuk said that, of course, his sister was very good as a shield, but Black Oak would be even stronger as a shield. Black Oak was outraged because he had to endure a long period of humiliation and ridicule after losing in Valhalla, and now this new game had become one of his favorites. The guy knew the game well and was going to show his class. A team of 3 players could quite successfully complete the mission to capture the power plant. Do-hyuk used his internal resources to determine the location of the power plant's control center. Black Oak said that this was the right place because many players gather there, as there are plenty of places to hide. Black Oak decided to break through there with Ji-an, who could kill everyone with skill. At that time, the girl was trying to figure out how to use the machine gun. Do-hyuk figured out that the nearest door led to the central control room. The guy opened the door like a true gentleman, but immediately announced that his sister would go first. The girl was shocked by this plan. Black Oak immediately stated that the brother trusted his sister the most, because the vanguard attack was the most important part of the battlefield. Ji-an, hearing something like a compliment, immediately pricked up her ears and was ready to go through any door. Do-hyuk began to persuade his sister. He said that everything was fine. She was the only one he trusted most in the world. Jian was happy because it's always nice to hear words of gratitude, especially when she's the one who constantly takes care of such a reckless scoundrel as her own brother. Do-hyuk realized that the situation was getting out of control. He told his sister to hurry up and go to that hellhole. Well, it wasn't really hell, but she was going there. In short, the guys did their best to send the beauty ahead, and now Jian, full of delight, said goodbye to the guys and entered the door. In the room where the girl ended up, there were several rows of soldiers with machine guns around the perimeter, ready to shoot at any moment. There was no need to ask them to do so, and the shooting that followed was so powerful that the door flew off its hinges from the shockwave. Black Oak noted with delight that Jian had fallen into the trap. The young man analyzed the shots and said that they were coming from the 1, 12, 10, and 2 o'clock directions, and that there were at least 6 people inside the room. Black Oak said he would go to the left and Do-hyuk should, but no one knew what exactly he should do. Of course, it was hard to believe. But at that very moment, Ho-kyung's fist was already digging into someone's face. Do-hyuk rushed through the room, leaving behind beaten and broken fighters. The audience was ecstatic because the mission had only just begun, and already there was such a real bloodbath. The guy with the pistols was shooting with both hands and couldn't understand why none of his shots were hitting the player. But the shooter never got to find out because he was killed by a shot to the head. Black Oak was finally able to enter the room. He was pleased to have eliminated the sniper. The young man looked at his idol with admiration, saying that it was very dangerous and that he hoped Do-hyuk was all right. Do-hyuk confirmed that he was fine, but now the guys needed to take care of Jian, who Black Oak had just stepped on. It was strange, of course, that the girl had not been completely killed, but she had always been accompanied by amazing luck, even though Jian had no special skills. Anyway, the girl came back, fully recovered, and said it was a good fight. Jian suddenly told her brother that she had realized something important in this fight. She was convinced that the boys should take care of security, while Jian would provide support from the rear. Now the beauty walked last, and her machine gun greatly embarrassed the guys, ordering them to quickly show the way, look ahead, and not look around. Do-hyuk's team was gradually advancing deeper into the territory when suddenly a car came speeding around the corner. Do-hyuk and his team members stopped and readied their weapons, all looking at the car in surprise. Do-hyuk grabbed his sister by the strap of her backpack and said that she had promised to provide support from the rear. Do-hyuk swung his arm and threw his sister into the car as if she were a hand grenade. She smashed through the windshield and injured the driver. One of the bandits with a huge grenade launcher took aim to shoot Do-hyuk, but the young man was faster. He flew up and killed the archer with a kick. 2 other villains were also destroyed. Black Oak even felt sympathy for his slain opponents, who had not had time to do anything, while Do-hyuk had destroyed them in an instant. Suddenly, a shot rang out on the roof of the hangar where the players were. Through the hole in the roof, they could see an enemy high in the air, holding onto his wings and shooting at the guys. The player was holding a powerful grenade launcher and said that Do-hyuk and his team had dared to destroy his friend's nameless team, and now they would pay for it with their lives. The grenade launcher fired very powerfully. Black Oak rushed to the side to hide and avoid being hit. He understood that the only way to defeat the vulture in the sky firing grenades was to have the same ability to fly. But the young man thought that his sniper skills might come in handy, and Black Oak decided to at least try. Black Oak understood that his abilities would now protect the entire team. The young man really wanted to do this for his idol. But in the next moment, the guy flew high out of the hangar. Do-hyuk was holding him by his clothes. Do-hyuk's great leap was enough to jump to the vulture and punch it in the face. But the vulture was stronger. It managed to dodge the blow, and now the young man was falling down, dragging his friend with him. Black Oak still had time to lecture that if the players couldn't fly, they needed to shoot the vulture. The vulture enjoyed the moment. He knew that his opponent had nothing to grab onto and nowhere to hide in the air. The boys were falling like stones, but suddenly Do-hyuk looked his friend in the eyes and thanked him. Black Oak didn't have time to understand why his boss was grateful to him. Do-hyuk shouted that his comrade would be his support. Do-hyuk pushed off from Black Oak in midair, soared upward again, flew up to the vulture, and tried to strike. But the vulture was still stronger in the sky. It dodged again and soared high into the sky, increasing the distance between the opponents. The vulture didn't waste any more time. He took out his grenade launcher and opened fire on his opponent. The grenade launcher fired rather slowly. Do-hyuk managed to dodge the shots, then activated his red flame fist. The player struck with his red flame fist, and now Do-hyuk was truly crazy in the best sense of the word. Despite the grenade launcher fire, the guy got close to the vulture and hit him with such force that the weapon flew out of his opponent's hands. The red flame charge accompanied the fall. The vulture had no chance of surviving in this situation. After falling from such a height, the player died from the impact with the ground. Followers were ecstatic watching their favorite player. Do-hyuk suggested they stop worshiping and start donating. One of the viewers said he would continue to support Do-hyuk if he reached the platinum rank today. Do-hyuk immediately confirmed that he would do everything possible for donations. It was time to forget about Jian, who was a burden on her brother, and to take on the challenge right now. The player immediately rushed into the next battle and the computer had to quickly find him a new playing field. The Sahara Desert was cleared of enemies, and it turned out to be the 5th victory in a row. Jian squealed with delight, admiring her brother. Black Oak could barely stand on his feet, and even Do-hyuk admitted that the mission had been quite difficult. But as they say, it was worth the effort. The platinum level in the game had been achieved. Black Oak didn't want to think about anything anymore, because even Jian, who only knew how to die, had achieved platinum level. So maybe it was time to call it a day. Jian had a completely different opinion. She believed that they were very lucky today, so they could try to achieve the diamond rank. In the previous round, Jian shot Black Oak twice in the head and once in the chest. Indeed, she could not be kept in the rear. The audience reminded her of a couple of grenades that hit her brother, but Jian insisted that everyone can make mistakes, and only those who do nothing make no mistakes. Jian couldn't handle the pressure from the viewers, lost her temper, and left the game. Black Oak took advantage of the situation, realizing that he was no longer the first to flee the battlefield, and said that he would end the game there. After that, the player said goodbye to Do-hyuk and disappeared. Do-hyuk analyzed today's game a little. He realized that the human shield strategy wasn't as effective as he had hoped. Still, it seemed that in this world, the guy had to survive on his own. The young man understood that he was living in a paradise for solo players and a hell for team play. The audience didn't understand why he suddenly flew into a rage, but Do-hyuk didn't want to listen to anyone's lectures. He declared that from now on, he would only play alone. His followers supported this decision. They were always happy to see their idol perform solo. At the same time, a battle was also taking place on the Olympus map. The swordsman slashed his opponent's chest. The player said that the nearest squad had been destroyed and asked Archer if there were any more enemies nearby. It turned out that there was an enemy nearby in the form of the character Hoken. Most likely, this was a newcomer to the game who had chosen such a crappy character. The player decided to quickly deal with the weakling and meet the rest of the team at the temple on the hill. The guy wanted to meet the newbie and show him his special moves. Hoken didn't even think it was necessary to hide because his opponent's powerful piercing blow didn't affect him at all. The swordsman noticed that his opponent had dodged, so he rushed into the attack with renewed vigor. It soon became clear that he would have to strike even more blows because this strange Hoken somehow managed to survive. The stranger was still capable of something, so he had to activate a storm that tore everything apart. If this storm hit the player, not even a bone would remain. Do-hyuk decided that his windy day would be just right for fire and activated a fiery attack. It was pure madness, but the player, shielding himself with fire, rushed into the storm of swords. Do-hyuk wanted to predict the flow of the storm and turn that power against his opponent. At that moment, his opponent was completely enthralled by the madman he was now fighting. Do-hyuk knew that in this state, he could counterattack. No one believed that it was possible to control a fiery storm, but the player said that if he timed it right, everything would work out. Do-hyuk announced that it was time to end the fight and decided to deliver the final blow with a crimson flame. Do-hyuk was not joking around. He now called his attacks a fiery storm and a fiery tempest. A powerful explosion engulfed everything around him after the fiery attack was amplified by the enemy's own energy. Do-hyuk received confirmation that he had killed the samurai. The young man looked at his hands with delight, realizing the power he now held, for nothing remained of his opponent except his sword. Do-hyuk took the sword left behind by the samurai and declared that it was now his weapon. Before leaving the stage, Do-hyuk told his audience that he needed to deal with a rat, and the young man slashed the air with his sword in front of him. Suddenly, blood spurted out of nowhere, and gradually the image of a player who had been invisible until then began to appear. It was a ghost that most often attacked from ambush, but now its throat had been cut. The followers did not understand how their idol knew about this ghost. The young man said that he felt by the warmth of the body that someone was following him. Do-hyuk had no intention of finding out who it was. In any case, the one who was chasing the player bled to death and died the next moment. Do-hyuk didn't have time to move before Tank with a gun in his hands and a powerful shield suddenly appeared from behind a pile of rocks. The man reported to someone that the samurai and the ghost were dead. He was going to destroy the enemy and join the main group. The stranger opened fire with an automatic weapon, but Do-hyuk easily maneuvered between the flying bullets, avoiding them. Do-hyuk gradually approached the enemy and soon struck the shield with all his might. The man did not understand how Hoken had mastered the true samurai attack. The spectators advised the man not to try to understand, but simply to accept the fact that he was about to be killed. Do-hyuk raised his sword to deliver the final blow to his opponent, when suddenly a rope wrapped around the sword and prevented him from striking. Blackwing appeared in the sky above the fighting. He ordered the tank to get rid of the guy and take his sword. But Blackwing didn't have time to say anything because the sword stabbed him in the head, and now the tank watched in horror from behind his shield. Do-hyuk reached the man, snatched the shield from his hands, and threw it aside. Do-hyuk was about to finish off the stranger when he suddenly felt a light shining high in the sky above him. It was a great danger. Do-hyuk immediately left the man and darted to the side. At that very moment, the demon hunter's bomb exploded where the player had been standing just a moment ago. Do-hyuk traced the trajectory of the flight and determined that his opponent was on the roof of a temple located on the nearest hill. It was a top-level pro gamer named Archer. He was surprised that Hoken was able to dodge. Archer had, of course, heard of Foken, who was good at fighting games, but the player did not think he was that strong. Of course, Do-hyuk was constantly discussed in the community. Archer watched as his opponent approached him. The player had no intention of hiding and wanted to meet him face to face. When Do-hyuk was relatively close, Archer prepared his bow and arrows, saying that he wanted to test the famous player's skills himself. To start with, he used rapid fire and shot several arrows at once. Do-hyuk handled it easily. The archer expected that a normal quick attack would not be enough to stop his famous opponent, so he prepared something heavier. The archer used the skills of a demon hunter. Do-hyuk felt that this was a more powerful attack than the previous explosion, but the young man was still able to dodge it. But then the spectators began to scream desperately, saying that this was not just a shot and that they needed to be careful on all sides. It turned out to be a demon hunter's slashing arrow, and now danger was approaching from all sides at once. Do-hyuk jumped away from the multi-bomb, realizing that if the bomb didn't hit him, it wasn't dangerous at all and was completely useless. Of course, it was too early to say that this skill was useless. He still had to completely dodge all the explosive arrows. In addition, it turned out that this skill had a homing ability that tracked the target until it hit. Do-hyuk felt the danger literally on his heels and activated his fiery charge. Archer was sure that the enemy would not be able to dodge his attack with pathetic tricks. The only way to cancel the ultra multi-bomb attack was with a flashing skill or a multitude of forces exceeding the explosive forces. But Do-hyuk disagreed with Archer. The young man said there was another way. No one understood what the player meant. Do-hyuk said he would interrupt the bomb. Do-hyuk activated a red flame explosion that gave him speed and announced that the only way to stop the bomb was to get rid of Archer. Do-hyuk rushed towards his opponent. Archer was very angry. He still hoped to tear the young man to pieces. Archer rushed away, realizing that he had to save himself, and a fiery spear was sent after him. It was the last time Archer smiled and looked around, hoping that his opponent would fail. But in the situation with Do-hyuk, it was better not to hope, because he was always nearby, close behind. Do-hyuk finally managed to escape, and the full force of the blow that pursued him fell on Archer. Of course, the complete delight of his followers was gratifying and encouraging, but the young man understood that this time he had to put in more effort. Do-hyuk finally felt that his body was very tired. In theory, he should have gone to rest now. But the young man pointed to his tired biceps and asked the audience and fans to send him some money to buy painkillers. The throw all your donations mode was activated. The viewers were not stingy, because the player was really very good. After collecting another batch of donations, Do-hyuk left the area, saying that he would continue to do his best and delight his fans. Archer sat at home and checked the player's data. It turned out that he was knocked out of the game by Do-hyuk, a guy who started playing only about a month ago, but had already won the EVO championship. Of course, this outcome was understandable. Fighting games focus on the physical aspect, but the key to winning in them is prudence and instant control. It wasn't easy to join the game. Archer watched the game recording and marveled at how the newcomer was able to block his arrow and then counter Archer's best skill. It was impressive control. He realized that by teaming up with Do-hyuk, they would not only take first place in the championship, but also become the leaders of the game. In addition, Archer really wanted to take revenge on that guy from the last tournament, and teaming up with Do-hyuk would help him do that too. Archer decided that he really needed to get closer to Do-hyuk and started looking for his email address. The next day, the young men tried to rent an apartment, but the price of 130 million scared them off. The landlady said that it was very cheap for a two-room apartment, but the young men decided to keep looking. Do-hyuk had the prize money from the EVO championship, 150 million won, but it wasn't enough to buy everything they needed. Tiberin told the guy that she really didn't want him to stress out because of her. The girl asked him not to think about housing. She would do everything herself. Do-hyuk couldn't help but worry, because he knew that Rina only knew how to wield swords. Do-hyuk would feel better if he did everything he could for her, at least in memory of their past life. Do-hyuk replied that they were connected by swords, and although this connection was only in the game, it was still very important to him. Do-hyuk explained that Rina was starting to play seriously, so they needed a two-room apartment with 2 gaming stations. Rina said she could play at a computer club, so there was no need to stress. The girl wanted to add that their first home could be a regular studio apartment with monthly payments. Besides, they would be able to save up for a 2-room apartment by the time they had children. Do-hyuk almost fainted at this statement. At that moment, a stranger approached them and asked for directions. The guy asked where Tower 353 was located. Do-hyuk couldn't believe his eyes. Standing before him was Kabna himself. Kabna also recognized the stranger he had asked for directions. The guy immediately rushed to hug him, saying that it was a wonderful meeting and that he was very happy to see Do-hyuk. Do-hyuk didn't understand why Kabna was in Korea, what he was doing there, or why he was looking for his house. Kabna regained his composure a little and said that he was lost. The guy didn't have time to say anything else because a sharp knife was held to his throat, and the girl told the stranger to listen to her fiancé. Tiberina was very serious. She said, "Get away from my fiancé immediately, he's uncomfortable." Kabna stammered, "Fiancé? So you're the bride, Do-hyuk?" Kabna immediately hugged the young man, saying that they were best friends. It's just that sometimes they fight, like any friends do. Do Hyuk drank desperately, not understanding what they were talking about right under his nose. In the end, the whole group moved to the nearest noodle shop to discuss all the details over a meal. Kabna said that seafood soup was his favorite dish and real food for the soul. Time passed, and Kabna had already finished his 5th bowl, not giving up as if he were on a battlefield. Hyuk finally arrived in Sochi and realized that Kabna had come to Korea to compete with him. But while looking for a place to stay, he had a falling out with his secretary. Kabna confirmed that this was more or less the case, adding that he had also raised his rank. Kabna told him all this and suggested that Do Hyuk play with him sometime. Do Hyuk confirmed that he agreed. Kabna turned his attention to the bride. The young man wanted to know her name, but Do Hyuk really hoped that the conversation would end now. Otherwise, he would have to break Kabna's face. Kabna found something else they had in common. His new friend was also looking for an apartment for his bride. Rina replied that they hadn't found a place yet, but a studio apartment would suit her, although her fiancé insisted on a better apartment. Kabna said that if the guy cared so much about his fiancé, it meant he had strong feelings for her. Hyuk tried to restrain himself, and Rina asked Kabna not to embarrass her fiancé. Kabna summed up all the information, saying that this was true destiny and that he would give the young couple a house. Do Hyuk didn't understand what he was talking about, because Kabna was looking for a house for himself too. Kabna replied that he had already bought a 10-story building, and in honor of today's memorable meeting, he was ready to give one apartment to his new friend. Do Hyuk couldn't believe that such unexpected luck had fallen on him. However, Kabna immediately said that he had one condition for this deal. The condition immediately dampened Do Hyuk's enthusiasm, and he wanted to know what that condition was. Kabna immediately stated that he had been watching Do Hyuk constantly and had seen that the guy had been playing Monsters and Friends lately. Kabna said that his condition was to play Monsters and Friends with him. Kabna had heard a lot about the Wrath of the Fire Dragon and was now interested in whether Do Hyuk knew anything about it. In the world of the Three Kingdoms, in the game Monsters and Friends, there is a country of knights called the Kingdom of Brim. Recently, their guardian dragon named Red Clone, also known as the Wrath of the Fire Dragon, went mad. King Richard ordered Red Colin to be destroyed. And as the commander of the kingdom's knights, Kabna was tasked with killing the guardian dragon. Thus began one of the 3 great missions of Monsters and Friends, called the Dragon Taming Mission. Kabna and his team fought Red Colin's guards and finally reached the volcano area. The entrance to Red Colonna's lair is through the flames, and the volcano ahead is the dragon's nest, the final destination of the mission. Hyuk didn't understand why they were still standing there instead of going to the volcano and destroying everything there. Kabna replied that he also wanted to go in, but there were some circumstances that Richard would now explain. Kabna asked one of his warriors, Richard, to step outside the barrier for a moment. Kabna explained that this would make it easier to show the guest what was really going on here. Richard went outside the barrier. Kabna apologized to him, but the warrior said he would do anything for his captain. After just a few steps, the flame status effect took effect, and the extreme temperature led to instant dehydration. Kabna grabbed Richard by the hair and dragged him back to remove the effect. Now Do Hyuk understood perfectly why the players couldn't move. Earlier, they had already placed Ice Emperor penguins to cope with the heat, but even just surviving here was a miracle. One step, and in a second, you could turn into dried squid. That's why the players had been stuck here for over a week. Do Hyuk asked why the players didn't retreat, gather more penguins, and try to complete the mission with a larger group. Kabna said that in principle, he was not against it, but their retreat route had collapsed, and there was not much time left. Then one day, Kabna saw a video about chicken noodles and a water dragon that could control ice. Kabna wanted to leave the ice penguins behind to protect the knights. Together with Do Hyuk, Kabna was confident that they could accomplish the task. Do Hyuk agreed to participate in this mission, saying that if they succeeded, Kabna would give him a 2-room apartment in his building. Kabna confirmed that he was even willing to give him a 3-room apartment, but he would take all the rewards for the mission. Do Hyuk agreed to this condition, provided that he had the rights to broadcast and control the editing. It seemed that all aspects of their collaboration had been agreed upon. The guys sealed the deal with a firm handshake and set off on their mission. Do Hyuk began broadcasting, and viewers enthusiastically welcomed their favorite. They realized that he was on the Fire Dragon mission, and their excitement grew even more. Do Hyuk confirmed to his fans that he was indeed participating in the Fire Dragon mission and completing it together with Kabna. This news instantly spread throughout the gaming community, and the number of viewers immediately exceeded 100,000. It turned out that no one had ever completed the Fire Dragon mission before, so today's viewers would witness history. Hyuk was terrified, but not because he was doing this for the first time. He hoped that viewers would not watch the birth of a legend for free because the guy was watching their conscience. In short, it was time for donations again, and the viewers did not skimp, immediately showering their favorite with large sums of money. Do Hyuk was pleased and immediately responded to the dragon's call. The player turned to the water dragon and asked it to help him withstand the fire. The water dragon agreed to participate in the joint mission and asked all participants to get ready for the start. The water dragon sprang into action. It activated its freeze ability and turned on its breath. The players felt goosebumps running down their bodies from the cold. The dragon's activated frost effect was supposed to last for 5 hours. For some reason, the guys started laughing. They didn't understand what this strange amplifier was and how it worked. However, they needed to focus on completing the mission. Duhyuk asked if his companion had a skill that could be useful in today's game. Kabna replied that now that they had an amplifier and the heat was not so terrible, he could summon a companion who would strengthen their defense. Soon, a steel beast appeared before the players, an iron rhinoceros. The rhino was supposed to give the players a steel shield. This was a special effect of the iron rhino, and shields appeared above the players' heads. Duhyuk announced that thanks to the frost, they would be able to attack the dragon without the penguins, and now they could proceed with their plan. Releasing the rhinoceros in front of them, as well as the water dragon nearby, the players rushed forward through the lava. The spectators were very skeptical that this would help protect them from the fire. The water dragon flew ahead, cooling everything around it. The water dragon used absolute zero temperature, and the lava instantly cooled and solidified. Everyone watched in awe as the water dragon performed this feat. Next, the steel beast, the rhino, went into action, breaking through and clearing the way for its companions. In this way, the players crossed the river of lava and found themselves at the foot of the volcano. Now the most frightening part began, because the powerful guardian dragon, the immortal lava golem, came out to meet the players. Duhyuk latched onto the word immortal, but the audience was sure that this dragon would not die and would always be hot inside. Duhyuk decided to test an idea right away and suggested that the water dragon join the battle. The water dragon, sipping his favorite alcoholic beverage, began to ramble again, but at the same time did not forget to freeze everything around him. The ice blocks he had already created turned into solid boulders. Duhyuk looked gratefully at his watery assistant, who was doing an excellent job even though he was not a real dragon. But then new changes occurred. It turned out that the lava golem, after cooling and hardening, began to turn into an ironstone golem. It had very strong shields and steel attacks. Now they had to figure out how to destroy these monsters. Kabna and one of the golems tried to repel the steel fist's attack with his sword. The other rhinoceros rushed to his aid, having gone in search of the golem's core. Just then, the golem's core began to regenerate and transform into something new. To prevent an even more complicated situation, the core had to be destroyed immediately. Kabna easily cut one of the cores in half with his sword. Duhyuk saw that his companion could handle these golems and took on the last dragon, intending to deal with it himself. But at the last moment, a golem appeared on the road, and Duhyuk, as if in passing, destroyed its core with a blow from an iron mountain. The spectators did not even have time to understand how he did it. Duhyuk explained that hot glassware cracks when cold water is poured on it. He acted on the same principle. With thermal expansion and rapid cooling, he created cracks and then delivered one powerful blow with the iron mountain with additional reinforcement. And now both companions were standing at the entrance to the fire dragon's lair. Nothing could stop them now. Duhyuk asked the water dragon to freeze the lava ahead. However, at that moment, the volcano began to erupt, and new streams of lava burst out. The boys watched in horror as a huge dragon crawled out of the volcano along with the lava. It was the very same fire dragon Red Colin that they were to fight today. Kabna shouted to his companion to dodge because the dragon had begun to breathe fire. Sure enough, the huge fire dragon opened its mouth and began to breathe fire. It was so powerful that the charge did not weaken for a long time. The spectators waited in horror to see what would happen to the players. When the smoke cleared, it turned out that the water dragon was holding both players in the air. And where there had been rocks just a moment ago, there was now a gaping hole. It was very difficult for the water dragon to hold two players, but it managed. The players realized that they would get out of this situation alive. At that moment, the fire dragon flew towards its uninvited guests. It was aggressive and had no intention of letting them go alive. The water dragon waved its paws, trying to fly away, but the players were too heavy and it couldn't pick up speed. The fire dragon was already close. It opened its mouth wide, ready to devour everyone. A scream of horror swept through all the neighborhoods of the country. Where the players were watching the stream, the dragon snapped its jaws shut, and the players flew apart. Duhyuk managed to catch the water dragon in his arms at the last moment. The little one was exhausted. It was unclear how he had survived. But there was no time to relax. The fiery dragon returned and lowered its predatory muzzle, ready to swallow the players. The situation was dire. The water dragon had used all its strength and was now exhausted. The situation was exacerbated by the fact that in a few minutes, the ground around them would turn to lava again. For a couple of minutes, the fire dragon was busy because the steel rhino was attacking it. This did not harm the dragon, but at least it distracted it. Kabna understood that the rhino would soon be exhausted. It couldn't last long in such heat and at such speed. The players couldn't fight in the air, and there was no choice left. Kabna realized that he would have to use a special method. He ordered the steel rhinoceros to turn around and activate the union. The steel rhino stood in front of Kabna, and the player began to draw on the power of his summoned monster, creating a spirit union. And now a huge, powerful armored spirit with an iron sword and a huge steel shield appeared in place of Kabna. Unfortunately, this union had a short duration, but 6 minutes should be enough. In any case, they had to try. The dragon began to shower the players with flames again, but the armored spirit resisted the fire well, gradually advancing toward the dragon. Du-hyuk couldn't create the same spirit alliance with the water dragon because it was completely exhausted and couldn't stay conscious. Its strength was 0. Kabna said he couldn't fight the dragon and protect his comrade at the same time. He decided to leave the shield for Do-hyuk to hide behind and came up with a plan himself. Kabna went straight to the dragon, intending to delay it as long as possible. He approached the monster and clawed at it, causing the fiery beast to let out a terrible scream. Then he delivered a furious blow to the dragon's already injured paw. In the end, the player managed to cut the paw until it bled, and now the monster became extremely aggressive. Taking advantage of the dragon's distraction by the pain, Kabna activated his spirit charge and swung his sword for a fatal blow. However, the dragon put up absolute defense, and it was simply impossible to get close to it. It was the most powerful shield possible. After that, the cursed beast activated its gravity control, and now it was a dragon of a completely different level and order. Gravitational pressure pinned Kabna to the ground, and he lay on his back, unable to move a hand or foot. Du-hyuk understood that his comrade could now be boiled alive in this fiery lava. However, somehow Kabna survived the attack. With just over 2 minutes left before the alliance with the Steel Rhino ended, Kabna rushed to attack the fire dragon. Du-hyuk really wanted to help his friend, but he had to wait for the water dragon to wake up. Then he had a brilliant idea. Du-hyuk took out a bottle of strong alcohol, realizing that if the water dragon did not wake up now, Kabna would die. This was no ordinary drink. It was the most valuable 30-year-old soju from Master Lee Taebak's add-on. Du-hyuk began pouring this precious drink down the throat of the great connoisseur, hoping that he would wake up. And so the ice dragon, delighted by the kindness and pure soul of his master, who shared such a luxurious drink with him, woke up and even exceeded his vitality limit. Du-hyuk immediately created the spirit union, and now he became both an ice spirit and an ice dragon. He appeared just in time when Kabna was already losing strength. In the next few seconds, Kabna's union with the Steel Rhino ended, leaving him completely defenseless. The huge fire dragon rose high into the sky and once again breathed fire at the players. Du-hyuk, in turn, directed his icy breath toward the flying dragon. And once again, the battle between the two elements, fire and ice, began. No one could predict who would win this battle, but Do-hyuk felt that the dragon was beginning to push him back. The young man tried with all his might to break the fire with his ice, while the body of his exhausted comrade lay nearby. Du-hyuk, not letting go of his icy breath, called out to his friend, ordering Kabna to wake up immediately. He shouted louder and louder, "Wake up! Get up, Kabna! You're with me! Get up!" And Kabna came to his senses and got up. Du-hyuk warned his companion that even with his water dragon, they couldn't go too far, and now the boys needed to find a way to quickly deal with the fire monster. Kabna was physically and mentally exhausted. He said it was impossible that he couldn't attack. To damage such a powerful dragon, one must break through the barrier under the dragon's scales and deliver a single blow. This would require a powerful weapon that Kabna had used before, but now it would have to be several times more powerful. Du-hyuk understood that they had no choice and shouted to his companion to use this option immediately. Kabna replied that he couldn't. The guy was clutching the hilt of a huge sword tightly. The technique required electricity, and now they didn't have a companion with that kind of power. However, Kabna promised to come up with something, and Du-hyuk just had to hold on a little longer. Du-hyuk also tried to think quickly about how to help himself and his friend. When he heard the word electricity, an idea popped into his head. He seemed to remember something and shouted to his companion to stop because he had a plan. There was almost no time left, and Kabna yelled at Du-hyuk to quickly explain what to do. Du-hyuk gathered all his remaining strength and created an ice breath of maximum power. And then, somewhere, the ice breath and the fire stream directed from the dragon converged. Everything around them was enveloped in the steam from the evaporating water. Du-hyuk noted that the air was now full of ash from the volcanic eruption. This ash, together with the steam, creates a phenomenon called volcanic lightning. If even more steam is created with such an attack, it may be possible to accelerate the lightning to the desired discharge and power. Kabna had to raise his sword and keep it at the ready. Soon, Kabna found himself literally at the epicenter of the lightning strike. However, no one was afraid now. The lightning discharge did its job, and the player was fully charged. He had to act instantly before the charge began to fade. Kabna decided that his body would become a projectile and prepared to launch an attack on the fire dragon. With his last ounce of strength, Du-hyuk directed an icy stream toward the fire. In the thick of the action was Kabna, who was the core. The dragon activated its absolute shield again, realizing that these players could get to it. Kabna felt that he did not have enough strength to break through, but Du-hyuk said that he had something else and was prepared for such a case. Du-hyuk shouted at his comrade to clench his teeth, and then the young man let out an icy breath. The ice breath was supposed to push Kabna through the powerful barrier put up by the dragon. From the outside, it might have looked like he was killing his comrade, and even Kabna doubted Du-hyuk's actions for a moment. The spectators were in shock. They had just witnessed their idol allegedly kill his comrade. But Du-hyuk pointed his finger at them and told them to watch closely. Kabna was alive and well, glowing with lightning and breaking through the dragon's protective shield. He became a superconducting bullet, the most powerful projectile for attack. When something reaches absolute zero, it becomes superconductive. Kubna suddenly felt how cold it was around him. He was struck by an icy breath and became a knight of superconducting steel. With this in mind, the attack became at least twice as powerful, and Kabna was finally able to pierce and destroy the fire lizard. Only a few seconds had passed, but both players had already returned to their normal state, and the water dragon was hovering nearby. Kabna sneezed, turned to his friend, and said he would kill him if Do-hyuk used that trick on him again. Do-hyuk promised not to do it again. He was just helping, and now he was being yelled at for no reason. Soon the leader emerged from the fire dragon, cute and smiling. Kabna picked him up. Now he would be his new companion. In short, Kabna was ready to become his daddy. He immediately began to coo over the baby, saying that he was the best daddy in the world and loved his little dragon very much. It was the first time Hyuk had heard that a dragon cub could be taken as a companion, because it was unclear how to feed, raise, and educate it. Kabna agreed that it was a serious matter. There was no information anywhere about dragon companions and raising young dragons, but Do-hyuk himself owned a dragon that had once been a salamander. Perhaps the water dragon would be able to raise the baby. They decided to leave the little one to be raised by the water dragon. However, it immediately became clear that instead of milk, the fire dragon would drink soju. Several days passed and Do-hyuk fought one of the swordsmen. Soon the fight came to an end, and Do-hyuk was about to deliver the final blow. But suddenly, someone's sniper bullet hit the swordsman in the head. The mission was failed, and the kill was credited to another player. Do-hyuk was furious. He wanted to know who dared to take his last shot. A professional player from Korea's best team named Dex appeared before him and apologized, saying it was his mistake. Dex explained that his teammate had been constantly praising Do-hyuk, and he just wanted to meet him in person. Do-hyuk was upset that his mission had failed and listened to the player with no interest whatsoever. Followers and viewers did not understand why their idol looked so upset, because standing in front of him was one of Korea's best players, who had dreamed of meeting him in person. Without saying a word, Do-hyuk swung his sword at the player, who managed to cover himself with his sniper rifle at the last moment. After that, Do-hyuk rushed into the attack and broke the rifle into pieces with a blow of his hand, declaring that killing with a bullet is the weakest of all. Dex didn't understand what was going on or why Do-hyuk was acting so aggressively. Do-hyuk continued to strike, saying that people don't die when they are killed, when they die of an incurable disease, or when they eat poisonous mushroom soup. He struck a few more blows and finished his sentence. People die when others forget them, when someone carries out a mission to kill, and people also die when you steal their last blow. Everything was on fire. Do-hyuk's rage spilled out. Dex lay knocked out at his feet. Do-hyuk said that even family couldn't be forgiven for something like this. Now the player's life was in Do-hyuk's hands, and he wanted to get 100 for it. If he wasn't paid for 100 missions, he would deliver his final blow. But then something crept up on Do-hyuk. He didn't understand who it was yet and rushed away. The player prepared to defend himself, putting his fist forward, and asked who had appeared and what they wanted from him. A huge, powerful paw appeared out of the fog, and a voice said it was glad to see Do-hyuk. It was the famous player Takru, Dex's best friend and teammate. The audience, of course, knew this player, but Do-hyuk looked at him with interest, not recognizing him at first. Takru said that he had been watching the young man's streams for a long time and was one of his first fans. His teammate, Dex, was lying on the ground. Takeru added that he would very much like to compete against Do-hyuk at least once. Do-hyuk was surprised. If this player had seen him, why didn't he run away, but instead decided to play? Takeru was probably very confident in his abilities. Do-hyuk agreed to fight and got into a fighting stance, getting ready. Takeru looked completely different. Lightning bolts were literally shooting out of him. He said it was an honor for him. Takeru asked the young man for permission to try to block the attack, but in the next second he was already next to Do-hyuk. But even faster than he ran, there was a collision with Do-hyuk's fist. Takeru withstood the blow and immediately responded with his lightning. Do-hyuk noted that his opponent's speed and reaction time were equal to or even exceeded those of the swordswoman. The players exchanged blows with great dignity. Some managed to dodge, some still reached their target, but it seemed that the opponents were practically equal. Takeru's sensitivity to attacks was almost like Anatoly's, but his overall abilities were significantly inferior to Kabna's. Do-hyuk was able to land several powerful and accurate blows on his opponent. It was a series of impressive attacks. Takeru was forced to retreat. He noted that his opponent had read his moves and countered the attack. This was to be expected from Do-hyuk. Takeru realized that with his current skills he couldn't win, and shouted at his opponent to get ready. The player activated the Blue Wolf Strike. It all looked epic, but as we know, no matter how powerful an attack is, if it doesn't hit, it's useless. Takeru agreed with this statement, but added that if his opponent couldn't reach him, he'd better get rid of him. Continuing with the Blue Wolf attack, Takeru suggested that Do-hyuk dodge until the very end. Do-hyuk was about to deliver his fire strike, but instead received a backlash. After that, the young man announced that he could break the wolf's attack in one go and activated the Burning Crescent. Do-hyuk jumped high and delivered a fire strike to the Blue Wolf. However, the Burning Crescent strike did not work, and Do-hyuk was forced to dodge. The huge Blue Wolf was about to absorb the fire energy along with the player, and he had to prevent it from doing so. Do-hyuk realized that if his attack wasn't powerful enough, he needed to use something even stronger. Instead of a crescent moon, he created a fire spear, and now Takaru struggled to defend himself, realizing that the spear had hit the wolf's mouth. But with such a level of attack, it was impossible to destroy the wolf's power. Do-hyuk had to simply accept this fate. However, he didn't want to listen to any nonsense about fate and declared that he was born to fight it. The spear was supposed to cut the wolf again, this time into pieces. The spectators were sure that it would not work, but Do-hyuk added the Iron Mountain Strike. Where the two players had been fighting just moments before, there was now a thick cloud of dust, and the spectators wondered whose silhouette would appear when the smoke cleared. Do-hyuk killed Takeru with his best strike. For this one fight alone, the young man immediately received 100 points in the rank of master. Everyone was amazed at how Do-hyuk had defeated such a strong opponent, as Takeru was an extremely powerful player. His followers knew that their idol was strong, but they didn't believe he was that strong. Even Do-hyuk himself began to be modest, thinking that it wasn't worth making a fuss over nothing. Do-hyuk heard a noise coming from behind the building and immediately tensed up. He explained to the viewers that he would continue the mission, but it would be nice to receive donations. Otherwise, he would end the stream right now. The viewers couldn't leave their favorite without support. When a decent amount was donated, Do-hyuk declared that this was his main booster and rushed to continue the mission. The next day, the Z1 team gathered for an emergency meeting. Some team members believed that it was imperative to invite Do-hyuk to join them, as he was a true professional, and with his help, they could easily win the World Championship. With such a player on board, the team would finally have a chance to defeat Kang Cho-ryul's team. The weakest player on the team, Dex, was willing to give up his place so that the team could try to win the world title and achieve the highest honors. The logic was simple. While Do-hyuk kills the team's leader Amved, Takaru will face Kang Cho-ryul, and the team's chances of winning will increase. Of course, it was sad to realize that the team would not be able to win with its current lineup, but Takeru still hoped that they would succeed even with this lineup. That's why Takaru took Dex onto the team. Perhaps he had made a mistake in inviting the guy. Dex was moved and ready to burst into tears, realizing how important he was to the team. Takaru was sure that this lineup was sufficient. The situation is difficult now, given the latest results, but if the players cannot trust themselves, they must trust their captain. Dex was motivated and promised to do everything in his power and give it his all. Takaru got what he wanted. The guy had his own vision of an idol. An idol cannot be a teammate. He must be an opponent that the player fights, defeats, and surpasses. Do-hyuk wanted to ask the manager how many views his fight with Takeru had garnered, and how things were going with the Monsters and Friends videos. Big Ears replied that each video gets between 500,000 and 800,000 views and makes it into the trending videos. He added that if Overgroundy had a championship like Evo, the team would probably lose on bets. Recently, Do-hyuk has received many invitations to join different teams. It's time to sort through all these offers and discuss them with the young man. Do-hyuk suddenly went live earlier than planned, which made his viewers very happy. The young man greeted his followers. He was pleased that the number of viewers was already significant, even though it was only 1 p.m. A viewer named Archer donated a large sum and asked if Do-hyuk had seen his letter. Do-hyuk realized that he was communicating with the same Archer he had encountered in the game and thanked Archer for the donation. The player added that he had seen the letter and was going to discuss the details with Archer today. Do-hyuk did not expect the player to come to the stream in person. He had recently received many invitations to participate in the International Championship. Archer donated another large sum and wrote that no one believed in Do-hyuk as much as he did. Although Archer didn't want to brag, he was the best at tracking and completing tasks. Of course, the donation lifted his spirits, but the long messages and unusual conditions Archer put forward in the letter required careful consideration. Do-hyuk contacted Archer and asked him to first reveal his nickname and join the game right away. Archer deposited a large sum again and said they would see each other soon. Do-hyuk immediately immersed himself in the game space and waited for Archer, ready to play together. Soon, the player approached him and said he was happy to meet him in person. Archer introduced himself and expressed his joy at meeting Do-hyuk. Do-hyuk looked closely at the guy and realized that he had not been mistaken last time. In front of him was Kim Min-hyuk, whom he knew from his past life. This guy wasn't one of the 9 heroes, but he was part of the last Defense of Humanity squad. Kim Min-hyuk was a self-proclaimed king, and they had worked together in their past life. Now, the player had gotten rid of his strange beard, and his face seemed unfamiliar at first. In his past life, he was an archer. It was strange that he remained an archer in this life as well. The archer thanked Do-hyuk for taking him into the team and was sure that Do-hyuk would not regret his decision. Do-hyuk began to justify himself. He had been misunderstood. He had not yet chosen an archer because he knew little about Archer, and he had invited him to get to know him better. The stream viewers actively supported Archer's candidacy, considering him a worthy archer and an excellent long-range shooter. At that moment, Archer began to beg to be taken into the squad, declaring that he was ready to do anything for Do-hyuk. Such desperation surprised the viewers. They did not understand why Archer was reacting so strongly. This was probably due to his former teammate. Before the last World Championship, one of Archer's teammates betrayed the team and switched to foreign rivals. Do Hyuk recognized the man who had competed with one of the players for a place among the 9 heroes in his past life. It was the top-level hunter, Kang Chul. But even more surprising was the guy standing next to Kang Chul. It was Ambed from his past life. He was called the Enlightened One and hunted demons with only a spear. Do-hyuk was amazed. So many connections from his past life were coming to light now. Moreover, these two, who had not gotten along in his past life, were now teammates. Do-hyuk decided to mute the sound so he could talk privately with Archer without the viewers hearing the conversation. First, he demanded that Archer get up. In his letter, Archer had asked for only 10% of the competition prize pool. Do-hyuk asked if that was really enough. Archer replied that he wasn't interested in the prize money. All he wanted was to win the championship. Do-hyuk didn't really trust people who said they didn't need money. That's what scammers often say. Archer was ready to cry. He just wanted to make sure that the team Kang Chul belonged to would never win the championship again. Do-hyuk wanted to understand why this issue was so important to Archer. The young man realized that the reason was that he and Kang Chul had been teammates from the very beginning. Their team had won public and international competitions. Their level was in no way inferior to that of Team Z1, considered the best in Korea. The team's ultimate goal was to become the best in the world. The guys spent days and nights together to win. But a month before last year's championship, Kang Chul betrayed his friends in the team by switching to the competition. The team was in shock, fell apart, and the members scattered, and now Archer's only goal was revenge. The goal was to trick Kang Chul not to make money. So Archer set a low percentage of his earnings, only 10%. Do-hyuk knew that Kang Chul had been a dishonest person in his past life, so they often quarreled. Archer thought that Do-hyuk was not responding so as not to part with 10% and was ready to give up everything. Do-hyuk figured he could take all the money for the win, a whopping $10 million. Archer was ready to become a voluntary assistant and a hot commodity. How could anyone refuse such a person? Now Do-hyuk looked at Archer with completely different eyes. It seemed that the decision had already been made. He realized that he couldn't refuse a man with such a determined attitude. A desperate attitude was very important. Do-hyuk turned the sound back on and was ready to announce the decision to all the viewers of the stream. The young man hugged Archer and said that they had just discussed the championship and now he was ready to consider participating together. The viewers supported the decision, and Do-hyuk warned that he would first check Archer's skills and wanted to meet with him. Archer couldn't believe his ears. He was going to fight his idol. Do-hyuk said that their last meeting had been too quick, and now he would use a frying pan. Archer could use any weapon. In addition, Archer's a marksman, so he can choose any location, or better yet, change the location to an open field for a training match. The players moved to an open field to conduct training. Archer thought about which weapon to choose to show himself in the best light. He decided to demonstrate his true skills and prepared a full set of equipment exclusive to demon hunters. Do-hyuk stood with a single frying pan in his hands, ready to face this monster. Archer's equipment was made of the strongest dragon bones, and his gloves were made of phoenix leather. Do-hyuk smiled as he looked at his opponent and said that Archer wanted to get hit in the face so badly that he even changed into new clothes. If that was really the case, it would be better to grit his teeth, and Do-hyuk rushed into the attack. Archer knew that his opponent would have a hard time because he had the magic arrow. The young man used a quick shot, which was miraculously deflected repeatedly by just one frying pan. After that, a multi-shot and a spinning shot were successfully deflected. Complete madness. The archer used up all his arrows with 0 results. It was time to attack Do-hyuk. He slowly advanced, covering himself with a powerful frying pan. The archer fired his arrows again, creating an attack that surpassed the power of the frying pan. The player was going to destroy the enemy with a fully charged bomb.